burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Add it up, unleash it. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals to the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the back to you. And in a unleash it all. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up a fist and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals to the end. And rise up, open your minds, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rivals till the end. Rise up, open your minds, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. Do you see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories? And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire, and wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Light it up, unleash it up. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals to the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time.
Onto the text here because there's no more sustain.
The feed is filled with versus flow. The bears, they're feasting.
The timer slowly ticking. Will they be able to touch? Benny goes down. Corolla with a great set of push and damage here.
Hello and welcome, my friends, to day 6 of the group seeding stage, where the final puzzle pieces fall into place and we get our first kind of early look at what we might see land live there in Atlanta, Georgia. I'm Cozy, joined by Vicky. Vicky, how you doing today?
I'm doing great. You know, getting a little jelly, sitting back watching the stream yesterday and seeing how the show just played out. And I'm so excited, especially seeing maybe a little sneak peek of what changes are going to be going on to land after seeing that patch notes that dropped yesterday. So what to expect.
Yeah, it's a good day of Rivals today. Some of you guys are getting your first look at Daredevil and the sneak preview of what that's going to look like coming to the game in 4.5. And all the changes in the patch, things like Jean Grey Phoenix is the last time we might see the dominance of that X-Men right now in the meta. But if y'all wanted good matchups, today is just chock full of them. Every single matchup is going to be elite teams and ones that I would expect to see make it a far run into this tournament. Taking a look at kind of how we got here and where we're at now, we've got ourselves a big lineup today. We start off with a big heater, Vicky, of course, with DarkZero Nemesis. But looking at the top upper bracket finals, this is Group A. It has been FlyQuest versus Rad. That's going to be such an epic clash between a Titan and a Dark Horse. You know, David versus Goliath, but also we've got a good one down on the lower there, Vic.
Yeah, it's going to be Dreamland versus Envy. Those two series from our Group A are going to be something you do not want to miss. That's going to be in the later half of the day, but just looking how these teams got here, we talk about Group A being that group of death, and then you have to consider where Envy's been at, considering that they've had to start things off going through that lower bracket. But it's crazy because, you know, being able to see what's going to happen between Envy and Dreamland is going to be on another level after what they've displayed, and despite it being a 2-0 versus Intergalactic, a pretty close one there too.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, today's got storylines from revenge to redemption. The Dark Horse Dreams got it all here under one roof, under one day. Looking there at Group B, we've got the legendary just matchup. I feel like no matter what the result are, the tournaments, the teams, the rosters, Vicky, we always see Sentinels versus 100 Thieves, so that's guaranteed to be a classic matchup between the two Titans today. And then, of course, DarkZero versus Nemesis. This is our tale of revenge, some might put it, because you've got Nemesis taking down DarkZero in the upper bracket. You can see there 2-0. But we've seen a different DarkZero team, Vicky, since then. That is going to be a great way to kick this thing off.
Literally a hard reset to their roster, right? And having to find that big cohesion between this team. Really, the only player that has stayed on DarkZero being Smash as that mainstay pawn here for the rest of the team. But to be able to see their journey together, is it going to be enough? Because this is the run back opportunity against a team that sent them down into that lower bracket.
Absolutely. To take a look at the schedule of what we have for you guys today. Again, you're in store for just epic matchups. We begin with DarkZero again versus Nemesis, Dreamland versus Envy, and then we conclude the evening with the Lightning, Sentinels, 100 Thieves, and FlyQuest versus Rad. Best of 3 for all of them. Don't want to miss it. This is going to get them set for the seeding, and we know how important that is to make a run in this entire thing. I mean, if you're a fan of competitive play, pro play, you're at the right spot. And Vicky, listen, last time predictions, we had it tough, all right? Wasn't the easiest thing to guess some of these results, so we're going to try again today.
Here we go. Here we go. Okay, listen, Cozy. I'm not going to lie. I just have to say it right now. This has been pretty tough for you and I on the days that we've been covering a lot of these teams. Not only are we seeing these roster resets, but these insane change-ups from not only these teams themselves individually, but with the way that the meta has shaped up for them to readjust. And you know, you and I constantly do this too. We usually have the same picks, but it's that second to last match where you have Sentinels and I got 100 Thieves.
Yeah, you know what? For what it's worth, we have almost all these matches going 2-1, and any of these teams could end up taking the throne. And you know what? If you're the teams watching, if you're the org, I don't take offense. You know, half the time we pick, they lose. Consider it a favor maybe with the casting curse here. But it's DarkZero and Nemesis, where we get things just at a rocket pace here, just to jump right into it. We're going to have plenty of storyline with all these teams here and kind of what the journey they'll go through and what we've seen so far here. Well, let's take a look at the roster. We've got DarkZero, Nemesis. We've seen a lot of these players before if you're a fan of the org or if you're a fan of the team. Here we go. DarkZero, take a look. You know the names. I mean, we've talked about it before here, Vicky. You have, you know, some of the best players across teams that we saw in the stage group 1 coming together in one team, and they're starting to finally click.
Yeah, I agree. Yesterday, DarkZero showed that explosive power with Rymazing's Torch, Karova's Adams, Smash really stepping up. But it's the question of, is it going to be enough to topple Nemesis cohesion here? And I think when you talk about teams that have to go through these reworks, they always talk about it in their own interviews, how difficult it could be, but also refreshing, right? As a player, you get to find that cohesion together, but then you also have players kind of call you out with that Karova interview that we had, just trying to isolate what these individual players could do better and holding each other accountable.
Yeah, you know, who's giving the love to his team kind of finally clicking. Also some love to J3 and the throwing it back, as he likes to put it. Gotta love that interview. Now that I know these guys a bit more in person, it's so fun just to see their personality starting to shine. You know what, Vic, they're getting a bit more comfortable too on camera. You know, you go back to June, they're a little bit more buttoned up, a little bit more scared. Now they're like, all right, they're talking about Jay and my gosh, some fun there. But yeah, taking a look into what this might be. I mean, This is definitely a different team that we saw get 2-0'd by Nemesis before. Nemesis, you guys know by now, this is a team that can definitely hold their own very easily. A very strong team across the board, a veteran group. We saw in the MRC, they did end up losing to Dreamland, but they have everything it takes to win, and they talked about that a little bit yesterday. One of my kind of favorite things to look at with this team in general, Vic, is that they've got, the roster that we know from this team here in the past, but the biggest difference is we have Shocker in for the first time over Dinks, who, you know what? Vacations happen. He had a vacation planned. It happened, and Shocker stepped right in and did an amazing job.
Yeah, although can it be enough with the way that that both teams, their individual goals is DarkZero want to keep capitalizing off the poke compositions that we keep seeing. Nemesis continues to shine in the traditional triple Vanguard, triple strategist too. How are you going to be able to work around that, though, with the flexibility that DarkZero, we know they have, but looking at what they provided yesterday for us in day 5 of the group stages, you already know Nemesis have done their homework, and I can't wait to see how this pick and ban phase may influence what the first map is going to look like.
So just in case you guys don't know the roster, kind of what their roles they play on the team, allow me to go ahead and walk you through quickly here as we take a look at who you're going to see today. So we have a Madian, who's their kind of Star-Lord player. He's their Storm out the gate. Again, you see Dinks there. It will be Shocker, who played a mean Ultron yesterday. And when they talked about it in the interview, they all have different roles. Craftsman's going to be their mid-game fight calls, who plays the Venom. Scatter is their fight planner. And then you have the ult tracker, that is Ricky. So everybody has their kind of role, Vicky. And they said when they're clicking on all cylinders and they're doing their job, they can't lose.
I like that. I like that mentality, though. At least being able to find the individual roles that they've been able to find themselves in, and being able to have that success too. Also, the inclusion of how Mello has been too with that Jeff when they do run that triple strategist together with the Venom and then a Madian also being on that Star-Lord. Wondering too if the Star-Lord has consistently been a problem for some of our teams that we've seen here in the America region. If that's also going to be something else that's focused from the other side, looking at DarkZero and the Nemesis lineup that they've been able to find that success with.
No, for sure. I would agree. I mean, if you look at the tournament, Star-Lord has been a standout hero for sure. A lot of Peter Quill out there lately. Just a very slippery duelist that I'm sure you guys see there in your ranked matches. And, eventually fires will blaze, but they will be put out eventually. And so we see Human Torch, Jean Grey, Phoenix, be the kind of the story of right now. But yes, again, this is going to be the last, at least affected these heroes in this patch, especially if Phoenix, Human Torch is going to take a big hit too in season 4.5. So if you're a fan, look out.
I am so excited, by the way, Cozy, to see what these changes are going to bring Daredevils include. There's so much to break down, but we got to focus on what's in front of us, right? You can find those adjustments, but being able to fight for your seeding in playoffs is even more important, too. Just so that way you have that upper hand. You've already found that cohesion. You get to work out the dinks that you literally need to find as a unit. And I'm here thinking, okay, well, if Nemesis lets the Torch and the Adam Warlock go through, you heard it in the interview with Korova too. You let me play Adam, it's going to be a good time.
Yeah, oh, for sure. And they were going to play the Cloak, and he's like, you know what? I'm just going to try the Atom. And why not, right? We know what Kurova could do. What I'm interested in, Vicky, is, you look at 3 of the teams, Sentinels, 100 Thieves, Envy. We're looking at all 3 today. All made it to LAN, right? They've all been there. They've been at the biggest stage of Rivals. Envy, quite literally, was a game away from winning it, So you've got that. And then you have these teams that were ever so close. Nemesis was games out, right, to get there and make it to the big stage. And, of course, we have players in DarkZero that have been there as well. And so is history going to repeat itself? It often does, but I'm telling you, seeds are going to matter so much because that middle of the seed pack there, they're all winnable. Like any of those teams can win. So getting that first, second, even third seed, making it into the lower bracket final is going to be of vast importance.
And you can already see how that played out, looking at some of the teams that may have fallen early in this double elimination bracket, kind of giving a hint onto what these teams have to go through of a gauntlet of a run. Extra games to play. Do some teams find that into their strengths? That's something actually Shib had asked Dogman yesterday that I find very important too, right? If you feel like your team's back is against the wall, it kind of, depending on what team it is, right, and how they find that unit, is it a built-in rage meter that lets them find that strength when their backs are against the wall, or do they crumble under pressure?
Well, for these two teams, it's been all about the strategist, and that's been the highlight of both of them. I mean, we've seen picks, we've seen bans always go towards the strategist position, and, of course it does. When you have someone like Kurova, Velocity on the side of DarkZero and what they're able to do, and then Nemesis, of course, we know at the helm of the new Shocker there, but also Ricky. You just have so much elite play here between the two. So in strategist, these two teams trust, as you can take a look at the numbers, a lot a lot of good things to pull, and shout out to the production for putting this here together to take a look at not only the map types, but Vicky, I mean, these teams, they love their healers.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you could even see the way that they've been able to prioritize those strategist bans too, right? If this is a graphic for anybody watching Marvel Rivals Ignite for the first time, wondering what can I do to up my gameplay, strategist as it's been, right? The tail has always been the strategists being as strong as they are. They still continuously have been a threat. Now, it really does depend on which of these teams, though, you only have so many bans, right? We talk about the Torch, we talk about the Adam Warlock, but then you can't ignore what has been like a main ban that we've constantly seen throughout the course of our other series, the Mantis ban being put into play as well, forcing out certain compositions, with even Loki getting put out into play after even finding some nerfs. Could find those strengths depending on what vanguards you're also dealing with.
Yeah, heading into season 4, you notice that they really wanted to make all strategists on kind of an even playing field, and we're seeing that way more, Vicky, and that was a great point to what you said. Obviously, Mantis giving that damage boost is going to really help out what a lot of teams are trying to do strategy-wise, and guys, all I have to say is Venom getting a huge healing reduction on the team. You have Blade getting buffed up. They're looking to stop the triple strategist a bit here, Vicky, as we head into what is going to be our first matchup of today. It's a good one. The Tale of Revenge. Can Nemesis go 2-0 again on DarkZero? Is the Redemption Tale coming back? We're about to find out.
Run back opportunity, literally elimination series here, and it's been quite a run, as well as some character development, I like to say, between these two teams. And Cozy, I cannot be excited enough for those changes. It's not coming through yet. We have some time, but boy, did I fall to my knees when I saw those Venom changes as we get started for our first series of the day, DarkZero versus Team Nemesis, as it is the Mantis, the first hero banned here for both teams.
Yeah, and right away, I mean, we see Mantis, go with that, as you pointed out. That's just someone no one wants to mess with. You got to get the first ban out of the way because that save is coming right after, right? So get that out. Ultron's going to be safe for their team. They're going to go immediately concede the top side there. DarkZero wants to get rid of the strategist. We just talked about this, right? We just said we're going to see strategist banned and save, and look, we're 5 in, Vicky, and that's what we have.
I'm wondering, like, are we going to continuously see the Jeffs also be just completely annihilated from being played to? We saw a few Jeff bans, as well as the Ultron ban is the next one out. The Korova target ban. You talk about it in the interview, and that's why sometimes you also hear pros. Although, come on, if you know Korova, you should already know, like, Korova's the embodiment of Adam, at least to me when I watch Marvel Rivals in general. But he said in the interview, you let me play Adam Warlock, it's not going to be a good time for your team. But the protection on the Jeff, though, from DarkZero is another highlight from what we were talking about, Cozy.
I'm just cracking up. The homework pays off sometimes, right? I mean, look at all the strategist bans and saves. I mean, we're seeing it live in front of you, all about it. Cloak's going to be saved for the side of them, and that makes sense, right? With the Adam ban like that, get the Cloak for their side. And Korova, they now don't have to, worry about playing Cloak themselves, but they're going to go with this last ban. And looking at what they have here, it's going to be tempting on what way they're going to roll with. And the Jeff ban is smart. I do like that. Obviously, they're going to have access to Adam, and we've seen in the past that Mello has played plenty of Adam Warlock. So, maybe they lean that path, and it looks like Shocker might try that out.
Something else I was just thinking about that we've seen from Nemesis, the way that they were able to run back at one point with the Jeff Hulk No More composition was also able to punish a DarkZero earlier too. So, maybe being able to look into that as the series progresses. But we got our pick and bans out in display here. It's double protect, though, for both strategists for both teams.
Absolutely, as we're firing away under Celestial Husk. And, Vicky, last time we were on here, it was nothing but a Hydra base. I felt like we've, dipped our toe into Clintar here. So fun to see the Necro Sword in action and that voice that gives us all the scare. But, guys, we start off in domination. As you know, first to get the point is a huge deal typically here. Although, I guess, it's been a curse a bit sometimes here. The tournament team's been able to flip the script quite easily. We'll see. Does the Adam Warlock getting through give the team the upper edge with the resurrection, or are they going to be locked in and DarkZero's got a game plan?
Let's find out. Of course, depending on who ends up winning this map, starting on that second map, though, the losing team of the previous map will be able to select not only the next game mode, but also the next map and side. So having that advantage here, as we get to see the losing team, what they're going to be able to work out on. But neither of these teams here, with the rework that we've seen from DarkZero, want to start things off as we already go in for a cheeky portal play here for Madara.
Yeah, Madara's going to go in and bring the aggression right to them. I think they might be ready for it. We'll see here as DarkZero Gets things rolling right away, quite literally on fire as Rising is rocking the Phoenix. We've seen him playing Human Torch, a little magic, but mainly the fire heroes here in Rivals as we're throwing early sparks to ignite. And great job here for the Venom Crash, trying to get that pressure on Rai immediately. He knows the win condition, but Mello is the one to get the first laugh, taking down the Vanguard.
See all that damage? You don't get used to it when you see those stacks stacking up here from the Phoenix. You enjoy it while you can. And even though you get to try to go for those resets, Mello is already clearing out the point. DarkZero is going to be back to the drawing board here because this first point with the number advantage is going to go in favor of Team Nemesis, even with Impunity trying to stall up for as long as possible here.
Yeah, in all sports, some teams have other teams' numbers. I'm going to be curious if that's the case here with Nemesis, because what a great show out here at the beginning. Looking into it now, ult-wise, you know, you're going to give Team Nemesis a bit of the edge. You have Kratos that can hop in there with the Feast. You can go into Kraken Impact as well. This is going to be a very tough point for DarkZero to cap back. Rising has his ult, but they don't have anything to survive this.
This is awesome. The fact that right now Team Nemesis were able to already get a Madian and that Ultron ultimate. We know Ultron gets that really quickly. As Rising goes in for the reset, Team Nemesis only use up that Ultron extermination, and Scatter and Smash, they get the trade. Now here comes Mello slamming down, trying to get a reset, but with the invisible boundary, nice call there from Korova, forces them back. The nice pull in, and Smash getting the follow-up with the Jeff ultimate. He wanted to go wrap up around the rest of his team here. They try to isolate him, but it's a nice isolation instead coming in favor for DarkZero.
They played that perfectly. I don't know if you saw, but Korova literally got that within milliseconds, Vicky. Yep. I mean, insane job to stay alive through what was going to be the Kraken Impact to make the impact velocity, now keeping things up and ready for DarkZero. They still don't have the point, though. 51% and climbing. Shocker's back, has the res, and they used a lot there. Now, Medora, look for him to use Meteor in to shut it down.
But now, even though Shocker had used up that passive, that means he can't come back for this fight to activate that Resurrect and the Karmic Revival. Scatter's still alive. You're still putting on the damage, already at 100 output of that damage. But with losing Ricky and Mello and Shocker still coming back, it's not going to have that sustainability, but they still were able to stall on that point for nearly 75% and climbing.
Oh my goodness. Venom and Impunity. Are you kidding me? What a great job there. Just getting constant pressure and control. 77% is not nothing, though, as they're going to have to do a good job holding this point down, sustaining it. But I like the early attempt here to get the aggression going from Impunity.
Mello trying a little aggressive here, trying to take onto the high ground, that high to low ground verticality that this map provides here, just to help with more of these creative rotations that we're currently seeing now Team Nemesis taking. They have two ultimates. DarkZero also have two ultimates themselves, and they will be able to have both strategist ultimates for this next fight.
Absolutely, as the extermination is popped, Madian's ready to put some pressure on early. Look for Mello to go and fall with the crack. It doesn't need it, though. Gets the pick on velocity. There goes Korova. The supports are down. Smash is left, but it's not going to be enough. This is a clean here take, and at this point, we're not going to get a strange portal in, so they're going to have to just fully win this back and hold it. This is Nemesis to lose, really.
But yeah, I mean, the way that DarkZero right now had just fell with both strategists going down first is not the way you want to go. I was talking about both strategists would have had their ultimates online for that fight. Well, guess what? They lost on velocity first, and then Corona after he just got his ultimate. And now Team Nemesis looking great with Shocker still alive.
Yeah, with how the point is looking cap-wise, or the percent to it, they have time here to refight back. They're going to have every single ult. We're about to see all Qs press, and Impunity is going to be the first to get called out a bit. Good job getting that overtime established for the team. There's the Feast of the Abyss from Kraz. Doesn't get anything from it. Rising, nice patience here. Going to dive in with the bird. Looking for more, and Impunity follows with the Mello pick, which is massive. Good block there from the Emma.
But the Born again rings out from behind Team Nemesis here as Mello's looking to try to come right back too, but Rising also finding more of these picks. Ricky Mello coming back. There's the beauty of the Adam Warlock Karmic Revival. Smash still finds Shocker, but with a Madian having the reset opportunity with the extermination, Team Nemesis are not letting off this point, and now DarkZero don't have the numbers to stay contested.
Oh my gosh, I mean, Team Nemesis just played perfect there, right? They went through 4 or 5 ultimates, and they held the point, got the point, and that's going to set them up for success going into this next one here in Celestial Codex. Vicky, right now it's looking like big brother, little brother in terms of these two teams, but plenty of time to reverse things, but I like the start.
Yeah, looking at the stats alone, Mello, while putting down a lot of that pressure, dealing a good amount of that damage output there too. I like the patience that we're also seeing from Amazing and Impunity to get also their own follow-ups, but it's just a strategist backline here that's been teared up. But from DarkZero, with Amazing now looking to make some swaps over to that Star-Lord.
Yeah, we're gonna have to see what adjustments they have to make. I mean, right now, I think pick ban phase, definitely Team Nemesis is feeling confident with what they have here. Looking at the options we're going to go with, I mean, they still have Smash that can open up with a big win. We've seen Jeff do that time and time again, but you're going to have to win this first point. If they don't win this first bit here, this is going to be really uphill sledding for them. Now, Ricky does have something to prevent that. Scatter can go with the seduction, and Mello is going to get that impact by the time that comes into play, Vicky. So look out. Smash is going to have to use this perfectly.
That's going to be a deadly shish kebab here if they get the follow-up. And Smash, by the way, also has not gone down once despite DarkZero falling time for those last few fights. Going into this round 2, though, as you mentioned, Ricky having that Eternal Bond could be big. The now Psionic Seduction from Scatter just to open things up. DarkZero, though, with Amazing being on the Star-Lord, gets the back away despite that Terror Cape had hurtled in his direction. And Mello gets the opening pick first for the second round.
Yeah, Impunity is, he's gotten picked, but he's also, delivered as well. It's just a tough job as that Venom, having to have that perfect balance, right? Not an easy hero to play, but an impactful one at that. Kraken Impact ready, and he is thirsty. You can see Mello wanting to go ahead and get an early aggression claim, and Team Nemesis climbing up that 11%. That's going to take an eternity to get Kraz out of there. Amazing, though, calls Legendary from the skies. Tries to rain at what he can, but not a lot of follow-up here, so going to be tough to get anything out of it.
And what's so sad here is that Team Nemesis were playing the high ground so well. They were getting out of the line of sight. They were keeping each other alive. And they didn't have to waste out on those strategist ultimates until after the Legendary was over. Amadian with another really good extermination to force DarkZero back. They really haven't been able to exit out of the choke.
Yeah, you know what? We've seen Nemesis here just play domination so well, and it comes down to their positioning. You just called it. I mean, they have the point, Vicky. They still have the high ground advantage. They're not worried about one legendary grouped up all together. You can, just burn a couple of your regular strategist abilities to withstand it. Didn't love that with the follow-up. Maybe a missed call. We'll have to see now as Kraz does get frozen. Impunity looking for the feast. There's the follow-up with it. Nothing but the smash. He's going to get some. He gets one, and it's going to be the Atom.
At least Shocker goes out here. You saw Mello try to cover him. He does have that resurrection too once he's back. Mello, though, with the Kraken Impact just controls the space while Scatter is able to find Madara. Amazing gets a trade onto Amadian. This is going to have to be a Team Nemesis backing away for right now with DarkZero, with Velocity, having that Luna Snow ult. They can finally plant their feet on the point.
Yeah, and at least they won that with Kurova still having their ult. That's going to allow Velocity to start charging up more, Smash to get back. But, man, this is going to be a tough one for them here. Amazing getting close to that Legendary. That's going to keep things stalled a bit. Shocker, though, they can go so aggressive here, Nemesis, with that res if they choose to. And, I mean, Scatter's not far either.
I just love every time I see Venom positioned up on the high ground there, just waiting around here. Impunity just waiting to dive for that opportunity. Krova is able to double jump away to get back into that invisibility, but Kraz gets frozen here. Shocker's coming right back around, again, with that res for this next upcoming fight, because Amazing does have that Legendary activated.
Again, we're on Mustafar over here. They're just on the high ground, enjoying the view as they rain down the ults from above. Amazing does get a nice match there on the Ultron, but it's going to be instead Scatter settling Amazing there, not allowing him to get the full use of that ult now. Going in, spinning to win. There's the Abyss, but Mello is the one on top, the Winter Soldier himself.
Mello needs to be stopped right now. He needs to be shut down. The strategists are not having a good time. If your name is Kurova and Velocity, obviously Jeff could get away even faster, but Mello on another level with Amazing being the last victim.
Yeah, right now, I mean, we know what Amazing can do for DarkZero. We know what Mello has done for Nemesis, and it's kind of that matchup that's going one-sided at the moment. Ricky gonna pick off the rest of it, stagger a bit, and right now, Vicky, this is gonna be a quick 1-0 unless DarkZero can figure something out. Smash and Impunity are going to open up the opportunity for them. Velocity can maybe get some Eternal Bond, Purple Path to lead them to at least a recap. But right now, it's Impunity taking the whole team, Vicky.
He literally got deleted. Put in the microwave real quick if you saw the health bar. And now here's a reset. Kraken Impact, the nail in the coffin. As Team Nemesis, they continuously claim the heads of DarkZero to claim map number 1.
I mean, not even using ultimates. They're just fine using the neutral, right? Let's go and use the good old primary fire to get this thing started. It's 1-0. I mean, it's where we left off, I feel like, with these two teams clashing. DarkZero, we know what run they've went on since fighting Nemesis, but it doesn't matter. It's when you have a matchup As sometimes it's going to go one way. It's looking like it. But let's take a look at the stats, and we can already kind of tell who was some of the difference makers there.
The Ultron, Mellow, the follow-ups, and the way that they were able to cycle through those ultimates, but I really need to consistently highlight the positioning of Team Nemesis on a map like that. I've seen a lot of players going into that map wondering, you know, what they could do differently, and just follow what Team Nemesis did right there. They played the landscape so well. As we take a look at the stats, Mellow, 11 final hits, 15k damage done, but also the way that Scatter was also right there with the Emma Frost frontlining and also trying to shut down Amazing in his ult.
Yeah, and you can kind of see that the damage was being done, Vic, but the limbs were just not following. I mean, a lot of those final hits from Impunity came there at the final moments, but they just were unable to capitalize on it. I mean, yesterday when looking how this team played, Kurova and the part that he played into those final hits when he's at him is just huge for this team, and you're just not able to get that same impact from Invisible Woman, at least from Kurova.
Yeah, because then you have to look at Amadian being on the Ultron. The huge value that Amadian consistently had farming his ultimates fast is something else to talk about when it comes to Ultron. I know we were talking about the changes in Ultron. Is going to be stuck in a probably triple strategist jail for a while, but looking at the way Amadian plays Ultron right now in this moment and following up together with Mellow, it's just been great to see the cohesion between Team Nemesis. They're always, as you mentioned too, very good on domination for these first games to start things off.
Yeah, they 2-0'd them last time in domination when they played in Spider Island the first time. They were able to come back and have a 2-1 at least. So this team is just usually locked in on Dom. As we take a look at Amadian, our MVP of this matchup. Now, when Nemesis played Sentinels, they at least made it 1-2 in the old domination for them. But, you know, the best of them taken away. But yeah, it's Mellow. I mean, Mellow is a huge heartbeat for this team. I mean, I feel like they didn't even need to use the Adam Warlock there, right? I mean, they just won the good old-fashioned way. It just felt like, again, it felt like the upperclassmen winning against what was a tough fight for him. But, Vic, hey, listen, comeback's going to happen.
It could, but you have to look at Mellow and the fact that he just literally looked like a raid boss in that first game, right? Immediate with all that space. You have to consider that when we go into that pick and ban phase.
Yeah, you know what I want to see with these two teams is whenever we saw Nemesis in the MRC, they struggle a bit with the triple strategist, triple Vanguard comp, and that comp's not ran there in domination. And so as we head into these other game modes, I think the edge is going to go to DarkZero there. Let's see if they've adjusted, though. Have they practiced and kind of fixed up their weak game a bit? We're about to find out. But first, we're going to take a quick break. Hello and welcome back, guys, to Marvel Rivals Day 6. We just saw Nemesis get a pretty dominant win there on domination against DarkZero. And you know what, Vicky, I want to point out, I feel like pick ban wise, I think Nemesis adjusted very well. We saw usually Mello plays that Adam, the way the bans work. Okay, we're gonna send that over to Shocker, and then Mello played what Mello plays best, right? That duelist role to help with the team. But one thing we talked about, Vicky, is you know, this team is dominant in domination. We saw from the MRC. Could they struggle in other game modes?
Yeah, I do think that that's the situation, right? And DarkZero doing their homework and wanting to play much more longer sight lines, much more high mobility, vertical too. We're going to be moving on to Central Park for game number 2. We were highlighting that the losing team will not only pick the map, but the game mode as well as the side. And with DarkZero now trying to play into their strength, we're moving on to Convergence. And this is actually something that Team Nemesis has struggled on, I believe, 0-2 thus far within Stage 2 on Convergence alone.
1-2, you know, Nemesis is 2-0 against them, but 0-2 in this game mode, and DarkZero is 1-0. So this could be, you know, the difference to help turn the tide and the fate for these teams. Now, they protected Ultron, I believe, last time right away. I'm wondering if that's going to go instead to Adam this time. We'll have to see, as they're sticking with the same Mantis bans.
I'm thinking that DarkZero will probably 100% want to ban Ultron, because Ultron would, oh, well, now they won't have the opportunity because it was the Mantis first, and DarkZero here actually rather get to protect the Ultron, knowing their strengths. Wondering if they're the ones that are going to ban the Ultron against Team Nemesis after what we already just witnessed in that first map.
Yeah, I like what they did there. Okay, the Ultron save for them once again. You know, they're like, okay, that's fine without the Atom. Now, obviously, the Ultron going back to them is going to be pretty dangerous, Vic. When it comes to bans, you know, do you give the respect to Mello and get the ban towards his kit? They've done their research, and they kind of know what way they want to go about it, and they're going to at least shut down what 2 people can play, and that's the Atom.
That's the next ban that we see coming out here. Not going to let Team Nemesis have that res opportunity like we saw for round number 1 of that first map. Looking on the other side here, though, Team Nemesis also had that Bucky, those poke compositions. You don't want to try to brawl out with the Bucky in general, but Mello also has that flexibility, as we've seen. Now the Invisible Woman and the Venom are the next 2 to go.
Yeah, I like Kraz here, or them getting rid of Kraz's Venom. You know, I want to know the strategy they're going to go with. Invisible Woman is banned here for what would be Kurova's Flex. He could go into Cloak as well, but, you know, when you're looking at Velocity and him, Velocity not having Luna, we'll have to see what way they go about it. But yes, you know, hey, they're going after Kraz here. This is your tip of the cap to them because Venom's gone and Hulk. That's going to force some major shifting from them. They already know they want to go Emma, so maybe they're comfortable going up against kind of the Emma Mag, Emma Strange comp.
I love this. We talked about how great Team Nemesis was when it came to that Namor Hulk composition. They did their homework. They've learned. They made that adjustment. They banned the Hulk. And you only have so many bans, right? This means here, looking at Team Nemesis, they can't play the Adam Warlock, but DarkZero, guess what? You still have the Torch available for you. You protected the Ultron. Y'all could fly around together. And you could also have that Adam Warlock in case you do want to roll out with it. But it is DarkZero starting off on attack first. While we do look at Team Nemesis, they will also be able to roll out with that triple Vanguard, triple strategist lineup.
Yeah, Kurova does have access to Adam. Interesting, they're going to go this route. Where Amazing is their Ultron player who can do a great Ultron at that. So they're flexing into different roles. This team does have a lot of flexibility in terms of not only hero pool, but even roles and what they want to play. And then if you're on the side of Nemesis, right, and you have struggled in this game mode before, you're coming off a dominant win here. And that statue is something out of Halloween, which is perfect for the month here. But yeah, looking at how they're going to adjust what Kraz is going to need to play. You know, obviously his 2 comfort picks are going to be Hulk and is going to be Venom. We've seen people flex into Cap before. But with that team up available, maybe that's the route they go. And if I'm Mello, I mean, guess what Mello does have access to? He can go Torch if he wants to, which is a good choice for this map.
It's going to be nice to see how those adjustments come into play, especially when the win rate leans heavily towards DarkZero thus far. Or are those adjustments with Convergence being a problem, allowing Nemesis to showcase what they've changed up with Mello being on the Bucky here. So Team Nemesis are actually not rolling out with that triple Vanguard, triple strategist. They're actually leaning more for Mello being that main DPS lineup.
Yeah, let's take a look at the approach. I like here not being too aggressive and hanging behind the bridge. Mello just getting immediate value. Kraz is going to go and flex to that Groot, and that's what the difference was of what we saw from last time, then trying to target ban him. Impunity on the Cap. He's the main Cap player of this tournament right now. Cap's gotten a lot of nerfs. Impunity is comfortable, though, with the way that Steve Rogers plays here, as I do like this comp of that the triple strategist, and right away, it doesn't matter because value is coming on both teams. We've got trades back-to-back. Velocity bringing back Kurova. That's the love of Rocket, but it's Mello and the show he continues to put on.
It's just crazy. Mello, the one man here, as he takes out another one, even with Ricky coming out and now making their way back. Team Nemesis still are successful in holding off this defense, but DarkZero trying to split their attention a little bit, not only to the skies, but Kurova kind of be on the back line.
Yeah, we have Madara, who's going to be very close to that meteor and maybe open up some engagement there. Velocity can set the trail for them, but it's going to be a mating with the extermination first. Burning cooldowns, and great job from the Rocket getting out of there, and Scatter getting Madara out of there. Okay, we got something rolling here for them, but the defense is just being too stout. They will not move.
And Madara going down without that Meteor M, and Kraz with the Groot hog tries to isolate the backline. Someone help Velocity as he goes out while also having the Sia. That could have really helped out DarkZero here. Team Nemesis now are about to have basically both of their strategies ultimates online for this next fight, as Ricky's going to be able to get it quickly to help allow Mello to pop off.
Yeah, practically infinite sustain, right? The whole defense build as Ricky and Shocker can just keep this thing rolling and protect their team from what is going to be the Smash Legendary. Kurova, this is going to be a big one, buddy. You got to get the whole Jeff Swallow on the team to try to make somewhat of a difference. And the target, Mello's got to be taken out here. We'll see what way they approach it. Smash and this Legendary. Let's see him pop it from the skies, raining down in the middle of New York Central Park. It's going to happen at the same time. And look at this timing. Oh, okay. I like this, Vicky. Kurova's got some.
And Mello was trying to clear the skies, though, but he's a one-man army. We're looking behind him before his strategists get terrorized. Ricky goes out, and it's a beautiful wipe here from DarkZero, as now Mello's the last one just trying to back away.
Kraz gonna go in the portal. Shout out to Kurova riding the ceiling there and not just jumping off the edge and being patient. And then he follows up with another pick. Insane job here as the point was almost taken. Not quite. And Madara gets a nice pick and a Shocker out of the portal.
Point blank, just like that here with Shocker going out. That really leaves Ricky here isolated. And now Amazing with the extermination is going to pinpoint him. That just leaves a mating for the sustainability for Team Nemesis at DarkZero. They've had enough, and they're looking to clear this point, but a nice little stall here still coming out from Team Nemesis before the inevitable happens.
Yeah, you know, you don't want to call things too early, but you can't allow the momentum to continue from that map one, and it was there for a hot second. Great job from DarkZero resetting. Going into this next point, typically momentum does help push here, and it's the neutral fight, right? No one's even close. Smash will be our first one on the board, and that's a big one. If they don't position right, Smash can get a couple picks and help steer this point two to success.
Always want to be able to have the opportunity to back away from that Legendary here. Team Nemesis, who wanted to boost up those support ultimates. As you can see, Kurova once again. Menace on the back lines here. Don't ignore the Jeff, as he's just trying to be able to also support Impunity, who's taking a lot of damage. It is Mello once again, who has had Impunity's number.
Yeah, that's going to be what, you know, Bucky does best here. Legendary coming down, raining down, and not getting that value. They do find some comfort hiding in the cave. The team needs to push in and get the follow-up if that's the route they choose. They do not now, as Impunity's just trying to run from his life. They have his number at the moment. Amazing going to follow with it, and we'll see if they just rotate back into that kind of safe cavern they've had. Jet Bolt coming. Let's see if Kurova can get something. He does have, yet again, he's got Kraz. Again, this is the second time taking this Vanguard out of it. Can he make it to the end?
Oh no, the tree stump right there actually allows Kraz to stay alive. He tries to black out Kurova, who couldn't take him out, and now it acts as a double-edged sword. Kraz is still alive, and he's got that Groot ultimate, the strangling prison ready to go. And with Shocker going out, he sends it out, but misses out. Impunity also has a reset opportunity, but Mello falling incredibly low. Ricky right there with the invisible boundaries and to keep Nemesis alive in this fight.
We all know grass is going to get some water, and that stump was saving Groot. It is, you know, a tree, helping a tree now. I love it. Velocity getting smashed back into this. Great survival there from Impunity, using the feast to keep himself alive from Mello. And we got a full hit, not completely. Oh, the flush of the finish from Amazing to help out and get that pick there from Madara as well. Great use of teamwork, as now they're pushing past this kind of choke point that we typically see in point two.
And calling out what the problem is here as Extermination is going to also allow DarkZero to hold up with Korova, being able to get that pick onto Kraz here, then taking to the skies is going to be Smash. Just going to be able to create space and harass that backline that were so incredibly low. Nobody left now from Team Nemesis to contest him here, while DarkZero want to clear more of this space.
They're having to earn every bit of it here, Vic. Amadian's going to be able to come back with Extermination, and Velocity will be able to match that. And so I think once again, Korova is going to be looking for that good old tree. Forget Groot hugs. He's going for the Jeff hug as they're going to be trying to line up the stall. He's just farming that ult as they can. Impunity jumping in, Jeff to follow, and here comes Amadian right on schedule.
I feel like Jeff would just have a slippery hug here too, as he's slipping right around Amadian here, as Amadian tries to keep Nemesis back alive. Korova does have that ultimate. He's trying to get cheeky with this. Velocity also have that Sia. There goes the Jeff. Oh my! The Groot raised him up, and he still fights 3 in the process. We absolutely take those, as now DarkZero move all the way up with Team Nemesis down in numbers. Shocker stalls out on the point with the Eternal Bond.
You just know Adam Warlock is fuming with jealousy watching what Korova's doing on Jeff right now. What a great ult, and tougher to do than you think trying to predict their movements there. That single-handedly was able to help this team push in 0.22. They got to clean up before the defense can make a simple walk back. They got to finish this thing and get the sustain out. It's going to be now the Ricky ult that's going to pop and give Nemesis time. They've got to finish. They've got what they need, as we have Amazing ulting. Medor trying to find the flush, does not get it either. Groot hug coming. This could spell dangerous for DarkZero.
Oh, but Team Nemesis are falling so low. The survivability between Ricky and Shocker is on another level as the Psionic Seduction comes out. Moderate going out. Impunity falling low. Smash needs to have this pop off. There is nothing against the Legendary to keep everyone alive, but Shocker and Ricky right now, they were playing patty cake. Shocker goes out without the Eternal Bond, and there's the strategist. No sustainability now left for Team Nemesis.
I mean, definitely not following the fire code, shoving into that cloak bubble, keeping everybody up from the Legendary now as Mello is showing what fire can do now. It's going to be the whole team getting the 1, 2, 3, 4. Portal coming out right now, Medora. Oh my gosh, they got the point though. Good job.
Woo! They were literally by a hair, though. We're able to clear that point. That Legendary couldn't have come at a better time, and especially getting that pick onto Shocker, because that could have been another stall opportunity with that Eternal Bond I was worried about.
And keeping their eyes on the prize, right? I mean, you're just so focused on getting the team wipe, dealing with all the stress. There's only a tick left on the overtime. Great job from them there. And again, shout out to Korova getting the piece that kind of opened up the puzzle there, as now they're resetting, readjusting. Shocker now with the Eternal Bond versus Velocity, and Mason going right into aggression.
DarkZero having those ultimates ready to go, though, as Mello's also slowly approaching that Kraken impact. Here comes Korova, and a great time to send everybody down to hell as Korova, once again, you just cue up the Jaws music because it's Korova all day here for DarkZero.
Absolute legend. I mean, they had the Atom available. No, we're going to go with the Jeff instead, and that is going to allow this team to just ride this thing to success. The cutest predator in the lobby. It's going to be the Jaws of Korova.
Diving down now. Job's not done. Less than 20 seconds to get to that finish line. Ricky falling low, but the Extermination couldn't have come at a better time for Amadian after they lost out on Shocker. Team Nemesis really need to lean onto Mello getting a huge Kraken impact here. Now with DarkZero about to have Smash and that Legendary. Madara falling low too with Korova and Velocity. The Animal Crossing backup here. Is it going to be enough to help support Smash? As it is, as he fights two. Madara fights Kraz, and now Team Nemesis are falling like flies.
Yo, Vicky, I mean, they had both strategists out. That was going to be it for success. They had that thing done, but no, it's Smash that picked Mello before he could use the Kraken impact. I thought maybe, we'd see Mello use it right away, try to get out of that thing. Nope, it's going to be DarkZero. It took every second on the clock, but dang, did they deserve it.
It's so tough, too, if you're Mello in that equation, right? Or, like, even my Punisher fans back at home watching the event, you want to be able to pop off with these Kraken impacts. You could get these resets here, but even with a BRB that's not taken care of, you get somebody that you take out coming right back, and if your strategists get wiped out, you don't have that sustainability to really keep that reset going. So great focus fire there on the biggest problem, as they were probably tracking out those ultimates to see what was going to roll out first.
No, great calls there. And if you're DarkZero, you are just happy with that bounce back. And if you're Nemesis, it's time to prove that this game mode is not going to be your Achilles heel as they look to reset and reload. Velocity on the Loki here, as we see on the defensive side. And I mean, hey, listen, 12 eliminations. What did we call it in game 1 when Kurova wasn't able to do what Kurova does? When they're on all cylinders, they just pop. And Smash there too with the 12. This team's on, you know, this team is comfortable right now.
It's the fact that Rymazing has not been taken out. By the way, 0 deaths for Rymazing. Crazy. While Kurova's doing so much damage while being on the Jeff. Everybody loves watching some Jeff pop off back at home. Sometimes it doesn't feel as good when you're on the receiving end of things, but now making some adjustments. Looking on the other side, Team Nemesis starting things off on the attack here.
Alrighty, now as they look to go on the offense here, Scatter going to go right down Main Street. Rymazing has not been eliminated yet, and just kind of comfortable in the skies that we've seen time and time again. Like the approach here, Kurova on the defense Adam instead of Jeff, and we know what that could do for the team, not only for the res, but just for the final elimination and the help on the picks. It's going to be Rymazing getting Mello out first, and right now they've got the ticket to this thing. You take out the team captain, the main threat in Mello, you're going to win this thing.
That's how you boom the mindset. That's how you force out that foundation to crumble from their feet, as Madara gets to take a much more aggressive position being on this Emma Frost. But it's also nice to note Velocity being on the Loki can allow DarkZero to play a lot more aggressive here, just holding up by that choke while Kraz rolls out with that group.
Yeah, and we talked about kind of what this team does and how they find success and who's the shot caller. And if you're talking about mid-game fights, Kraz going out early can keep things a little bit rough for the team. Remember, they said if they're firing on all cylinders with their callouts, they cannot lose. We saw that in map 1, but right now, they look to be on the struggle bus.
DarkZero, though, about to have some great rotates with those ultimates, and Velocity stays up to help the sustainability. He's got that God of Mischief activated with Mello having the reset as he comes slamming down. Scatter falls low too, and there is that God of Mischief. It's going to get the copy on the Invisible Woman to get that Invisible Boundary. Rather, looking on the other side with Ricky to keep everybody alive from Team Nemesis. Velocity holding back, but Mello's still able to find all 3, making all of DarkZero, as it is a nice team wipe for Team Nemesis.
Resurrection what, right? I mean, just absolute nothing came out of it. It was the Mello highlight feed, and he is angry. And like I said, I love to watch these pro players play at the highest level, especially when they're pissed off. They play that much better now. Kraz giving us a little early look on the seasons. Christmas. Groot here looking at the high ground and what they want to try to see if they can maybe get a pick or stagger. But look at this rotation from DarkZero, keeping them honest.
Like the way that they're able to hold his high ground, but even better with Kraz trying to create this space on the high ground himself alongside with a Median. Having these 3 ultimates, though, you want to look at Kraz trying to get a little bit more aggressive with that Strangling Prison. Side of Seduction trying to bring everybody together here while Kurova is constantly harassing them still on this jet. But with Ricky finding Madara with that pull-in, Rymazing here is going to try to keep everybody from DarkZero alive while also creating space with more of that damage.
The Rocket Raccoon is really feasting here, keeping the team awake here with the rest. Smash going to get the trade on Kraz, but Mello gets rid of the Deadly Shark. We do have that quick switch over from Adam to Jeff. Hey, if Jeff was working so much, why switch it here now as we've got the Seduction going from Nemesis? He finds a few, Impunity going down, but in the skies is Peter Quill looking for vengeance. Smash now, going for Legendary, finds Mello, hide and seek, peekaboo. It's Smash.
And talk about the timing. He wanted to pull the trigger on that Legendary after the Psionic Seduction was over, after what we witnessed in that first map against Scatter. Now this time around, the Groot hug as Kurova's going to make his way coming back. Impunity coming as well with that reset opportunity. It's going to be that Sia from Velocity with Rymazing together with Smash have just been the terrorizers in the sky.
Rymazing has like 1 death to his name here now. As Smash is trying to get the cleanup. They get Kraz out of there. That's exactly what you want to see. Now Madora, Rymazing, and more. Mello getting smashed down though, resetting a bit, but they're going to have to fully get all their team back before they decide to push this thing with Kraz switching to Cap.
That always feels so nice, right? You're the fly swatter real quick. You think you could just overextend just a little bit, and then you get punished at the hands of Mello as Impunity waiting up on the high ground to try to get that dive, try to completely disrupt that backline here. And DarkZero have the survivability to keep them aggressive.
Alrighty here now, DarkZero has plenty in the tank to continue this defensive effort. There's still 2 minutes and 37 seconds. They have a lifetime to get this thing. Rymazing though gets 1, make it 2. It is Protocol Ultron, Protocol Rymazing. He was known for the Iron Man, the Jarvis player. Now it's the archenemy in Ultron as he's looking for more now, backing into it. Madora gonna get a Median out of this thing, and Nemesis has got to find a will and a way to get past this choke.
Sometimes your only enemy is yourself, as both Ultrons were using the extermination at the same time. But with the Team Nemesis all cradled together in that one building, it was all early Christmas for Amazing, and time is of the essence. Now less than 2 minutes on the clock. Mello and Ricky, though, could combine this together and rotate, with Shocker also having that Lunasoul ultimate online.
Yeah, Kurova's had this Jeff ult ready to lock and load. They haven't needed it, though. It's been amazing. The other strategist, duelist and strategist here at full form now. The show popping up, the dance floor ready to go. Mello is going to look for that damage boost here. Look for it in a second. Here he goes. Q potentially up. It's down. He gets the first one to reset. Looking for another. Now the legendary in there. Smash is going to put the pressure on him, but Kraz is going to get velocity down. Kurova singing Baby Shark. Do-do-do-do-do-do.
No way!
Not the baby
shark. Not the baby shark. You can't keep doing this to them. But it's the craziest plays too, where it literally makes a difference, where Kurova is timing it. And of course, being in that one area too, in that corner, is just perfect for Jeff to feast on to just take you off the map.
I mean, they just completely submerge momentum, right? I mean, you got Jeff the aquatic animal doing it at the hands of the ocean now. Amazing back on and ready. It's land, air, and sea between this team of DarkZero. You get the piece of the abyss with impunity. Look to combine that potentially with the extermination. We'll see if they combine. They are going to look for the combo, the wombo, and they do not find success there as they do get a nice rotation. Nemesis has done great on positioning.
Yeah, they really have it in as a unit too, right? While they try to isolate Velocity, the rocket that's up on the high ground, who by the way has that BRB. Crash just trying to find him, but they've lost out on a Median and Shocker. Median going down with the extermination may not have that survivability. They had Ricky right there with the invisible boundary, but it goes down now. And now with less than 25 seconds on the clock, they're falling like flies. Mello is the next to go out. Smash and Kurova are just on a terror right now for DarkZero on this convergence map.
Just one after the other, and they are definitely locked into place here. DarkZero looking to get rid of the zero, make it 1-1 here as they push in. 6 seconds left. You're going to need Nemesis to play perfect here because they've got to get all three of it, but Smash, the stagger, the pop. Here comes the end of it. Scatter looking for the portal. Time is ticking. They may not even get this thing. The body block could do it for them, forcing now Amadian to push in to give this team any life at all. And here comes Scatter, though. Vicky looking for more. Legendary Kurova is going to be popping on top of it, getting 1-2 down. This is DarkZero's to take.
DarkZero have everything to go. Oh, Kurova does get choke slammed though right at the very end of that, and Madara, Kurova still gets to turn things around with everything DarkZero had to take map number 2 there.
I mean, I'm just saying, sometimes when you find a new boo, and I think Kurova has in Jeff the Shark, I mean, every time Nemesis would try to get momentum, it was just the 4 piece to eliminate it. You get rid of those, and it's a whole different story. Smash taking that MVP, and I mean, him and Rai were tearing the skies there, Vic.
Yeah, they were. And also, we usually see a lot of teams dedicate one specific ultimate to deal with the Jeff, which is not something Team Nemesis had available to them. They could really rely on Mello to focus on this. While we take a look at our stats right now, Smash, we talk about stepping up, 24 final hits, while also 1 death only for Amazing.
Yo, 100 between them. I mean, that is just so insane.
Wow.
You can smash and ride. That's what you got to do if you're going to end up beating this team, the team that has had their number since Ignite has begun. And wow, what a job from the skies and the flexibility shown between these two teams. Man, this is cinema in the making here, and you love to see it. Smash, man, on the sticks as well. 59 elims on the controller, man. An absolute demon.
That's something you have to highlight, right? On a controller. Like, that is, for a duelist, we've seen TTK being on the tank role and such, but to be able to have that level of success being on a duelist here, Smash has honestly constantly impressed me, even when he was on that former DarkZero roster. But the cohesion for this new team has just been able to find so much growth as the course of this tournament has progressed.
Yeah, and what have I said? History repeats itself right now. It began that with Nemesis versus DarkZero, but also in the game modes, right? Sometimes it's just not your mode. We saw that in the MRC too. Nemesis would win the Dom, lose the next match, win the Dom, and they've got to figure out a strategy as they go into this next match, and they've already played the Dom, so it's going to come down in best of 3. There's not a lot of room for error here, and taking a look obviously of who we've highlighted here time and time again, what Smash was able to do there as the MVP has just gone off for the team and to keep them, in this thing.
Yeah, looking at the stats already, we talk about why Smash had, 59 elims, only 4 deaths, by the way. That is crazy together with the 24 final hits. 35,000 damage output, almost together with that of Rymazing, who went uncontested in the air because Bella was so fixated on impunity that was stalling for so long. And Madara, you let Madara have that Emma Frost, and we've already seen what Madara could do when it comes to holding down that front line.
Yeah, and I like what they did with the Rocket Raccoon as well, just allowing them to, have a couple mistakes at times and get them right back into this thing, right, Vic? So, we'll find out who comes on top. I knew this was going to be close. I believe we had it 2-1. I remember when we were talking about this in the green room, it's like, well, do you go with the team that's 2-0 or the comeback story? DarkZero's looked like a different team. We saw it there. We're going to have to see what happens between the last matchup between them. Don't go anywhere, guys. The next one's going to be moving on. Other will find their seed a lot lower than they want it. Don't go anywhere. We got a quick break.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon, and I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until.
What's going on, guys? Welcome back. We are just getting warmed up here on day 6 of Ignite, and how we kick this thing off, Vicky, as we said, in strategists we trust. And we're seeing that here because what I've noticed is these teams can not only flex who they play, but who's playing the role, and that is what makes both of them great.
Yeah, literally, you talk about flipping the script. What we saw Kurova win like 3-4 different team fights with the Jeff Ultimate. We saw Rymazing Smash popping off, Rymazing taking that Ultron spotlight. It comes to show you, being able to look at that pick and ban phase. Yeah, you could try to get rid of the Atom. I don't always have to run the Atom here because that could be a menace with the Jeff.
And we see why they've been protecting the Ultron. We might see the Jeff ban happen, but it's like, hey, why not just play Ultron if they're going to go 15, just going crazy up in the sky. But listen, with the map types between these two teams, the last time was in favor of DarkZero. Now a little bit towards Nemesis. We're going to stay in New York for our last matchup here. We went to Central Park. We're in Midtown now. Both teams like this map a lot, so it should be fun as the final clash between them. Remember, guys, this is to decide the seeding, and particularly between these two, I mean, a third place seeding is a heck of a lot different than bottom of the pack.
Yeah, you highlighted at the very beginning of the show when it comes to where that places you and who you're going to be facing off against, right? You want that comfort as the first rollout of bans come out. Team Nemesis recognizing the Emma Frost have been a problem as they protect the Emma Frost for themselves.
I like it. A little bit of a different look there. And Madara might have to switch things up there. They're going to get, that protection going on. Ultron shut down from DarkZero. They got the 2 bans. I'm sure they wanted to get that thing rolling. Do we go with, is the shark banned here? I mean, honestly, who knows what that game looked like. Okay, so now we have a target ban, right? Kraz was targeted last time. Vicky, now it looks like they're kind of targeting Madara a bit.
We've seen this before too, right? Onto Madara specifically, wondering where Madara's strengths have been. And sometimes it could be easy to just kind of overlook when you have such crazy play-making ability on this DarkZero team between Smash, Raimazing, and Kurova. But then Madara equally has been that problem as the protect over to the Adam Warlock, while they also ban out that Venom comes out next.
Yeah, they're going with the Vanguard phase this time around. They're going to change it up from the Strategist, and this is interesting. I like the Venom ban still on Kraz. Look at Crew going away. At this point, really limiting their numbers. I mean, if you take a look at who they have, we might even see a Thor get played out here. I mean, with what is available. Venom, though, they obviously think Venom is fine to have on their team, and so they're going to lean into that. They have the Mantis, too, which, hey, Mantis, Venom together, Jeff for the symbiote shenanigans. I mean, that's still a very good combo that they can choose to go with.
This is crazy. No Vanguards allowed here. And the fact that we get to see the priority from DarkZero, make sure that they don't have the opportunity to play the Ultron. Now, they still will have that opportunity themselves. Obviously, Torch still on the table, too. Something to consider as we keep going through the series and highlighting the strengths of DarkZero. But wondering now, looking at what we're going to be leaning into if you're DarkZero with the pretty limited Vanguard lineup that you have to work with.
You can kind of lean into anything here strategist-wise. They're going to go for the team-up, right? You have Kurova. You could obviously do the Luna team-up. They have access to that, as you can see them kind of debating. They still don't know. I mean, they're still looking at what they want to play here. Obviously, in the past, this has been a struggle for Nemesis with the triple Vanguard and strategist, but we've also seen teams this tournament go with the 2-2-2 and not the traditional route, so we'll see which way they choose to go.
Yeah, I believe, what is it? Nemesis like 2-0 on Convoy in general, while DarkZero are like 1-1 on Convoy. And with Midtown being available, you talk about that verticality that we keep highlighting and how that could be a problem. Nemesis doing their homework here in a very intense last game series in this first match alone. This is how I like to start off our day number 6 here, Cozy, within the Marvel Rivals Ignite.
Absolutely. Once again, the location be New York. We have a Madian on Storm to give that damage boost out. And, I love this because Mello just sticks to what he loves. He doesn't need the Moon Knight. He's just going to play good old Winter Soldier here now as DarkZero on the defensive side is going to go with the triple strategist and then just the 2 Vanguards. The Smash has just been dominating the air.
Madara waiting patiently to get that dive down, but this time around, you don't have that Emma Frost. You get shut at the hands of the Queen herself from the other side. Big first pickup on DarkZero. They don't have a rocket to bring Madara right back, but at least being on the Venom, you could swing right back around.
Yeah, what's more scary than Mello is Mello with damage boost. My God, he just pressed the delete button on Venom there as he's hunting and praying for more now. What a great decision there, and you saw it right away. The Emma ban, the Emma protect. They thought that would be the difference. Right now, Vicky, it is.
Yeah, but the way that's now, shocker, looking Scatter. The fact that Scatter just be able to climb even more heads back to back. Rova forced to back away, but Team Nemesis have broken through this choke just as easily with Scatter being on the Emma this time around.
Yeah, breaking the speed limits here on the street. This payload's just booming through on point 1, which is usually highly contested, and they don't have a Strange portal to get back. They went the whole Vanguard route. Remember, Vicky? That can play some big importance, having one team with Strange, one without. As now we're just trying to get something rolling here for Team DarkZero. Madara diving in. Raimazing is going to get that extermination. Forced to keep the Venom up. Eternal Bond, though, is going to keep Nemesis nice and cozy here, mating close to their Omega, and behind there is going to be the Kraken.
Mello having that available to him, though. Kurova could try to scoop everybody up with impunity, getting the first taken out. Madara gets a trade here, gets a mating and shocker. Huge for Madara, and with velocity being on the Mantis, something that wasn't banned from Team Nemesis this time around, they can get that damage just like we highlighted earlier before, and now Kurova could unleash from the Shark. He's got both of the Vanguards and nobody to stop him.
I mean, absolutely what they needed here, and it could have gone either way. Great job there from Madara, who they did give Venom, open from all the other Vanguards. Didn't have to use the Feast of the Abyss either. Was checking right away if that was the damage boost. Nope, that was a good old-fashioned neutral to get it done. And now Smash has Legendary. What looks like an impressive feat from Nemesis, cruising through downtown, is now stopped. They've been pulled over. They've got everything, though, here for the next fight.
It's like that hybrid between poke and dive here. DarkZero could still lead into that strength of the poke, and this time it is the Smash show, being able to pop up that Legendary, waste even more time away from Team Nemesis. Because I feel like, Cozy, when you have that payload stop right before that first checkpoint, it can get so tricky to get your footing back when it comes to going down this first lane.
Yeah, we see that on a lot of maps, and like Yggdrasil, this is another one. The defense just has such a small stroll back to put the contention up. Now Smash hunting and praying for more. You can see Nemesis being patient with the way they want to go about their ult usage here. As Ricky has the damage boost, they're going to use a Madian to try to flush out any strategist ults they suspect on the other side. But Kurova going down first. It's a quick, though, hit there to get back to the point now, as we have Rymazing throwing it with the damage boost from the skies. Ricky's ulted. They've used everything and have not been able to push this much further, Vic.
Although that was really clutch Freedom Charge to help out Velocity, because now this allows Velocity to have that Soul Resurgence from the Mantis to keep everybody in DarkZero alive, as they won't have much to go for after it's done. And Mello looking to try to get that reset originally here. He's going to be able to get Madara here instead, and Chalker's taking a quick nap, but this buys in a lot of space as DarkZero are continuously keeping this aggression up.
Got to watch the point, though. It's ticking by. It's close. It's going to be Kurova, who does find Mello. That's a big one. He's forced, though, to spit out Captain. He has to go back into his Whirlpool, get the healing out, but he's got the MVP of Nemesis away from his team here. Look at Mello ready to get out of that bubble, trying to stay alive. Doesn't, but the point is capped right close to it. It's right there. They've got to stay on it. Any bit of let-off is going to give this to the team, but DarkZero, they're locked in, Vic.
The way that we're seeing Kurova just kidnap these individual members of Team Nemesis, isolating them over time, taking away as Team Nemesis, they have the Doctor Strange available to them. They're looking to recontest here, but they don't have much to work with. Now as they start coming out, they don't have any strategies ultimates to keep them alive, while DarkZero have everything.
Rymazing's up then in the Smash. This is going to have to be a perfect neutral play by Nemesis. They don't have it in the tank. DarkZero showing they're down 1-0 to a team that had them 2-0, and it doesn't matter. What a defense.
Doesn't matter what a defense, doesn't matter what they roll out with, they were ready. You saw even the Storm to try to break through that choke. Yes, we saw Team Nemesis shine in that first fragging roll that we saw from the Emma Frost, shutting down Madara being on the Venom. But once they got through that one checkpoint, man, Kurova was also continuously still finding these Jeff pick isolations, and DarkZero with the rotation of those ultimates to keep them up, including that Freedom Charge to allow Velocity to stay in that previous fight.
Yeah, I don't know about you, Vicky, but the dang choir that was kind of, they do the little singing noise. That's what happens.
Oh, it gets me going.
And okay, but that's what happens when you get the cap. And the Jeff had at the moment, Kurova was kind of going on Mello, and I was like, did they get the cap? It was so close. I got fooled there as it was just seconds away. But either way, look at our stats that brought us here, Vic. And same song, same dance. It is amazing. 18-1, Kurova 16-1, and Smash, dude. I mean, everybody has a piece of the pie.
Look, we all need to just look into the sky, because the fact that Rymazing survivability is as consistent as it was in that last map where he went down, what, like maybe twice? Maybe by the very end it was like 4, but it was the fact that he didn't go down a single time when they were the ones on the defense. So now looking to see how things are going to shape up here. Team Nemesis being on the defense this time around are rolling out with that triple Vanguard, triple strategist.
3.
Yeah, they're going to have to really pop off here. I mean, this is going to be such a hard defensive hold. Rymazing's going to be on the Omega level. X-Men herself. Phoenix now looking for more. Damage boosted up is all that more scary. They know the rollout they're going to go with. Scatter on Penny. That's a way to go here with it being 1-1.
I mean, to shatter on Penny, impunity on Thor. Like, have we even been able to find these Thors out here even after the changes? Thor struggling. Right? Like the Vanguard department. We're seeing Penny and Thor on your screens. This is not a drill right now within the MRI. And guess what? Even with that Terror Cape, it doesn't matter. Because with Rymazing gets to play Phoenix, this is not Season 4.5. We still have those scatters, or rather those marks that you get to put down, and a lot of damage output when you find yourself in that side room.
Hey, I mean, we saw Fat Thor be with the Guardians of the Galaxy. It's the same song here. You've got Thor with Star-Lord, and, you know, Thor slamming down his beer, saying another one as he continues to find this team success now. We got the portal coming in, Scatter, and them have to find some success here to get this thing stopped. Jumping in right away. DarkZero's got the high ground. They look prepped and ready.
And Korova's got that ultimate to be a menace if he find another isolation as he loses it, and now he's going to be able to find both the cloak and the Emma. Everyone wants to have some fun. We are taking you down to the sticks here. Have fun while the rest of your team are struggling in the back. And he still finds Shocker while this great stall onto Kraz as he tries to make his way back.
I mean, Vicky, we've been saying it. In strategists, we trust, and they went the Vanguard ban route. Could have that been the swan song for Nemesis? You know, changing it up at the last minute was definitely a decision here because you're giving DarkZero everything they want, strategist-wise. We know Smash and Rai, they can adjust, and Impunity showing it here on Thor. That could have been their doom here as they are just seconds away from winning this thing.
And Smash got that legendary here as a Sia comes out, but the slam down gets rid of that Sia as well as Mellow alongside it. Impunity gets that next follow-up onto Shocker, which is huge because you don't have that eternal bond. That forces Ricky to utilize that Luna Snow ultimate, and with that Eye of Agamotto, you get to find velocity. Kraz and Silent Seduction, and now you're trying to find that isolation because Korova has been an absolute menace from that backline, isolating more members of Team Nemesis, and with nobody left to contest, Shocker cannot get there in time with the eternal bond.
The tale of revenge is complete. DarkZero has looked like a new team since falling to Team Nemesis as we say goodbye, or at least having a lower seed to them in this stage of the tournament. Nemesis, such an insanely good team, but domination is their strong point. They've got to figure out the weak points. Rymazing with the MVP.
Wow. Talk about adjustments, man. DarkZero, they get the run back against the team that sent them down to this lower bracket in the first place. Look at the survivability of this team with Rymazing leading the way, 29-2. Same thing with Smash, by the way. Just extra damage that we saw coming out from Rymazing being on that Phoenix at the very end, and Smash trailing right behind with 10 final hits too.
Just so hard to do to come back 1-0, and not just that, but they were down 1-0 big time, right? I mean, that was just an absolute domination from Nemesis at the start. They were not phased at all. It took them nothing to get reset, reloaded. This team, we've been talking about it. They are full of the talent, but they've got to put all the pieces together, and we saw it just now.
I just don't feel like Team Nemesis were expecting DarkZero to have Rymazing make that swap up over to the Phoenix once they were forced to roll out on the attack. It's a fact that they had only the Rocket and Korova, by the way, that was harassing them on the backline as the only two strategists for that attack run. Talk about the damage output that DarkZero had, and even displaying that within their defense. We had Rymazing originally on the Ultron once again.
Yeah, I mean, again, Rymazing is amazing, as we've continued to say. He's taken a team before all the way to finish and win this group stage, and yet again, we're seeing the dominance there. I mean, just going out, DarkZero getting their roster, they found their guys.
Like, Impunity being on the Thor too, like, and finding so many of these picks as well at the very end. Impunity also to be able to get these follows with Korova once the isolation does come out. I love the 1v1 that we had between Korova and Ricky. Ricky's just trying to clap him back away, but there's not much you could do when you have that survivability that Jeff has.
Yeah, Rymazing, our look at our MVP, 29 KOs, just 2 deaths and 15k damage. You said they weren't expecting the Phoenix. I mean, yeah, or the Thor coming out from just vengeance. I mean, pushing down their very throats there. Nemesis look to relock over what is going to be a week break for them. They've got their seed now set in stone, and now they've got to figure out how to prep for next week. But we celebrate DarkZero coming back. Always good to see, you know, this revenge tale here come back to life, as we're going to shortly welcome in our interview.
Yep, you want to talk to DarkZero because there's a lot to break down after their experience and their, again, history of how they've been able to go through this bracket, making those adjustments. As, hey, what's good, Impunity? Nice to see you. Congratulations.
Hi.
Hey, love to see impunity. We got the name spelled wrong, but that's okay because we know this guy by now.
So that's my old name anyway.
Okay, fair enough. Hey, listen, we saw you on, on so many teams now, and you have been just this dominant role. And we've talked to a lot of your team, Karova, your coach. But now it's cool to talk to the man behind the Vanguard. They kind of have brought a lot at you. Nemesis looked strong, but tell me, you guys are down 1-0, right? Very strong look from Nemesis. What was it like, the mentality for this team to come back into this and finish it?
We had a very slow start today. I think our first map, we like let them play to their strengths. Like we let them play the Venom, we let them play just comps that they're very comfortable on. And after that map was over, I'm like, yo, ban Venom. Like this guy's getting way too much value on Venom. Like good shit for Crazy Man. Like I was doing so much on Venom that map too, but they were getting a lot of value. So I was like, yo, ban Venom, ban Hulk, and it worked out. I mean, we targeted Crazy Man and just won, to be honest.
Yeah, you guys really did your homework actually after the last time we saw you two face off against each other, and seeing that history too, and just the homework that you guys have done, it pays off. And Karova on the Jeff, and then you going Thor at the very end there, was that just basically you guys just like, I knew it. I was like, was that just you guys basically being like, yeah, we got this, like we held them right before they got to that first checkpoint, like let's just go in?
Well, no, we've actually practiced Thor, believe it or not, for breaking spawn holds and sometimes even spawn holding with Thor. I think I have probably unironically the most practice on Thor in NA currently, but I think.
Well, heck, they had all your Vanguards banned too. I mean, there's not a lot of options for you guys.
We expected them to do that. We didn't actually expect them to ban the Groot, but we expect them to do that.
We've been talking about this team and their strategists too, and they've been going after your strategists so much and kind of forcing y'all to go into different roles. But yeah, I definitely saw it there in the pig ban phase, and y'all targeting Kraz and what he could do on the Hulk and Venom at that. But tell me, man, I mean, you're watching some of your old team there in Intergalactic. We know Vision's over there with Fly right now. You're with this team. Like, how does it feel being with the talent around you, coming and welcoming in champions from Sentinels? You were almost right there. I was about to meet you in China, right? I mean, you guys have been here. Talk about the veteran experience of this team and who you guys are as a unit.
I think Karova and Rai coming in were very good for us. I think they have a lot of experience. They have a lot of they have everything. They've been to LAN. They've won it all before. They both bring a lot to the table, but at the same time, everyone else is like fitting their roles really well. Like everyone pitches in. Like everyone does their job. That's how we win. Whenever we lost to Nemesis last time, we were like not playing the game, to put it simple. Like we weren't talking. That's like the main thing. Like we always do really well in scrims if we're like always trying and like talking well with each other and calming. That's all it is at the end of the day, to put it simple. It's just playing as good as a team and talking about what you want to do. That's how you win.
Hey, listen, man, you guys are going to this lower bracket final now. You'll find out if you're going to get at least, that third place finish and go even beyond that. You'll play either Sentinels or 100 Thieves, so it's definitely bound to be a good one. Celebrate the win. Enjoy it, man. Happy for you guys, and it's good to meet you face to face. I know, I've been watching you for a long time now, so celebrate the win, man, and I hope to meet you here at LAN in Georgia.
One more real quick. Shout out J3 for the twerk. Appreciate it.
There it is. There it is. Hey, it opened the day. We might as well close the end of DarkZero with a little more shout out to J3, throwing it back as Karova so gently puts it, buddy. Thank you for coming, and we appreciate you.
Thank you, guys.
That is going to be DarkZero getting their win and their vengeance there of the revenge. And listen here, that was just kicking off and getting this thing started as we go and look at the bracket once again of what this picture is going to look like as we continue on our insane day of matches, Vicky. And listen, Sentinels versus 100 Thieves, we're getting close. We're getting close to what that's going to be. We will be heading into Dreamland versus Envy, which is a dynamite matchup, but this will be fun to see who takes and who goes and falls into the lower bracket finals.
Yeah, because no matter what, with DarkZero sitting there in that lower bracket finals, this is a matchup that I've been waiting to see for a long time with the way that DarkZero has been looking, and of course the roster that is on this team too. It's going to be a banger though, of course, so after we see who falls down there between 100 Thieves and Sentinels.
Yeah, who's going to prevail? The team that stayed together to 100 Thieves or the new roster there in Sentinels? As we take a look at fire matchup, but we also got a fire skin, right? Mother herself, you guys have seen it. You guys probably already own the skin by now. Emma Frost is getting herself the Hellfire Protocol. And my gosh, wow.
I didn't know you already knew my game like that, Cozy. Of course I already have this Emma Frost skin. Look at it. And the nameplate too. Oh, it is so nice, the animated gameplay. It just came out today, by the way, guys. So make sure you check it out and you're able to cop that new Emma Frost Hellfire Protocol skin.
Here's a new emote called Looking. And yeah, I think it fits the description perfectly there now. As we will be looking at our next matchup here, and it's going to be a good one. It's Envy, Dreamland. Two fun teams. Don't go anywhere. We're going to take a quick break.
Crush! Priceless! Feel peasants! What is going on, guys, and welcome back as we proceed into match number 2. We just came off DarkZero getting the win over Nemesis. Now we've got our MRC Season 3 champions in Dreamland versus Envy, one of the best in the nation right now, Vicky. This is definitely going to be a good one. Yeah, honestly, looking at the way that Envy has turned things around after we saw them go down to FlyQuest, the other Titan there within that Group A that we keep mentioning just being as strong as it is, they ended up getting angry. They 2-0'd Intergalactic, and now they find themselves fighting against Dreamland after Dreamland had lost out earlier on against Rad. Dreamland, though, had a pretty tight series versus Fire yesterday.
Yeah, I want to see Dreamland against these kind of top teams that we go into the tournament. We've seen them kind of, handle business against teams that they should win against. Dreamland, though, they've got the tools and the players to do so as we meet them here and introduce you to who you're going to see on the battlefield. And looking across, we know Valentina Eve, the Invisible Woman, Sue Storm herself, the cloaks there, but we know they love the invis. But looking across, I mean, everybody plays an important role, but it really comes down to who I think is the heartbeat of the team and the one to look out for, and that's Stinkers.
Yeah, Stinkers. You were talking about Stinkers not too long ago here. The Star Fragger, usually not only with the Hulk and the Moore lineup that they like to roll out with, but he has really early kill pressure that I've noticed that when he opens things up really strong, especially when we have domination as a first map, it could be a little scary. But this is Envy, so they have to really step it up against the Titans that have been ruling North America.
Now, we've seen Stinkers play Star-Lord, Phoenix, Wolverine, Namor. Really just great on that role altogether. Chime is their flex strategist. The triple strat is doing so well right now, so add Warlock, Ultron, but also can play that Phoenix as well. You know, the Vanguards, when they're locked in, Mace being that shot caller, you know, the big loud comms for the team, Chuckles follows with it. And listen, I love this team. When they're all together, they're playing their best. They are one of the best, and it's going to be fun to see them against a very good NV team.
Yeah, thinking that the flexibility that this team has, then you look at the side of Envy, and you talk about flexibility being the highlight here, and looking at that lineup, it's going to be hard, but Dreamland does have those individual starlight players, and they have history together too, so they'll be able to work up with that cohesion. As we take a look at Envy, look at these awesome lads here, by the way, with these professional headshots. I always get caught off guard here whenever I get to see it, but it's nice to be able to put faces to the name out here when we get to take a look at the Envy lineup, and after their performance yesterday, you already know that Envy's win condition is definitely to try to look at those big comps bands that we've been seeing with between the AMER, the Ultron. They like to run that Venom Rocket side by side with one another too.
Yeah, listen, this team has some of the best at every single position. Speedery is probably the best or the top duelist in the nation, or right there next to it. But then to follow that, Window getting the MVP yesterday and being that heartbeat of the team, as they like to describe, Kaluge, we know what he can do. This man, an absolute fortress, representing the Vanguard role well. And then you have Month and Nero. Nero is just always that specialist strategist role, whether it's Jeff the Baby Landshark that we saw already in the seeding tournament. He was the Ultron last time. But the story of this team is just the talent they have. Cal and Tap, two insanely strong duelists utilized very differently, Vicky.
Yeah, and I think it's also going to allow Envy having the experience that they have, not only from their experience at LAN, but as they progress through this tournament, to also highlight how strong the pick and ban phase has been for a lot more of these experienced teams that also have that guidance to having a coach and analyst. Looking at Dreamland, though, that's where they really need to lean into it. Not only the gameplay here, right, but making sure that pick and ban phase doesn't already find itself lost before the match even starts.
I mean, if you look at these two teams and how they've done so far, I mean, it's all about domination. That's going to be our big ticket winner. We saw that with Nemesis and kind of how they ran away with this thing in domination at the beginning. One team's 0-3, Envy's 3-0. Do we see the same result, right? If Dreamland goes down, it's one of those things, hey, don't panic, right? You can come back and win this thing. But my goodness, Envy just showing the dominance that they are there. Convergence being, I guess, in this tournament, their weak point. But yeah, it's going to be fun to see how this team puts it together and what they decide to do.
I really love these graphics too, because it's so easy to digest for the viewers back at home here. Shout out to production, but it also highlights what we may see if Dreamland goes down for that first map. They may want to take Envy to a convergence map for that second map here. Even if they find that success as they have before on Convoy, Dreamland may want to lean into as much strength as they have, depending on how that first map of domination, which usually is pretty volatile as we've seen before.
Yeah, and listen, Speedery being who he is, usually you see a lot of the fly comps get banned, or at least the fly heroes get banned against him. But yesterday, in previous days, it has just been a lot of Psylocke, right? Psylocke got nerfed. Well, he still loves it. And Kaluge obviously is comfortable and strange as he's been now for a long time. But Emma Frost, when he does have access to that, you then give Speedery the team up, and then they snowball from there, making this team extremely lethal there, Vic.
Yeah, the fact that you could even boost up Speedery with already the way that Speedery is scary. But then you combine that together, holding the front line that is Kaluge. We know why Kaluge is considered one of the best Vanguards, if not the best Vanguard within the region here. But against a team like Dreamland, who have a lot of experience online and playing together as a unit, is that going to be enough? That is the highlight here going into the series.
The Duel of Fates, the battle of the S's, Speedery versus Stinkers. You have great Vanguards clashing. It's all coming together right now on Ignite Day number 6. It's Dreamland versus Envy. And we're going to jump right into this thing. Domination. Look for one of these teams to jump ahead. And right now, history shows Envy is right at home.
Oh, and we are going to Burn into T'Challa too to start things off. A nice little change of pace here already, as I like it. Getting started with our series here as the Double Mantis band, as we've seen time and time before, especially in Domination, is the first to go. But the Protect onto the Jeffy that has been such a large impact thus far.
Yeah, when it comes in terms of Their team in Dreamland, and who likes to play Jeff? I mean, we've seen Dreamland rock the Jeff, the baby land shark, before plenty of times. Didn't have access to him a ton last time they did play, but cool to see that Protect come in and change the game plan up a little bit. You know, this team respects competition. You know, we talked to Mace, and he knows very well who the top teams are here, as the strategists are getting banned right off the rip. And you know what? We have not seen a lot of teams do this against Dreamland. Sue Storm taken off the table for Valentina Eve.
Which is interesting because although we know that Valentina is a very strong Sue, she's also got a very strong Luna here as the Protect now goes over to the Ultron. So that further highlights the importance of flexibility in a game like Marvel Rivals. But the Torch ban over to Envy from Dreamland after doing some homework.
Yeah, I got to do that. You know, Nero's going to be going to that Ultron for sure, right? And if not him, it's Cal. So you're going to have to shut down the skies somewhat, and that's going to stop Speedery, at least in the air. But again, I've talked about this. If Emma's left open, nope, there. Okay, so now they've done their homework, right? We're going to get rid of the air. We're also going to get rid of Emma so that maybe the Psylocke comp doesn't dominate. I like it so far for Dreamland. If they're going to win this thing, they've got to win here.
So what the Protect, though, is going to be here for Envy. While they try to take out 3 of those strategists, you're also going to be able to make sure that not only does Valentina is not able to play the Invisible Woman, but the Luna as well, as the Protect over onto the Venom is the follow-up from Envy. I do like this, as we did highlight Envy having that very strong Venom to Rocket composition that we've seen them roll out with.
Yeah, and time again, I mean, Window's the one that punched a ticket to China on the way he played Venom. The guy is just lethal, and now Venom at the best meta that he's been definitely is a welcoming change. Month does like to play Invisible Woman, so these teams are kind of focusing certain players of each team here, with the Venom being saved on their side. Typically, that does belong to Chuckles in his role.
Wondering here too if Dreamland will be able to rock the Ultron here, or maybe the Star-Lord could be coming in clutch too for a map like this. The vertical angles that you could really take control of, as the Adam Warlock is the final ban here, as Dreamland cannot roll into this. It is literally 4 strategists banned off the table for Dreamland.
Yeah, looking at the options, glad the Mantis is banned, because that's going to just make it all the more tough, right? Chime going to go on that Jeff, Jabrori on the Ultron, and Speedery. Yes, we have seen Speedery flex over to Ultron before, so it's not going to be Nero. Nero instead trying to look at what options he even has made available to him. He can go Luna. He's going to go, though, with the Shark. Month on it, so we do get what we were looking for here in the typical comp meta that Envy's been utilizing.
All right, first map now going to Burn T'Challa. We have our pick and bans there. I saw the hovering over that Star-Lord. That's what I was wondering before too. Just a lot of vertical sight lines here. Get out of line of sight and just be able to reposition just as quickly. But it's been great so far to see how tight the competitions have been already with our first match. Going into the second one though, this is literally a titan for Dreamland to conquer right now as we get started here.
Yeah, here as we go into Wakanda and the battle is set, the teams are set. We'll see how these teams choose to strategize this. You know, I do love Dreamland. Typically is aggressive, and you can look for that portal. You know, I don't know if I would do any of the cheeky plays on Envy because they've seen it all, but that's what they've been known to do here in the tournament now, as we see the statues clash and the teams come out, and there it is right away. We've got the Doctor Strange firing it up, and it's Stinkers on the roll. What a change of pace here as they're jumping right into the action.
They jump right through the portal and immediately gets frozen too. They are taking the fight straight to Envy's face though, with Stinkers putting everybody in the driver's seat. They take that first pick off of Speedery and Window, and talk about already having that momentum as Dreamland make their way onto the point before it even unlocks.
3-0 what, Vic? 3-0 what, says Dreamland, as they come in and get this cap immediately. What a great way to shut down their best player, or, you know, top duelist in Speedery, and then that's just going to slow down their healing that they can do with Ultron down. So good job from them, and great comms. So much chaos going on there, but Loki, you know, he's the master of chaos.
Yeah, that is very true. God of Mischief. I mean, I would have expected anything else, but we also get to see some change up with Speedery, making that swap over to the Wolverine. Great awareness with looking at Dreamland having that triple Vanguard between the Doctor Strange, the Emma, as well as the Groot. And now with Pal moving up, being on that Phoenix, everyone's in close together. Another great hero when it comes to finding everybody tunneled in together.
And Valentina does have ult, but guess what? Cal can just match that easily. I mean, just insane job farming and getting that ult as quick as possible. And yeah, hey, if you get eliminated first, the advantage is you see their team, you can adjust, counter, and that's what we're going to have with Wolverine. Here comes the Phoenix now. Valentina smartly has not used that ult yet. They bust the bird. That's exactly what you want to do if you're Dreamland.
Gets just shut down, just face blank and just stopping wherever the Phoenix was going to slam down. Talk about the awareness of Stinkers floats up into the sky for that. But Chime having that jab ball gets countered with a reserved Meteor M from Kaluj. That's what we're highlighting when it comes to those jab faults. I'm getting that shutdown, especially on a map like this. But with the group hug, it wasn't enough as Chuckles lost out on Stinkers earlier on. And Dreamland now just trying to stay alive. But Speedery also with that ultimate looking from the side of Envy are just trying to clear out the point from Dreamland because they've been stalling out for a while.
They've used so much to try to get this point, and they're still struggling to get it now. 75 and climbing, and Stinkers is going to be able to portal back, but can they get it before the sustain runs out? And right now, Window going to now push the point. They do get the recap, which is huge for this team, as they could have gone crazy there, and instead reset. Everybody's going to reload. They're not going to use the Agamotto. Stinkers going to Star-Lord.
It's crazy how much they had to use up and that stall coming out still as Dreamland make those adjustments like you mentioned. And looking at the ult economy here, and as NV had used up so much, it's really up to Cal to be able to get these resets. But Dreamland having Mason that's on its seduction is something else that you have to look out for as they're making their way onto the point.
Yeah, we'll see how they choose to combo that. They don't have a ton of follow-up with it, but just great, you know, ult in use in general here. Now we do have the Phoenix ready to go. We'll see if Cal hangs onto it or if he knows that he can just utilize it the way he does best. Chuckles, though, getting 1-2. Both strategists. Oh, my gosh. Steve Rogers getting the last lap right now as Cal tries to make it and even the odds. And no, it's going to be Stinkers and Chuckles going crazy for Dreamland.
Crazy names. Chuckles is absolutely chuckling after isolating that backline from Envy. Where did my strategist go here as Dreamland retake that point?
I mean, this is what you want. The dream is alive for Dreamland right now against the nation's best, near best with Envy here as they look to reset, reload. Envy's been here so many times before. Speeder going to get that portal out. Plenty of time to do so. We'll see what the shot calls are for the team.
As the Vanguards just line up together here, up on the high ground is going to be Stinkers finding Nero. He was waiting, being cheeky to activate the legendary. Stop their push as overtime is taking away. And Dreamland now have their feet planted. Nice little stop from Envy as they wanted to wait before taking that portal. But the damage output is too much as Dreamland are going to want to hold on to these ultimates for the next round.
Don't look shaken at all. I mean, what a way to come out. And Dreamland typically shows how they're going to play right off the bat. And this Dreamland has come to fight. Wow, what a great showing. Honestly, right from the opening portal.
Taking a look at these stats, I mean, you talk about doing your homework during that interview. Dreamland studying up on the competition when it comes to Envy. Looking at these stats too, the isolation that Chuckles has had on this Captain America. Are you kidding me? The damage output already with a huge play on taking out the strategist really allow them to win those next two fights and prevent them from staggering.
And what did we say? Speeder was going crazy on his side lock. He typically gets to play Torch. Hey, they got rid of both those options with Emma going down as well. And right now, a lot of talk about Speeder. 0 final hits. Definitely wants to look to do something better than that here as Envy is going to try to make a different look on point number 2. But wow, what a start and a surprise for us and viewers. Dreamland has come to play.
As domination goes here, flip of the script. With these changes too, Dreamland have so much to go into this first fight, and that's the number one thing because it's so important to win that first fight on domination as they're already getting into a nice cheeky position to get the dive going between Stinkers, Chuckles, and Chime.
Already, Dreamland has 4 ults ready to match the gauntlet, the Infinity Thanos that has been Envy lately now. Stinkers, who's been this team captain, is going to force the ult. That's a win in itself. He does go down. Cal going to get that quick pick on him. We've got the dancing on the floor. Jabrori to match. 2 big dancing going on here as Kalush looks for the Meteor M, is trying to find his target, lands it, connects it, but it's also going to be Chime. That was, oh my gosh, what a huge ult. Getting both strategists. He's not going to get them both off the map, though. We have at least Speeder coming back.
A nice Speedery calls in the extermination. Get this shark out of here. A little bit of revenge for Month, who had gone down as Luna cannot just fly out with her skates here instead. But taking a good amount of damage, Speedery does get healed up back to full health. And now dropping down is going to be Stinkers because at the moment, none of these teams, by the way, have even gotten to the point yet.
Those Stinkers is so elite. But yeah, the point not being capped is a huge call out These teams are absolutely fighting it. One always on the point right now. That's a job for Window and Chuckles. It's just Steve Rogers v. Steve Rogers. We saw it in the MCU. We're seeing it here now as Stinkers is going for the pick. Gets Month out of this thing. 105 health, but it's going to be Stinkers on top. Cal's got to get this guy out of the sky if Envy wants a shot for the first point.
Nero says that's none of my business. Went into the jet hole and just completely abandoned ship at that point. When the legendary came out, nothing to really help restabilize Envy just because of the strategists that had not had those ultimates ready to try to combat that.
And Stinkers is definitely playing his best game as we see the team up thrown there. He can get into, safety and get his team rolling as Valentina's got the ult. Cal can match it. I think he knows it here. The amplifier's on. There's the you are nothing, and that ult is nothing. Oh my gosh, he gets 2 with it.
And that was what them trying to wrap up behind them originally there too. You try to get something going, but they're back happening right behind them at least. While Dreamland, we're so fixated on trying to roll out from right behind Envy now. They try to contest here, but it's just a matter of time with the numbers still on Envy side.
That's a way to kind of reset there for Envy. 31% and climbing. Dreamland does have access to Jabrori's ult into Chuckles. More sustaining than it is aggressive. Stinkers look for him to try to get this thing charged back up. Speedy execution, extermination, ready to go. And this is gonna be a tough point to take though if you are Dreamland, allowing the recap.
Yeah, oh man, but Window now giving them a little taste of their own medicine, being able to find both Captain Americas onto the Jeffs, it looks like, from both sides. So Chuckles does have that freedom charge to keep everybody contested, but it's about flipping this point first, while Envy are playing a little bit split up and Dreamland taking their time.
Yeah, and Jabori going down with that ult. They just got a full reset now, right? Wait for the stagger. And at that, just like that, a blink of an eye, 38% and climbing for Envy has already taken the lead on this point. Kalu's ready. And now the entire team's going to be able to charge up their ult. They have everything they'll need outside of Nero, who'll be shortly behind, which honestly, just kind of timing that out, you kind of want that.
The Sound of Seduction, though, to open things up from Mace. Jabori is going to be able to get that God of Mischief just so that way they can keep themselves in this fight and get a lot more aggressive with the Sia, getting that copy over onto the Rocket. They lost out on Speedery, which is a huge first pick because he goes down with that elimination here. Kalush gets stunned just temporarily, but there's that freedom charge to keep everybody in this fight. Stinkers once again finding Month, but with the Jeff ultimate, they get caught in it. It's the Captain America. He's trying to drop down to so that way he can help them out here, but over on the other side, Nero's going to be able to find Stinkers without having that legendary.
That's a huge pull there to get Window out. Window just, what a display of how he plays the Vanguard, just helping out the team during the ult, trying to get a little damage when he could there on the ult as well. Kalush now just trying to hold this fort down. Valentina already getting another ult ready to go here now as Stinkers pops the legendary mixtape in. Eliminations looking to go out, but he does not connect to anyone. Good rotations from the team. Kalush with 1 health narrowly escapes.
Even crazier that Nero was able to get out of the line of sight of the legendary. Wait just so that way it can still be impactful, and with Window finding Valentina, Mace going out next. Window says, I can do the Captain America just as good as Chuckles without having the Mace, without having Valentina, really having Chime and Jabori, as Jabori's the next to go. Envy, 99% in their favor, overtime ticking away. Even with these trades, though, they're keeping their feet planted.
Just knocking some of the dust off we're seeing here from Envy as they get right back into things and cleanly take, the second map. Nope, it's a sword finish. My gosh, the disrespect. But no, that was something. Envy just trying to kind of get into it a bit. I think they Dreamland did a great job on the pick ban there, Vic, and they just had to adjust to their comp.
Yeah, also the fact that they were able to win in that raw neutral too, and having some of these ultimates ready to go to combat that of the Sia. I'm thinking about Cal being on the Phoenix, making sure the Sia doesn't get too much impact, but not only that, doing it at such a good time when they're already so low. They're getting these follow-ups together with Window being able to open things up on the Captain America in a great fashion. Kind of similarly to what we saw in round 1 with Chuckles, but it's a bit of a different taste here when you're going on to that now, this third round.
Okay, Chuckles going to Hulk. He was close to the cap ult, so would have liked that, but you know what? I like this more for the aggression and to actually take the point, Vicky. And now they're also changing off the Jeff, so interesting look here. They had a different strategy. I don't think they believe that those ults could have gotten the first point. They know how important it is to get the first claim as the eyes of Bass gaze down upon us here, and the teams take it to it. Now, Window, 80% in climbing. Listen, Envy has sustained for days if they're able to get first cap.
They hang out here for as long as possible if they want here. Window having to look at Chuckles, though, making that swap over to the Hulk. And no more that we talked about. Dreamland likes to run. It's the Sia that gets called in for Month, though, as Envy had that ultimate going into this third round. Something that Dreamland don't really have. They're just going to have to wait it out for now, holding on to the choke, and it's a lot more of that poke pressure.
Yeah, they're already being pushed into their spawn. Is crazy work here from the extermination. Now Cal diving in, not getting any picks there.
Wow.
They looked at I mean, that's tough. They're getting Speeder and Cal both ulting, nothing from it. Wow, the positioning from Dreamland to hop downstairs in this thing, and now Windows got his ult, but they needed that. That was everything.
Yeah, that was crazy comms right there too, and just the quick rotates. They literally counter-rotate around those ultimates, not having to utilize too much because they didn't really have much anyways to work with. Month does get that BRB though, and Kaluth misses out on the Meteor M. Rare sight as he's been landing this within the last 2 rounds, and now Dreamland have these rounds of rotates. Even with Chime going down, the survivability is there with Jabori getting that God of Mischief and the Eternal Bond.
I mean, that was perfect if you Dreamland. 6 ults from Envy, none of them meant anything there, Vicky. And now Dreamland, they changed heroes. They farmed back up. They used Jabori and Valentina. So yes, a lot of their survival's gone, but they now have the aggression. We'll see how much that matters to sustain the point. They did get the first cap on that second point zone we went to. We'll see if the same story, same song, same dance is about to happen.
The fact that they didn't have much and they could just still play patiently and counter-rotate to be able to have their feet of aggression on that point first. As Envy get a copy from their book and try to rotate from right underneath them, but they were met with the Psionic Seduction from Mace. Sinkers, this is going to be a ball game for him as he sends out the Whale to block out their exit point, but no follow-up here as they want to get a lot more aggressive. You're going to have to reset from Chuckles too, as he is on the Hulk, and Speedery now just trying to find them up in the sky using the extermination.
Yeah, good rotation there from Envy, surviving this thing. Mace getting the best of Kaluj. Nero not getting what he wanted. These ults have not been good to Team Envy, unfortunately. Now Cal with the Phoenix ready. Looking at it, Month can give some sustain, but 50% in climbing is Dreamland. Remember, who wins this point wins map 1 in this thing. Envy has not lost in domination yet in the seeding stage. Now grand finale is up, Vicky, and the fight commences.
And the way that Dreamland have worked around this, though, and making sure that they're a lot better on domination as Cal gets Chuckles this time. It's going to be a nice trade back, though, with Chime trying to get the follow-up in the group hug now coming out from Window. So many members of Envy falling so incredibly low, though. The sustain isn't there because Stinkers has called everybody together.
What a name, man. What a name. What a player. Stinkers now back and ready with Giganto yet again, about to throw the well. You said it was going to be for the ball game. We'll see if he gets a strikeout here, throwing it early. He can't. The portal, the knockback. He does get the portal off, though. That's huge for Envy.
I was scared. I was sitting on the edge of my seat, literally by a frame. He was able to pull it up first before the whale came crashing down on Window's head, and they utilized, again, that Magneto bubble already with the Eternal Bond now just painting out the floor. That was an important Meteor M if he would have landed that. Now the survivability is there, and Jabori is going to be able to get this rotate in with more of these ultimates, with Valentina slowly approaching her own Eternal Eve, rather now with Chuckles now going down. Envy with Speedery, nice playing off the wall, is going to be able to do just enough damage so that way they can reclaim this point.
And that was everything, because they were going to be able to rotate into Nero on the Internal Bond straight into Month and keep this thing, but now they don't even have to do that, Vicky. They're able to build back up. Speeder can get into this thing, try to go for the combo there with Cal. So that was exactly what they needed to do in that moment without utilizing the resources, what it often comes down to. However, Vicky, they've not done much with these ults. We'll have to see if they're able to put things together.
And now at 99%, we're seeing some swap ups. Stinkers now moving up on the Wolverine. Nero has that for survivability, and Month will have that Luna Snow ultimate ready for that next round of fights. But with the double stun here real quick and Chime still being able to have that reset, it's going to be a lot to break through that choke.
Hero's got Internal Bond ready on. The Q is ready to be pushed, but now 54 and climbing, almost 99 guaranteed between these two teams. Stinkers is going to activate that damage reduction. He's going to hunt for the prey as Wolverine does. Good rotation Dreamland has had on that low ground for once, and it's going to be Mace, though, getting picked early. That's such a huge loss for this team.
Ooh, and Month is popping off, by the way. The freeze up to Chime for Cal to follow up. Chime can't reset with that Phoenix ult button, and now Valentina Eve wants to back away. They saw that the Eternal Bond was used up from Nero, and with so many members gone here, they don't want to try to stagger.
It's almost yours.
Wow, 99-0. Now we're back to 99-99. What a way to open up the second match of today. Both teams won it so bad. The seeding was not there as much for Envy in the first group stage. Didn't matter anyway, but they want a better spot this time around. Dreamland looking to make history for this team in this board. Now Envy's got everything. You're about to see every Q press. It's the Michael Bay special.
It would also be a huge upset here as the Eye of Agamotto now comes in and hits Chuckles and Stinkers. Nothing to help out Chuckles as Speedery finds him and Kaluge with a Meteor M shuts down Stinkers. Envy have the number advantage. Dreamland, though, they have the survivability and they could get this dance up, but it's going to be Month who activates here too with the fate of both worlds. Now Cal finding Valentina Eve. The numbers are not in Dreamland's favor. No stalling potential as the final Hail Mary comes crashing down, and there's only so much Mates can do, but the portal plays allow the recontest from Dreamland as the staggering is still coming out.
Yeah, honestly, just good sustain there from Mace, allowing Chuckles to go to Strange and gave him a lifetime there of ability to contest this thing, but it's so tough to win off the portal, especially when Speedery's in the air, hunting down Protocol Speedery. It's Ultron. The age of Envy continues as they take map 1, but what a fight, what a finish.
You know, when I look at Ultron and Speedery's hands, I have to remind myself, strategist, duelist, because the way that he holds together with Ultron is just so aggressive. Beautiful follow-ups, too, from the Terror Cape at the very end. But Envy were ready as Dreamland could not recontest, but it was still an incredibly close first map.
Damn, if you're Dreamland, though, you hope that one doesn't slip through your fingertips because it was theirs the entire way. Up one map, lost the second, 99-0 on the third, but could not come home with it. But if you are Dreamland, domination has been their dominant performance there for Envy, and you just took it to the stretch limit, right? So you know what you have, what it takes to go toe-to-toe with this team.
100%, and I actually think that these individual players on Dreamland already know that, really. Like, that's why they've been focusing so hard on trying to improve together as a team with that cohesion. As you can see right there, the stats, though, and taking a look at some of the highlights, Mace from Dreamland was popping off, shutting down a lot of opportunities from Envy, but they really started off with Dreamland having that explosive early portal play.
Yeah, I'm not going to say really Cal was able to finally get the best of Stinkers. Stinkers was just the dog off the leash, man. He was getting anything he wanted from there, and finally things were starting to connect there from Cal and was able to get that job done. The sustain was there, but I mean, Envy looked at their weakest there on point 3, and they were still able to come back. That's just the story of this team. They don't break. You really got to ensure you get, the final hit on Thanos to get him down, and you should have gone for the head, is what Thanos always said best. Envy's probably mimicking the same.
The way that they're able to just keep coming back around, though, and aside from the survivability that we have, you cannot just ignore Speedery. At times, even with the swap-up that you could see with Stinkers being on the Wolverine, and we saw them trying to get the fastball special at sometimes, they weren't able to isolate Speedery. That's what I felt like that was the goal there, but Speedery was also playing in such a good position that it was difficult to shut him down as we take a look at our MVP, Cal.
I love Cal. Cal's been so fun to get to know in person. And I mean, this just shows what we highlighted. We said Cal and Tap, they sub in for each other. I mean, easily getting the MVP here just shows just how much talent they have on this roster and championship caliber team. 27 KOs as they get the first win on domination. So going into our next matchup here, Vic, I mean, I think in terms of pick ban, I think Dreamland's probably pretty happy with what they got, but yeah, fool me once, right? Shame on myself, and I think that Envy's going to be able to adapt to what was kind of a weak point in that early stage of the game.
Yeah, you look at the differences, and even though Dreamland had great stats on their own, it's that kill to survive ratio, right, that you usually see coming through with Envy, and the way that they're able to just replace what has been seen from the other side, whether it be counter-rotating and taking a note themselves, as they did a few times to not waste out on some ultimates themselves, and in the way that they were able to just reposition around that Wolverine too at the very end.
Yeah, just no weak points. I mean, heck, they were one whale away. That portal got off with 94%. I couldn't believe it, guys. It's neck and neck here, these two teams. It's talent across the board. Don't go anywhere. We're going to take a quick break and get right back to the action.
Smoke screen! I'm hunkering down. Judge! Jury! Executioner!
What's going on, guys, and welcome back. Hope you guys have been enjoying what has been a good day 6. I mean, the matches have been pretty dang close, a lot more than we thought, especially in that last one against Envy Dreamland. Do they have what it takes, or will we see 2-0, what has been common practice for Envy, and where they land right now? What do you think it is for the key for success for Dreamland to make this thing 1-1, Vic?
Maybe a 0.1 to 0.2 second faster to more would have been crazy, by the way, because the Magneto bubble did get pushed out eventually in that interaction. But honestly, I just feel like the way that Dreamland's bans looked like, they looked very strong. You look on the other side of Envy, they really wanted to fixate that strategist being a problem. As we know Valentina, as strong as she has been between the Luna as well as the Invisible Woman, was off the table for them, but she still made it work there with the Rocket. So I'm thinking here, you want to isolate Cal being a problem. Star-Lord, could really pop off on the next map that we're going on to, which will be Spider Islands, and it could be Star-Lord's playground, essentially. So maybe looking at that, Rocket 2 has been a problem there as well, but then, could work as a double-edged sword, as that's something else that Dreamland wants to look like for themselves.
Spider Island, could we see a Psylocke v Psylocke maybe? That'd be fun. Speeder versus Stinkers, two of the best going at it. I mean, listen, I think the Thanos analogy goes perfectly, because I feel like Envy, when you watch Infinity War and they're doing everything perfect against Thanos, like, they're gonna get it, it's about to happen, and then it didn't, right? I feel like Envy, they missed the olds, things were kind of out of whack, they were down 1-0. That was the time, right, to get that in. So we have to see what Dreamland bounces back with here as we go into our second matchup. But yeah, it's interesting to see kind of how they decide to go about it, if they're going to continue to lean everything, damage DPS wise on Stinkers, who could definitely answer the call, and if Cal can pick them off from the skies that we've been seeing here as the stage is set. It's 0-1 Envy as we head into Spider Island.
Let's see here, with the Ultron constantly being a problem too, as we've seen already within our last series, going into this one alone, starting things off with both AMERs off the table for these two teams.
Yeah, that's a good start, I think. Now not giving Psylocke, just the ninja, the opportunity to prowl here, as Ultron is going to get saved. Nero going to have access to that if they want to go with that look. Speedery played him last time, though, so we'll see how the pick and bans kind of roll out Once again, the Mantis not being available is huge. They could protect the Mantis here if they so choose, but that's just not how Dreamland plays. They don't rely too much on the Mantis Venom thing.
Yeah, I agree. That's more so something that Envy would like to rely on, which is why you can constantly see these Mantis bans, especially when you have a flyer up in the air. I mean, if Speedery was a problem after they protect the Ultron, he would definitely be a problem if he had the Mantis damage boost here. Also wondering, Envy also being able to roll out with the Hulk potentially as the Doctor Strange ban comes out next from Envy. That's going to be huge as Dreamland won't be able to recontest.
Yeah, they're going to target Mace right now. That's what we're seeing, guys. Emma's down. Strange is down. Those are Mace's 2 picks. All yesterday, those are the 2 heroes that he played. He does flex into Magneto sometimes, but that is depending on the lineup here. We do see, again, that Human Torch ban. You have to use a ban on that against Speeder. You cannot give him that. Venom gone too. It is the Vanguard look. And, you know, we just saw that didn't work out for Nemesis, but it depends on the team you play. And Envy feels like if they cut that out of their roster, the keys to success will happen as Magneto is going to be saved, and that's what Mace is going to have.
Okay, and what's cool too is that with Envy banning out the Venom, we've seen Chuckles pop off on the Venom before, so that's something else that they've noted. Wondering what that next ban from Envy is going to look like, as that last save over onto Dreamland, also trying to navigate around the lackluster Vanguard lineup for Mace himself. The Ultron, though, will not be available for Dreamland, and I keep talking about this verticality, but again, it's one of those maps that you have so much area to get out of line of sight with these buildings.
Yeah, both teams now with 1 save left to go, 1 ban. If you're Envy, you can go with a few options here. We'll see if they decide. Yeah, that's what I expected. You know, just giving Window that option. Window obviously does love that captain as well, but you know, Venom having that in the toolkit is definitely going to be nice for what they plan on going with now. If you're going for the last ban, there's a few ways to go about it. I know last time, again, they kind of leaned into Speedery's kit, but with Emma and Torch gone, they're going to go with Jeff last, which I think is a good call.
On this map, Jeff could get a little crazy here, so no more Jeff, but the protect onto Jeff is going to allow Dreamland to have that as a safety net too. I'm also going to be able to look at the fact that Dreamland is starting off on the defense. You know what they're going to be rocking here with the triple Vanguard, triple Strategist usually, as Envy are looking to break through that chokehold. Speedery taking to the skies in a different method, you know, if it's not going to be the Ultron.
Kaluge is flashing the Thor. He's like, come on. Let me out of the chains, God of Thunder. He could cosplay him if you wanted to. Now, map 2, Convoy, Spider Island. And it's always fun to see kind of how these two teams work. Now, I will say in the past, Dreamland typically plays 2-2-2, even on what is a better kind of strategist Vanguard triple, lineup. We have seen those stinkers flex into that. He's just so good, though, so sometimes it's tough not to allow him do his thing. We'll see what kind of role they like to play. Both these teams actually do prefer their 2-2-2 lineups in the past. They can show flexibility as we take a tour here through Spider Island.
One of my favorite maps here that I learned the game with as well, but with Envy leading the way in this series, it's best of 3. We have to keep piloting this. It's going to be tough, little to no room for error as we get started. 1 more game to go if Envy ends up taking this here, and Dreamland already holding back just a little bit with Jabor, holding this chokehold with Loki.
They are going to go with the triple, so that's good for them. I'm glad that they are going to be able to flex into that Dreamland now, looking to speed things up. Speedery, so many teams we see use Storm for the damage boost. Is Speedery by far the deadliest there on the X-Men now, pushing in early. Look at this, the ult charge is just firing away for everybody. We're going to get ults across the team, Vicky, within seconds.
Look at Valentina's healing output too. The fact that you're about to have that invisible boundary this quick, it just highlights how much damage output Speedery's putting in, but the pull in from Valentina Eve shuts down Speedery at the same time.
I mean, goodness, they got rid of everything from Ace. He goes to Magneto, and he does just fine. As we do have Invisible Boundary ready. Remember, Valentina could not play Invisible Woman last time. We'll see if Sue is the difference here. It has been lately for this team now. Oh my goodness, the Groot ult already going down. Chuckles getting Speedery. You've got the Rocket Raccoon to help buff things up there. Nero giving his team a little bit of a path to success and healing now. Pushing in. We had a couple ults come through. We got the slam dunk happening. Mace throws him down, and Chime gets the finish.
And just enough damage, but now it's Kaluge's turn. Meteor M, and he is fighting his demons. Maybe hitting Ghost in the back there too, but unfortunately misses out as the Invisible Boundary comes in now from Month as Speedery tries to utilize that Omega Hurricane. Valentina now also looking at Speedery, and Speedery alongside Envy are trying to clear up this gap by this choke. The pull in as well as Mace falls incredibly low.
little bit more of the same, right? I don't love that ult usage there after losing a few on the fight. Now going right into a Groot ult is going to be massive. Stinkers gets them all together, but there it goes. Cal is going to get Valentina out of this thing. That's one strategist down. He's looking for that reset. He finds it, but unfortunately, I think that clone fell. Nope, he got it again. Cal doing Cal things. 1, 2, 3. The team is down. The ace is ready. Wow.
Bucket Barnes coming through to play. You get that reset opportunity, and the first thing I would want to do is, all right, my Loki clones may work against us here if you're Dreamland, but it was just everybody of Dreamland up in Cal's line of sight. The calm before the storm now as Envy get to clear this pace, and Mace, who shows up for 1 second, almost gets annihilated.
Cal doesn't miss, man. He just marks with that ultimate now as Chuckles going for the thing, trying to get a little bit of a break up. Invisible Woman up, ready, keeping the sustain there. There you go. Another ult window throwing everybody together. Kalush does have the Meteor M. He's going to go up with the slam dunk, but Speedery first with the Omega Hurricane. Doesn't find much. Window, though, does capitalize. Kalush, hasn't gotten these today, but he slams it down. Goodbye, Dreamland, as they get the first point.
Just enough damage to slam it down. Find that last strategist there for Dreamland, but Envy with Cal being on the Bucky has been a problem already here, and in this next point too, I feel like it's going to be even more difficult. You get to take up to the high ground, and Mace has been taking a lot of damage, but Dreamland do have these 2 ultimates coming up.
Yeah, Cal now just trying to get that ult charge. 70% in climbing. Windows far from it. Envy used a lot to get that, but who cares? They've got 3 minutes and 20 left. Stinkers now has shifted over, has the damage boost from Chime, which they did give him that Mantis, but we'll see if they just let Stinkers do his thing now. Us undefeatable, us against the world is going now. Stinkers throwing down the Phoenix. Seeing if they can combine this with Mace. Can they land this on the button? Oh, it was there, but it wasn't, Vic.
We're so close, but and Chime then finds Cal while Cal had the ultimate available. This is the turnaround that Dreamland needed to replant their feet with some momentum too.
And way to, even though they're not get the connections they were looking for, at least get the wipes. Have to be careful here. Mace has gotten picked a couple times with that aggression. You know, you want to keep them honest, but don't get caught off guard. Mace now rotating back. I mean, goodness, he's just at least charging up the strategist ult Vic because the Envy's laying it on him. Cal's got it ready to go. We saw what happened last time when Bucky Barnes, Metal Arm, Mortal Aim, and here comes the extermination.
When you have this together too, it's going to force out Valentina's fate of both worlds though, being on that Luna, and Chime goes out with it with Cal getting that headshot. It's going to be a double Groot hog, but who gets the shish kebab as the Meteor M fails to hit its mark? Groot walls for days though, blocking everybody to isolate them, but at least with the Phoenix ultimate, they take out the threat that was Cal.
Yeah, I think that Kalush hit the very tip of that wall, which was just such unfortunate. That would have been a 5-piece, but it doesn't matter. The Vanguard special, Window and Kalush get it done as they continue to ride through point 2.
You just go next here, you hold forward, and the rest of Envy get to clean up on aisle 3, and they still have that invisible boundary coming up next for this next choke.
And just what a performance so far here. Now Mace is going to have that ult ready to go. Outside of that, Chime will be the one to follow, but Month can give this team the sustain, followed by Speedery. Speedery probably looking to go on the offensive if they do choose to go that route. Mace once again just taking a beating, just trying to be front there. Speedery, there it is. He's on the offense like I thought would happen now. Pushing forward and pushing them back. I mean, look at what Envy's doing.
That's fine though here. At least when he backs away, Chime with the Manta's ultimate brings everybody together with a Soul Resurgence, and that also allows them to keep themselves alive at the end of the extermination. Month still holding onto that invisible boundary, and with Window moving up, the invisible boundary from Month allows them to hold up. Groot hog though, this could go big. They gotta look to the sky here as Mace, Meteor M, trying to send it, yeets it in a different direction as Window brings everybody together. Chuckles is gonna have it second though going into this next fight.
I mean, they're doing exactly what I thought they were about to do with Chuckles, but no. Mace went out through the meteor, didn't get the connection right now. We just saw 4 Vanguard ults and 4 whiffs at that, or at least no connections. Now Chuckles now trying to find a misplaced Window, going with the ult themselves. Finally does come out. The follow-up's going to be there. Chime, Chuckles, everybody gets a piece of the pie. Oh my goodness, look at Chime with the 3.
Chime damage boosting Chuckles, Chime damage boosting Stinkers. We're talking about usually you don't get to see that triple coming out from Dreamland, but they had the Mantis available for them. They lean into the win condition and showcases why we keep seeing Mantis being banned.
Yeah, but look at what Envy has. I mean, they've got more than enough of confidence here to get this now. A little awkward portal. Cal's got the Kraken. Oh, what? Look at the eyes and the awareness of finding him. Oh, but he can't get it. The show comes out. Keeps the reset at bay.
Can we talk about the clutch save from Jabori right there? Even with the God of Mischief, though, to also help out Valentina. The insurance policy I didn't know I needed. Nero gets frozen, but Speedery is going uncontested in the sky, and Chime is falling low. Very close to that Soul Resurgence for the Mantis. Oh, but doesn't pop it off. Month after making the swap off is going to be able to find him.
The unsung hero of Team Envy at times. Here comes the Agamotto. Lands it. Cal, Nero to follow. Window with the quick whip of the Sorcerer Supreme's magic. And they look to firmly get point number 2. I mean, just like that. You thought you could stop it. No, we're going to continue. But Dreamland doing a good job, Vicky. Only 1:27 on a very hard and long point to get.
Yeah, it's just crazy with Envy knowing the win condition in that equation, right? It was Chime there, and being with takes prevented a forever stall. Dreamland do not have the Doctor Strange. I don't believe so here, as Envy now have months still with that invisible boundary, getting it online as they continuously approach more of these shows.
Yep, you're correct. They tried to ban out Mace. Strange was part of that package there. Undefeatable coming out. We saw what Chime did last time. Good rotation of the ults. Month is going to keep this team at bay. Kaluge now over to Captain. We don't see much. There's that strategist sub-ult, if you will. Chuckles, though, gets Speedery out of this thing with the ult to boot. What a huge stop.
Chuckles, the Groot sniper out here. Take him out of the skies. And with Speedery going down with the extermination, this is going to be a team fight win in favor for Dreamland 4 right now. And now we do have Envy with less than 40 seconds on the clock to get to the finish line.
And once again, they've got the ults they need. However, they have a lot longer way to go. Cal does have the Phoenix that can combine with Speedery. I think that's going to be the look they go for. Kaluge is forever away from his ult. The Agamottos haven't perfectly gone their way, but Window always looking for the window there as extermination goes out, and they just look to push him back.
Just creating that space. That's what we love to see when it comes to these Ultron Ultimates too. Even if you want to keep your team alive, it's the double whammy. But the Groot Hog now coming in from Chuckles. It's the Wombo combo. Slam down, fan down as Jabor gets a follow-up right afterwards. Stinkers now has everybody in their line of sight. I have Agamotto though from Window. The last hurrah does not find it smart. These Groot walls from Chuckles have just been on another level, and Jabor is gonna have the dance off as Dreamland take out Envy, as Envy want to desperately retouch with his Eternal Bond.
Groot, you are gone. Chuckles is playing lights out, and honestly, all of Dreamland have responded to what they've needed to as Jabor gets another stagger, and Envy is just looking to try to get this thing up the ramp. Cal with the Phoenix left, but not much to follow. They can combine this with Kaluge. They're going to go right away, put the pressure on. Lamps out. Kaluge pushes forward. Sliver left here, Vicky.
But with Cal using that Phoenix ultimate a little early now, Kaluge can't get the follow with the Meteor M. They're holding on to it against Valentina Eve to try to combat this, as Month has that invisible boundary to keep them alive. Here they go up, but it's going to be Mace that uses the Meteor M alongside Kaluge, but Mace finds their mark, the difference maker, as Window gets stunned. Nero being on the rocket brings back Cal, and we are having desperate swaps as Speedery is on the Iron Fist.
2 shots from the paint, but it was Mace who gets the slam dunk, and that's a big difference maker. Speedery now going to the desperate measure of Iron Fist. The Karate Kid throwing out the punches, keeping the Dragon defense up, the sustain out, and the damage up now. Stinkers with the 1-2. Stinkers, Mace, Dreamland is going to put a firm finish and stop, but no, it is Kaluge making a portal and give this team a chance. It's not enough.
Put that cheaper town hall away, but desperate times call for desperate measures. Dreamland with the full halt, but can we talk about that group from Chuckles?
You'll need a top-notch
Yeah, honestly,
team.
Vicky, Dreamland, I mean, even though point 2 did get out of hand, they still answered what was happening perfectly, right? I mean, we saw what Jabori was able to do and just the finish there from the team. I felt like they always had an answer, and most importantly, they were aware of what was going on. This moment not being too big for them. They can beat this Envy team. They know they can. They can prove it right now by just making it up the slope.
It's just been so close every single time. You let Dreamland have the Mantis, and you take away where their strengths were, and you want to put in that focus while using up those mans. That's fine. Look how they made this Mantis work in their favor. While we take a look at the stats, Valentina Eve herself, the way that she's been able to flex into these different strategies, 39,000 healing on the board. You look on the other side, Speedery, even though he was on that Ultron prior, that damage output is incredible here.
Yeah, looking at just, I mean, the difference from this team, and really, it's cheesy, but it comes down to confidence. I feel like I've seen this team against kind of the big, bad wolves of rivals, and what we've seen here from the orgs, they look like they belong, and that is what I think this team needs to have in terms of confidence going forward. Envy, though, we've seen it now. We've seen it again. The final boss energy, if they're down, it just means they're right where they want to be. Kaluge now hugging the pillar alongside Speedery, who we don't get to see on Magneto too much, but we are going to get that rotation here for the opening of the point.
I'm able to see Kaluge being on that thing here too, with Window already setting up these walls. Looking behind him, taking a lot of that damage, having to be careful, get stunned out here. And the Angela from Mace, we've seen it before, we see it again, just snapping right through that tree. And call him 99 Woodcutting maybe here, because of the way that Mace now flies up around, it's called controlling the space.
A great job bringing this out, you know, and surprising the team. We saw this from Mace on Spider Island before, kind of the secret in the bag, if you will. Angela getting some good success in this tournament, but one team has Strange. It's in V. Window now throwing up the portal. Team follow through. Kaluge is back on Thor, folks. Well, actually on Thor. He flashed it for a second. Now he gets to play the God of Thunder. It's Asgardian versus Asgardian.
We are starting to see the meta shape up in a different way, especially after our last interview. The Thor could work out here in this triple Vanguard lineup. They're finding some picks, but Cal also being able to bring Nero back, just as big for Envy's defense.
Yeah, and I'm wondering if they continue to play that Angela, if Cal will go to Winter Soldier. Such a good counter to the hero at the moment, but Viz can do the same here now. Month just having to look where Mace is at all times, and looking at the old charge, Chime getting very close there on the Hela. Jabrori can get more to follow, but Kaluge building up, bowling out, but Mace is going to be the one with the laugh with Speeder going down.
Well, Mace is just trying to go for these kidnapped. Beautiful sleep, by the way, but Valentina being able to get that pick even bigger as the numbers are dwindling. You call in the extermination, you use the Sia that goes down right afterwards, but with no follow potential, you're just stalling out, with Chime also being able to get the reset on the Goddess of Death.
Yeah, kind of an interesting ult here, but you know what? Might as well try to get something from him. He's landing these from downtown. Holy hell, as Mace, Valentina, and Stinkers get more. That's not only one wipe, two through the portal. Not available. Speedery now going to their best character in Psylocke, ready to lock and load. But my gosh, Chuckles and the entire team has been playing perfectly, Vic. They have everything they need.
The way that they've been cycling through these ultimates, the way that they've been able to isolate NV2, the Mace being on the Angela, making these playmaking abilities to allow Dreamland to get these follow-ups. Chuckles being on the high ground, though, and Stinkers popping off, finding a quick 2K here, by the way. This leaves Envy forcibly to back out, but Month is not giving out without a fight. It's a stall for a lifetime, while Chime cleans up the rest.
Chris Pratt, step aside. I mean, it's Stinkers who's the true Star-Lord now, as he gets 3 on Cal, and they've got a lifetime to push through point 2.
I cannot believe this. We talked about the Star-Lord too before. That is a crazy part. We highlighted how great Star-Lord is when it comes to this map. Stinkers popping off again on a very comfortable hero as he has the legendary. He unleashes, tries to choke out Envy in this choke right now. And with Month having the invisible boundary, it's a lot of pressure, but Mace suffers for holding forward.
Yeah, either you gotta, you're forcing the invisible power, they force it to rotate and they get some space, so they chose that route, right? Smart of Envy to do that, not waste the resource, but also it was good for Dreamland to get the space they need. Jabrori, look for this Jeff ult, guys. We've been saying it, Baby Shark, do, is it delete or is it gonna be team wipe? Now as Cal looks for more, here comes the Shark, the Swallow, he's got 2 teammates, 2 allies, but he falls before it can happen.
That could have been so big because everyone was grouped up together in that invisible boundary. Mace, though, with the Dragon Spear, sends him over, and that's all you know as Month goes out. But Nero's right here with the fate of both worlds to keep everybody alive through this Goddess of Death here. Kaluge is going to be able to find Valentina, find Mace, make it a quick 2K with Stinkers getting stunned just ever so slightly. And now Dreamland are forced to back away, but this Hulk and no more setup are proving useful for Envy.
All right, Kaluge is like, all right, okay, I'll just flash Thor on the screen some more at the beginning of the start screen. I'll go back to my first love or second in Magneto. 99 and climbing, 2 minutes left, 1.5 minutes wiped off just like that, even with the space they got initially. And you look what's up here. I mean, if you're Dreamland, they don't have much here. Envy doesn't have much to sustain any damage you can put out. We got to see what Stinkers can do here.
Big first pick, though, off that whale. Beautiful follow-up here. Window does get frozen, but has a reset available. With Jabor going down, though, they just want to back away. That's going to be very important for them to build up into that God of Mischief. And Stinkers going out next. That's more time wasted away here from Dreamland.
Yeah, tick, tick, tick here as Kaluge and Speedery are just holding up a front wall with window pressuring them as well now. Chuckles ult building, so they're a mile away from that. Mace, though, can't connect with Stinkers. That's going to be the combo to try to open up at least one, maybe two picks. They have Valentina too. We'll see. The clap is still going. They can keep the team alive. Not forcing the ult yet, and there it is.
Keeping everyone to move forward here, too. Through that extermination as Kaluj goes up, tries to find the Meteor M. Could it be point blank maybe on the Phoenix, though, but diverts their attention after the Phoenix flies over his head in the middle of that Meteor M. Misses out, and as Window has that reset here, too, you slam down with the Phoenix ultimate from Stinkers. Chuckles falls low, and Mace with the Meteor M now looking for their mark. Tries to get a cheeky little hit from inside the building, and now Window is forced to reset. Cal also having another will while he's getting so much damage output on this No More swap.
Yeah, good priority to get rid of Window whenever he was in his Monster Hulk form, right? Instead of using it on somebody right there, he goes for the quick hit. It does get him down and out. Ultimately, Cal with the whale, the Giganto. We've seen it used against him before. Let's see it go for him now as the dance floor continues damage out. Luna, nothing from it right now. It's an old show, and all that's happening is graphic cards dying because nothing on the field.
It's going to be the Loki that just wants to join in on the dance party sometimes here. Chuckles has that Groot hug, and with finding Speedery, though, right before Kaluch, that's a big first pick because you want that survivability to allow Dreamland to at least make some space finally in these last 30 seconds.
And I'm blown away by Chuckles and Mace and how they've been able to go toe-to-toe with two of the best in the biz here now. 22 seconds left. Dreamland, they've been here before. They saw victory in their sights, and they fell short, Vicky. Same song, same dance. 15 seconds to prove it.
The only difference is, once again, they do not have the recontention ability with that portal as Dr. Strange was banned out for them. Chuckles, Stinkers could go for the wombo combo right here. It's the extermination, though, as Speedery takes to the skies, just trying to hold back that Magneto. He's finding himself, though, in this side room. That could actually work against him. But right now, Envy have the number advantage, finding both Chime and Jabori, both strategists, only leaving Valentina to keep everybody alive.
And no Strange to bring him back. So every elimination is massive going against this team. Stinker's trying to get the job done different. He does get one, but goes down. Valentina now trying to keep this thing alive. Just able to keep the point hot and ready to go now. Mace.
Oh,
what
no!
action! Mid-air Mace is what they call him, though. Valentina going down. Mace forced to go back here. Team is here, ready to go. Beast of the Abyss. This could spell doom.
Oh, but doesn't get the follow-up here with Mace finding Collusion next right now. MV, they had the number advantage, but Dreamland have all regrouped together, and they're going through a rotate of their own with Jabori close to that God of Mischief. MV now recontest, and they have the invisible boundary, so this fight is going to go for a long time.
No portal on Dreamland's side, and they do that. Are you kidding me now? As Jabori is able to put the show on. Month goes up. Nero's got another one. This looks near impossible for Dreamland. Can they make the dream alive and come back from what seems impossible here as dancing goes on and battle commences? Agamotto out, Swallow to follow, and it's nothing happening outside Speeder getting the pick.
Because it's so close with the overtime. Look how close it is by a few pixels. They cannot get off the point, which is even harder when you have Cal wiping out the point, and with Kaluj, the nail in the coffin with the Meteor M.
Holy hell. I mean, listen, moral victories don't exist, but you got your seed now if you're Dreamland, and you know you were right there to win against a team that made it all the way to the finals to win the mid-season finals and get close to it. Wow, Envy just showing how well their defensive efforts are. Bend, don't break mentality. Window with the MVP on the Venom. That was insane, Vic.
Man, I just looking at the fact that they were still able to recontest and still rotate through another set of ultimates, looking at Dreamland, that was a good fight. Very good fight against the best team, honestly, with the way that Envy has been and how they've looked. This was a very difficult matchup, and Dreamland put on a very good fight. But looking at the stats alone, making those readjustments, Envy were able to take that series.
I mean, yeah, we talk about the AMER all the time, but how about the strange portal? I mean, Dreamland won, right? But no, because the portal brings them right back into the action with two strategist ults to boot. One team had it, one didn't. Ultimately, that was going to be their demise. I'm not sure on that last battle if it would have mattered either way, but that definitely just shows what happens in the big ban phase of things. And listen, Envy didn't have any kind of shocking highlights, Vic, right? The stats are great, but they're not like eye-popping. They don't need to, right? This team just gets what needs to be done, and that's the dub.
Yeah, it's literally just cohesion as a unit and the way that they're able to pop off together as a team. We saw some pop-off moments from individual players on Dreamland, especially from the group that we saw from Chuckles at times. And then even the Angela isolation picks from Maze. At the end of the day, though, Envy, all they really had to do was just stall out on Dreamland. They got that payload to the finish line. It's all about stalling here and the way that they just had to regroup, even if they found themselves losing out on those early fights.
Let's take a look now at our MVP. It was Window yesterday. It's Window today. Look at the man. Look at that absolute just power pose. 24 KOs, 11 casualties. What a way to hang in there with his team and be that Venom that we know he is. I'm telling you, this team just does not have a weak point.
Yeah, man, just Envy is just so scary. Window, Kalush together. You talk about a scary lineup, and again, that's why it was really impressive to see how Mason Chuckles fared up against them individually. Like Groot with 75k, Magneto with 75k, and then you look at Window, right? Pulling up with that Venom at the very end, 76,000 damage block in favor for Window with 13 final hits while still being able to play aggressively.
Absolutely. I mean, I never get tired of watching Envy because I feel like they get it done in different ways. And heck, all the notes I had on them can scratch it out because they played that a lot different than what I was expecting. I mean, they had to obviously adjust to things, like the Maze playing Angela. But what they were able to do is just lock in on what they're comfortable with, and that is just countering at their very best. I mean, they made the perfect swaps at the perfect time, and they were able to get the win here.
Yeah, I can't wait to talk to one of the members of Envy too, just to take away from just that fight here against a team that has put in a lot of work and have been together for a while, but even crazier, having the experience talking to Kalush. Congratulations, Kalush.
Thank you.
What's up, bud? It's good to see you again. It's been a couple of months, and good to finally talk to you live here, man. How you doing?
I'm doing good. Just got another dub. I think it's top 3 seed, which is really good for us. So, yeah.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you guys, last time in the grouping stage was a little bit of a different song and dance for you guys. But looking at what was the mid-season, right? You guys getting to where you got. Walk me through a little bit of the difference. I mean, obviously, you brought Tap in. Cal was here today. You guys have the flexibility available. What is the difference, though, of that team versus this team of Envy, even though it's only been a couple months?
I feel like the last version of Envy, we had players that could play like certain heroes, but those heroes were not meta. And then, there wasn't like that aspect of grinding like the characters that actually needed to be played. And I feel like Tap is the guy, you tell him, I need you to play Adam. Next day on stream, I watch him play 10 hours Adam. Like the guy's dedicated. Cal's really been picking it up because they're fighting for that spot, so it's a good thing to have that extra guy.
Hell yeah.
I really like that. I wanted to pinpoint just you and Window together. It looks like you guys are a wall side by side, especially on that last map. Can you guys talk to us a little bit about how that communication is like between you two when you're double frontlining?
It's a lot of like trading point aggro. So like I'll be like, all right, I can touch now, and then like I'll tell him like I gotta get off. He'll come and touch. Like it's just kind of just me and him bouncing off calls whenever we can, and it helps us keep the point locked down.
Hey, listen here, man. I don't know if you're just trying to cosplay for Halloween. You had Thor out there for a second, man. I mean, I know you could play Thor, man, but in the game, too, come on now. I mean, is Thor starting to make his way back in? We just talked to a team who said, okay, we like him on some pressure points there, but yeah, I saw him flex for a second.
He's one of those characters. He's like, he outputs a lot of damage, but a lot of characters got to be gone. Like, Emma has to be out of the game. Phoenix really destroys him. Like the other tanks just have more util most of the time, so it's really hard to play him in certain spots. But if you get the bans right, then he's really good, I think.
I have one last question, because looking at the way that 4.5 patchos are looking and hearing you say that, where do you think Thor is going to be after the changes of 4.5?
I feel like he's still going to be in like a B to C tier spot. Like he'll be played in niche places, but he's never going to be like the character that you pick out of the gate. Like Mag is just way too good. All these other dive tanks, like Venom just got a buff. That character is going to be permanently played.
Yeah, Venom, man. Oh my god.
Yeah,
it's going to be a permanent ban.
It's really
not going to be able to play
yeah.
him as much.
Yeah.
Well, hey, listen, man. You guys are going to be able now to go and advance. You're going to be playing either FlyQuest or Rad. Both those teams, obviously, on fire a bit. I know you. I know Cal now. Here in person, but got to know you guys. I know you want the win back. That was the closest fight probably of the tournament so far of you and Fly. You guys kind of trading that 1 and 2 as what the public thinks. Do you want that revenge match?
Oh yeah, 100%. I really want to play him again. I want to play him in the next bracket too. I'm waiting for that. That's when it really matters.
The elimination, man. Well, hey, you know, if things go as I expect to see you again in Georgia, and we'll grab a drink and say what's up again. Always fun talking to you, man. Pleasure seeing you here online. Celebrate with the team and relock, reload for next week.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I appreciate you. That is Kaluge with Team Envy, showing, as always, not only the muscles but the calmness that the seasoned vet does there, Vic. And what a good fight, even though it was 2-0.
Yeah, I like picking Kaluge's brain too. You know, a veteran in the scene and has so much experience as a competitor there too. And also just looking at the team and the rising stars, combine that with that veteranship. You have the guidance here to put together why Envy is as strong as they are in the region.
Yeah, for sure. Now we look at the bracket and the path ahead. Guys, we have the best 2 matches, I think, of today coming up here. Excited for what the finish is. Fly versus Rad. Again, both these teams look unstoppable. Fly beating Envy is a massive win for them and the org. They go against Rad, and the loser will face Envy once again to then advance into the grand finals. Our next matchup determines the place in the grand finals, Vicky, and that's all you can ask for the seeding. Getting yourself cemented at the top, giving yourself the best chance to punch your ticket into LAN, and that's what everybody and that's what all the dreams are. Some teams for the first time, some to get vengeance back on what they had. But next up, guys, it is the tale as old as time, and no, it's not Beauty of the Beast. It's Sentinels versus 100 Thieves. But before that, let's take a look, Vicky, at, we just saw Emma, the mother skin. Now we've got Hella back on our screen.
Oh man, the Grim Lady. If you haven't copped the skin already, what are you doing? Because if the Emma Frost didn't already sell you, I mean, the Hella one already got me about a week ago, I feel like, at this point. And it is beautiful. You definitely want to be able to try to claim this before it's over. And you want to instill fear into your enemy's eyes as you ascend in the battlefield and even take to the skies with the Hella ult.
Absolutely. I mean, I'm just so, my eyes, I mean, Hella is a great skin, but my eyes are firmly focused on what is going to be Sentinels versus 100 Thieves. Again, guys, the story of 100 Thieves didn't change their roster much. Sentinels, we've seen what has happened there, but the results have followed. Don't go anywhere. Quick reset, quick break, and we'll be back right after.
I want your soul! Hell unleashed!
trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight like the sun and moon, and I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Playing out from angel rise, raising up with fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rifts winters again, the arrival till the end. Rise up from angel minds, hold on to your powers now. I can't
Hello, friends, and welcome back from the break as we head into match number 3. This is the only match that Vicky and I chose different teams, and for the reason of they're both pretty dang good, Vic. I mean, when you look at what we have lined up for us here, the secret wars between Sentinels and 100 Thieves. Now, Sentinels, outside of Aramori, pretty much the only first member on the team now, with the departure of Hogs way back when, Karova, Super Gomez, Amazing, and Crimzo joined the fold. So it's interesting. We have a whole new look of them, but they look like a different team. I mean, I think sometimes a split is good, and for Sentinels, it's showing so far that they're happy with what they've brought in.
Yeah, they thrive on those aggressive double Vanguard front lines, right? And I feel like having to find that cohesion, we keep bringing this up, but that's the importance of having a roster that's stuck together to be able to figure out how to play around each other and also building up that trust. That's something else that isn't discussed about. And I feel like Sentinels, I feel like this is a team that likes to make all their players feel at home. We've seen it before in the past, and now bringing in, Avery and Renko too together into the mix has been something that Sentinels, everyone was wondering, can they still keep up just the way that they've been able to play thus far in the America region? And yes, they have been.
Yeah, hey, listen, I mean, the kind of shot caller for a long time has been Crimzo, but really, guys, Techie and Nectar can just get so much done for their roles. Nectar can swap to whatever's needed. And Techie, I mean, I watched this man live play multiple times. Got to see Scrims in the room, and this man is he's locked in. The way he plays is insane. Some of the best in the business in terms of the Vanguard position alongside Crimzo. But yes, all eyes are on the new additions of Avery and Renko here. We're going to see kind of what they can pull together with this team against a familiar foe.
I think Renko and Aramori have also just done a very good job at following up with one another, basically covering the other here. But then looking at 100 Thieves, you're looking at a team that didn't have to make through really that much changes in general.
Yeah, I mean, Avery and Renko, they've been on great teams before. They're showcasing it now, and we'll have to see with 100 Thieves and looking at what they're going to bring to the mix. You guys have known this roster for a while, and hey, what I want to look at is the path to get to where they are. I think overall 100 Thieves has had a bit easier of a path than Sentinels, if I'm being, frank about it. However, that doesn't stop 100 Thieves from just taking care of business in what they do always. All the teams in Ignite are elite. We know that, as Terra and Delina, just that duelist duo. And I've got to say, Delina, we know Terra's great, but Delina and what he's done on Adam and just in general has really stepped up in my eyes.
And having to be flexible in what a lot of these teams have had to face against the triple Vanguard, triple Strategist. And it's been a pretty close few games that 100 Thieves have had to deal with, right? They went 2-1 against Alani win, 2-1 against Extinction. It's not that clean fashion that these teams would expect versus like Sentinels, who 2-0 Team Nemesis, a team so strong that we saw earlier today. Now against a team like Sentinels, though, it's going to be a different beast to see where exactly 100 Thieves lies.
Yeah, and Millennia has just been a demon on the Shark, which we've seen a lot of today. But if it's not him, it's Harvey. A lot of flexibility on this team. And I think, when we were playing in the last meta, it wasn't their meta, or the last mid-season. It wasn't their meta. And that's what they've continued to say. So now they're a lot more ready for it, as Terra, who quite literally can play any duelist that comes out into this game and more. And we're trying to finally see them kind of settle in to what they're comfortable with, both strategy-wise. And that's the big difference. I think, there's some struggle there against Alani win, but they've really come into their own here as the tournaments progress.
Yeah, we're talking about a team that has so many different compositions they could roll out with. Very flexible here when I was looking at 100 Thieves, and then looking at the way that Sentinels wants to play into that more flexing hyper carry duelist when you have the double aggressive Vanguards. I'm wondering how the ban and pick phase is going to play out for both of these teams.
Yeah, the stage is set, and just the legacy and the matchup between these two teams, very similar, story we've seen, but different rosters come to clash it out here on day 6. Look at these legendary battles here. When we look back to the past, it's just been razor thin every single time, and look at the map dominance too. Pretty special to see.
Literally, 2 of these orgs, as strong as they have been in other games here, have also created so much history already in the infancy of Marvel Rivals esports, and being able to see it happen again going into stage 2, you already know when you talk about the 2 strongest teams within the Americas region, these are the 2 teams that always come into everybody's mind.
Central Park is always such a good matchup between them. Excited to see that. Midtown, it's all in New York at this point. Now, if you look between the maps too, Domination is leaning towards, at least outside of Hell's Heaven. Well, they're 1-1 actually in Hell's Heaven there, depending on the finals and not. So cool to see these teams line up, ready to fight yet again. And legendary battles happen here in Rivals Ignite, and we're jumping into one in just a moment.
Cannot wait to see how this plays out. The only series that Cozy and I had a different pick for, because it was honestly very difficult. It took me some time to really like look into this, looking at the history too. And that's why when I was on the fence, it was just because of the performance and how close it's been. When you and I were covering 100 Thieves, wondering, you know, what's been going on here? Is it going to be an economy issue that we've been seeing them sometimes stagger? Is it the adjustment with the triple Vanguard, triple strategist? Sometimes even them in an interview, they're just like, oh, we're forced to have to go for this. Not like we even want to, but you have to do what it takes to win.
Yeah, I think both them and Envy are kind of the tough team as far as just the way they carry themselves, even in China. I mean, these guys, they just were not shaken by anything. And just having conversations with what they think of themselves and really what they want to do as a set unit as we jump into Wakanda. Once again, both Mantis off the board.
Not surprised. We already saw how strong having the Mantis available could be, especially when you have the duelist that both of these teams have. Wondering what that first safe pick is going to be going into Sentinels, though, as we get started here on Burn and T'Challa for our first map.
I do like the save on the Jeff. Again, we've seen multiple times that anyone can flex and play the role of Jeff and the importance that he has. I mean, quite literally in this, just today, Vicky, we've seen Jeff turn around fights that weren't going to go the way we thought they were, as Ultron is the first priority for this team of 100 Thieves.
Jeff has been a problem. I never thought I would say that, honestly, as early as it's been here in the MRI, but Ultron, just the same as we had for the last 2 series alone, has also been a very important pick here, as 100 Thieves are going to be able to lock that down already to take to the skies.
All right, Adam Warlock banned. That's smart for them. Delina was really showing off there in domination and just how he's matured on the role of duelist, now flexing into that important role of strategist. And looking, it's a lot of I mean, just look across the board, it's just strategists right now. And so we can tell the game plan going in early between these two Titans.
I'm not surprised here. That's kind of been the theme, right? We take a look at the amount of heroes that have been banned, especially with their specific roles, and it's just been the strategist game all stage 2 long, as the Emma Frost is that next ban coming out from Sentinels as they protect the Adam Warlock in their favor, which we know goes extremely hard on a map like Domination.
Yeah, so, I mean, just the flexibility now. I mean, I expect to see Avery probably play that Adam. You can play Rinko. It's going to be on the Jeff, so we'll see what's flexed over there to Aramori now. And on their side of things, last ban for this team, what you're probably trying to look at here is, yeah, okay, do you want to shut down Star-Lord? I mean, not a bad choice there to shut down either Avery or the other side of Nectar for Star-Lord.
All right, we got everything situated here. We got the Ultron and Invisiwoman protect in favor for 100 Thieves, and something that's going to allow Tara to take to the skies is having Delano right alongside him on the Ultron, maybe, unless Tara wants to highlight over that Star-Lord that we know, or rather, no, I guess that knows can't use that Star-Lord, but Tara could absolutely flex to that if they need.
Yeah, you know, I've been seeing more and more of this kind of magic. Doctor Strange, obviously, we know how good that team up is. Got nerfed in 4.5 for Pete's sake. So they're going to be bringing that together in Nectar. I'm telling you, they just have so much talent at their disposal there, as we're going to see that team up lock and load at the Eyes of Wakanda, taking a stroll around the map. But yeah, Rinko has been just absolute dangerous on the Sharks, some of the most that we've seen in the tournament. So eyes on that for the big difference as well.
To make crazy playmaking abilities. We saw Jeff alone, just from Kurova's hands in our previous series, literally win 3 to 4 team fights just with that ultimate alone. And it can come in very much in clutch, especially starting things off here already. Burn and T'Challa, round number 1, as we're already going to go for something cheeky. I'm thinking, oh, okay, they swapped off immediately afterwards. I'm wondering here if they're going to try to go for that portal play.
Yeah, teasing it a little bit now. As the teams hop in, they are going to bring the aggression, though, and look at them locked in. Nectar's just going to be charging through right off the rip. Team up, dash, slash. Oh, they found a straggler behind a little bit. Maybe they're going to be cutting him off. Nope. Okay, I like what they're trying to pull up together here now, trying to find the perfect vantage point. Crimson, they're like, come on, let's get to this thing. Nectar waiting patiently, ready for the parade there as they now rotate to point.
This is instilling fear. It's living rent-free in their heads sometimes as they look right behind them. Sentinels now making their way already on that point as Tara's taking to that sky, going to be able to utilize that middle console to get out of line of sight. But with Renko being the first one to go, the patience pays off here for Tara, but Crimson next follows up.
Yeah, pick band-wise, definitely get the favor here to Sentinels and just how they have their plan of victory, both having Adam and Jeff is such a deadly duo in domination. We've seen this so many times, Vicky, and so getting it through. But Terra does get access to the Human Torch. That slipped through the cracks of the band. They said they were okay with it. And look, they're paying the price. Flame on, game on. Terra's ready to go.
Maybe, if anything, 100 Thieves paying the price. But although Terra's up in the skies, Crimso's having his own standalone show out here. He took out both strategists, gets a follow-up pick right afterwards, and now Sentinels do get to flip the point despite Terra still being alive.
Yeah, they continue to have this point. Tick, tick. Avery went down twice immediately. Terra is just feasting on the prey. It's so fun to watch this guy now. 87 in climbing shirt is about to be burned off here as Nectar might have to switch because that could be a tough time dealing with that. Delina in the skies as well. The deadly duo taking it in the air.
Oh, man, the freeze and then the follow-up, too, from Millennia right there, too, to take out AMER even bigger as now 100 Thieves. They flipped the script just as quickly.
Yeah, they don't have much to handle what's in the air, right? I mean, you would have to have Avery go perfect mode there. Techie on that. I don't love this team up or what they have here comp-wise, but, you know, they are close to some of their ults. Maybe they're going to look to get that off. Rinko, 99 and climbing. But, man, this is going to be tough here. Supernova, the pressure maker, the space pusher here, throwing it into the halls of Wakanda. They're going to need an absolute repair job as the walls go down, and he forces the split of the team.
I love it, creating so much of this space too, but if anything, Sentinels are just going to try to wait from the back line. You don't want to get isolated though when Terra's up in the sky, especially when you're trying to stay alive as Invisible Woman. It's a scary look while Vinny and Millennia get to take out that split from the team of Sentinels that try to wrap around from behind Terra. Invisible Boundary though from AMER is going to try to keep Sentinels alive. Meteor M now coming up from TTK to try to find that mark before slamming down on the Venom just to deal that extra damage.
Yeah, I don't know if I loved that invisible boundary there, right? Because that battle was already lost. And it just kind of kept it sustained at that point. You know, it's a tough call at all levels of play, but would have liked that one back most likely if I'm the Sentinels here. Now TTK is going to look to climb that ult back up. Terra's already close to the Supernova once again, and 100 Thieves have everything and looking dominant here.
Showcases how much damage output 2 Terra is putting in, while TTK takes a good amount of damage himself. Sentinels have 4 of these ultimates ready to go, and it's going to be Techie going in for the reset after calling in the armor off the Venom. It's a nice dance off though from Millennia just to keep the rest of the team alive and healed up with the fate of both worlds. With Sentinels now just trying to struggle to find their footing back on this point, although 100 Thieves lose out on Harvey. Huge first pick because they won't have that invisible boundary to keep themselves alive. If anything, they have Vinny for that, as well as Delena, who can have that extermination to keep 100 Thieves in, but Delena goes out before even pulling the trigger.
Yeah, honestly, didn't love that 100 Thieves getting the ults off when needed there. I mean, they had the confidence of... Oh, someone's going to get on the point here. They had the confidence there of just getting the job done without it, and unfortunately, Sentinels, we're going to be taking that back from them. I mean, it feels like in sports you have divisional matchups where one team just always looks better than the other, and 100 Thieves just typically have their number, Vicky, no matter the talent level on each team at this point. But right now, Sentinels have plenty of ults to fight back what is going to be Terra and Delena. Extermination coming from both of them.
100 Thieves already at 99% too, and they also have those 3 ultimates ready to go with Harvey having that sustainability after going out first in that previous fight. Here comes that Supernova though to try to force out maybe an ultimate here from Sentinels. They have to call Avery, who still has that passive available, and Aramori falling incredibly low while she was so close to having that invisible boundary. She goes out, but this is where Avery shines as the MVP. Brings everybody up back together, and with Renko trying to cause chaos, you have the Jeff ultimate. The slam down to try to shut this down though can help them out, as now 100 Thieves shut down the Jeff. They get their strategist right back in. Millennia going out still allows Harvey to have the invisible boundary.
Perfect peel there from Delena, making sure that they got their strategist back in this thing. They needed to win it now. Delena up on the skies, trying to get something rolling there with Terra. Once again, Terra with the melee, the swift, the dive, but it's Crimso on top. 86% in climbing. The Eye of Agamotto opens, and he gets the hit, and he pays the ultimate price. Nectar with the great follow-up now. 99-92. Teams falling behind. Crimso is looking to play his A game as Nectar tries to find his prey. It's Millennia trying to escape at this point. Can't find the exit, but does. 99-90.
In the tether too onto the Invisible Woman, overtime taking away, and Sentinels with Nectar to follow up, clear out that first round.
What a masterclass of comeback there. I mean, that was all 100 Thieves. We've said this before. It's like one team played better there, but no, one got the win. I'm blown away after Delina. Vicky got that pick on the Jeff. I thought it was going to be the rest of the curtain cleanup, but no. Avery showing why pick bans matters so much. One team has Adam, one does not.
Yeah, and Crimso's situational awareness. Oh, I already know how much of a veteran and experienced player Crimso is and how he guides this team, but the way that he was able to also isolate Delena there with the Eye of Agamotto allowed Nectar to get that follow-up. It could be tricky sometimes with those walls being right there for that first round to allow Delena to reposition. But that was even bigger, so you take another strategist out of the equation for 100 Thieves.
Crazy as we look at what Techie and Crims are able to do as that Vanguard front, and then we're right back at the Terror Show once again. You know exactly what you tuned in for when we watch 100 Thieves in this organization. I was talking to Courage yesterday. We were doing a little fun tournament, and I asked him about his 100 Thieves team, and they're blown away with the talent they have on their roster. TTK summons the magic. Team jumps in right to the point.
Love being able to enjoy watching some of those third-party events here, too, and really highlight the talent we have in our competitive Marvel scene as well with Sentinels coming out. They have that Venom ultimate ready, Feast of the Abyss, just so that way you can put in some better pressure here, but no fall potential as Terra is still harassing him from the skies.
I would say, actually, I like where both teams land ult-wise. Millennia has plenty of sustain. They are going to use it to try to get that upper edge now. Techie getting dangerously close, but right back up. Crimson now down to one, down and out of the fight. TTK to follow, and at this point, same song, same dance. We're going to have Sentinels kind of charge up their ults, but 100 Thieves takes the point.
We love playing on the seesaw here when it comes to these early versions of domination, and even with that Phoenix reset, it's going to be a huge stagger in favor for 100 Thieves.
Wow. Wow. Shocked about it, but same result. TTK does have the Agamotto to use. Terra with the finish and flush as well. I mean, heck, until it's won, you know, either of these teams can bounce back, so not too concerned about the early point cap between this matchup. But going into it, Avery's got his ult. AMER can get the sustain up, but they're going to need every bit of it, Vicky, with Terra now throwing down the fire.
It's gonna get hot in here. Let me check out the fire department's KD ratio with the way that Terra just harassing them from inside the side room here. A lot of pressure, but mostly space just to allow Sentinels to move up. Thankfully, Sentinels did not use up any of the utility just so that way they can try to counter-rotate this. They have some time as the Silent Seduction now comes out from Crimso.
Yeah, Crimson now trying to get all eyes on him here, and it's going to be a perfect invisible boundary from AMER. Nice job keeping up her husband in the point and on, and now as Terra does take down Avery, and that's going to continue to slow this team down. You say it's getting hot in here. He continues to take off his clothes and gets those supernovas for the pressure. Dives in, pushes out. Avery, though, does get the pass to bring him back.
When I heard you said Terra, I was like, man, scary Terra, I guess, matches up together with the way that Terra is. But Terra now floating in the skies, and they lost out on Delena and TTK with two ultimates that could have changed a lot in helping out that survivability. Vinny now with that freedom charge, though, having to try to stagger up on the point with Sentinels, and Renko having that gobble up and another stagger here as they get the Invisible Woman out of here.
Continues to find Harvey with the hose and doesn't get the first one, does succeed on the second. And funny enough, this is nearly where it was at last time on the flip, so confident in moving forward. They have what they need defensively too. When you have the Avery ult, you're probably feeling pretty comfortable. Nectar, Techie can combine this thing as well, Vicky, so I'd like the 100 Thieves placement and positioning. I think you do kind of ride this high ground.
I'm trying to contest it though, but Sentinels are trying to meet them up here over by this choke, and they still have to try to isolate Avery as two different members of Sentinels are holding two different off angles here. It's going to be Techie and Nectar together. Techie getting hit a good amount here, feeling pressured out to drop down, and now Delena with the extermination can hold it down as he gets eliminated by Nectar. Lovely follow-up as Techie also tries to slam down that Meteor M, but Delena has gone down now twice with that extermination.
I just have no idea her Nectar's alive. I watched that health bar go to 0 million times. Now that Terra Harvey go down once again. Sentinels don't get the first lap, but the last one follows as Crimson now pushes forward, and now it's aggro mode as they're pushing in here, Vic.
It's just the fact that they didn't even have to utilize much too in that, right? They still held their ground, they held their defense, and now they're about to overtake 100 Thieves on the progress of this point, and they have so much to answer back with.
Gotta love choreographed carnage now. Renko trying to push in, getting that ever so poke damage to get that ult ready. Will it be Harvey paying the price yet again? Delena, TTK can respond, but right now time is ticking, and just like that, Sentinels, they find themselves on top. Millennia is trying to get that ult going, but Harvey is gonna be the one that has to keep this team alive. Watch for Renko though, swallowing it up.
Well, that invisible boundary is going to come clutch, though, and Renko's going to want to try to combat that as we finally see the extermination now come out from Delena, splitting up the attention as Terra was on Nectar. Lovely followed together with the damage output, but now with the Born again coming in from Avery, they did not call out the Adam Warlock, who is in the back. They bring Nectar right back around, and they can get a lot more aggressive without Crimzo and the Sonic Seduction forcing 100 Thieves to back away, but with overtime ticking away, they can't get off this point.
Watch for the Groot ult here. Vinny's clutch at landing these, throws down the wall, continues the pressure, but it's going to be Crimzo in his face. Has no separation. TTK throwing 1,000 pounds of metal right onto Avery. The passive comes back. He's into the fight and the fray. 68% though. Thieves does have the point, and this is going to be a tough ult to finish up with. Yeah, getting out, trying to do what they can now, just trying to keep their team in it. And smart choice there. I mean, Renko would have been deleted from the map.
Yeah, right. That's why Renko saw the situation. Once Harvey double jumped and turned invisible, there was no reason to try to overextend in that equation here, because now with 100 Thieves, they're slowly reaching that 99%, so the re-engagement has to become quick from Sentinels.
Look at what 100 Thieves has. The imprisonment into... Oh, what?
Huh?
Did I just see? Was it the push-off? Did we not see a push-off? I don't think so, because it was used there on Vinny. What just happened to 100 Thieves? You can't 100 choke this as Avery goes. What just happened, Vin?
I think there was a DC. I'm not too sure if the icon is correct here, because Millennia had that ultimate. I guess we're going to have to find out. But that is just doom.
Oh.
No.
Oh, no.
Hey, no. At the worst time? Are you kidding me?
Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, you hate to see it. Speechless.
Okay, but on the I'm gonna say on the other side though, we absolutely take those. I'm sorry, but like you know, at the end of the day, there is money on the line. That is very unfortunate, but that was just really bad timing, especially when you had that ultimate.
Yeah, I honestly hate to see it, especially with it being that close, and we know that was gonna be an absolute fight to the finish. But just like that, it will be Sentinels who end up taking the first map from them, and clearly 100 Thieves knew that they had it right there in the bag. Terra, 15 eliminations, not going to be enough for this team. And, oh, man, if you're a 100 Thieves fan, absolutely soul-crushing, but it can be made up right after it now. As the teams in the performance, I mean, honestly, it was those are the strategists that kept them in the fight.
Yeah, let's talk about what we even saw from Sentinels, right? The readjustment, because despite even the very end right there, Sentinels, the way that they were cycling those ultimates were impeccable. Even with them starting out strong, Crimzo had gotten like a 3K real quick at the very beginning of that round one. Terra stayed alive. So Terra's survivability alongside that and trying to help out Harvey, follow up from Delena, was on fire here literally for 100 Thieves, but it just wasn't enough with the way that Sentinels had regrouped together. Even Renko's awareness with the callouts from Crimzo to let him know, all right, you know what, once you use that Jeff ultimate, it's not worth it if you don't find the invisible woman, so just come right back.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I mean, if you looked at the last point and who had what too, I mean, both teams were fully stacked for what was going to be an infinity war of ults there, as now you just have to try to find and get reset and reloaded now. Looking at what is available to sustain surely would have been different. But the MVP of our first match goes to the man himself, Crimzo. Man, it was fun to watch this guy in interviews, fun to meet him in China, get to know him a bit. He went 19 though, with 10 final hits. Pretty dang good.
Yeah, again, we opened up explosively from the very beginning, also knowing what to do here and who to isolate better with the Eye of Agamotto at some points as well. But Crimzo being on fire, I'm not too surprised here with the way that he opens up on domination. But great look for Sentinels, and if you're 100 Thieves on the other side, you just got to GG go next. You have to reset because this is best of 3, right? And this is a situation with best of 3 is that there's little to no room for error. You shouldn't have that, you know, in general as a mindset, but it's just a fact of what is at stake when you have less games to play.
Yeah, with that much on the line. Luckily, it's seeding right now, but either way, you have to take a look at this thing and just reset. Now, luckily, coming on the main stage, you'll have best of 5, you know, to kind of get things going. But even in this best of 3, you can't afford to be hung up on that, right? Only thing they got to get, you know, focused on is getting Millennia back in, ready to go, and get this team back to where they were, because they were dominating for quite some time, but Sentinels always kind of had that last hero plot armor to make sure they got the first W. Now, these two teams will be clashing once again, head to head, and honestly, after that one, either can take it. Don't go anywhere. We're going to take a quick break.
desperately trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end.
Hello and welcome back, guys, to our matchup of the two Titans going at it once again, and it did not disappoint there in our domination matchup. It showed one team going out aggressive, right away with 100 Thieves there, Vic, but it was Sentinels who just did not get phased by it, and they showed the patience and ultimately the win.
Yep, they were able to take control not only in that first round, but even that second round, the way that they were able to regroup and recontest there. Even despite, the DC that we saw with the Luna Snow ultimate there too, it was still a very good fight here from Sentinels to really force them on that position too, honestly, with the way that they were holding on to that point and even stalling.
Yeah, absolutely. Sometimes they only happen at the worst times possible. But either way, hey, we've seen teams bounce back, right, from going down one. We kind of opened up with that today. So the team that needs to win is going to win right here, right now. We're going to be going to Yggdrasil's Path. This is the map, the famous, if you have famous fields in sports, this is the famous map, especially between these two, Vicky. We've seen so many good matchups between them, both thinking it's their map. 100 Thieves, though, they always default to this. I feel like this is like TTK's home court advantage.
It really is. And the way that I have seen 100 Thieves play out on this map is just unreal. Sometimes, whether it looks like it could be incredibly close, they just mollywop when they're on the attack. And the way that they hold their defense is honestly on another level, but it's about doing it against a team as coordinated as Sentinels, and Crimzo being the MVP of our previous game, the shot caller and the way that he's guided up this team is a very scary person to go up against.
Yeah, I mean, Alani, when they were up, I believe, 1 or maybe it was 1-1 at this point, but when 100 Thieves got on this map, it was like clear the winner. And it's always on point 2. When they're right there, teams that can finish off point 2 are the ones that typically win because that spawn point is so close, Vicky. And I feel like 100 Thieves, they just always play it to perfection here, guys. The stage is set. Yggdrasil's Path, as we probably go into 2 Mantis bands.
I would be surprised if it doesn't come through. You don't want either of these duelists to pop off. Whoa, wait, hold on, wait. As we get the first ban being on the Emma Frost, which I do like. We did see some Emma Frost denial, what we saw from the other side at some points here too. So Emma Frost also being as strong as she is when we go over to Convoy is something else to consider when it comes to a lot of these other Vanguards front landing.
Yeah, I gotta take that away from TTK and what he can do on the hero. Delina too. I think that's a strong opening. Those are probably the 2 tickets to success for that team. So getting rid of both. Love what, honestly, a great draft there from the top. Looking at the saves, you're gonna give that back to Harvey with the Emma to match. If Emma gets banned, you gotta get them both out.
Okay, no more Emma for either team. So we've seen that already. TTK not going to be able to have that available. We've seen Crimzo on the Emma himself here as the Jeff protect us. We've seen some Jeff plays coming through, maybe not as shining as the other few series thus far, but usually this is where things get a little dicey, especially when it comes to these Invisible Woman ults. That's why you see the protect on the Invisible Woman means that you could try to get a free Jeff ultimate as the next set of bans come out. No Luna, no Ultron.
That's a good shout out here as you look towards the strategy of what they want to save. And Sentinels, yep, I was going to say they probably got to go with, once again, the Atom. Avery really helped turn the tide of battle, not once, but 2 different times on 2 maps that ultimately let them come away and sneak away with that win. The next band and last for 100 Thieves. Last time, again, they continued to go the route of strategists, just pushing them to the limit on what they can decide to go with, and they're doing that yet again.
kind of been the mainstay theme that we see right here too, as the protect over the Mantis. They said, all right, you can focus on the Ultra, that's all good, but we'll be able to protect that Mantis, and having the damage boost when you take to the sky here is going to be crucial, especially with the way that Terra plays.
Oh, this got to be a ban on Venom or a ban on Human Torch. I mean, I would say I would go with Venom here for them. They didn't go that route last time, though. Maybe they potentially... The Mantis save, by the way, is huge for them. Yep, they're going to go with Venom. Just not to allow any, anything get too crazy.
Right heroes could make all
With
the difference.
Terra, though, still having Torch and Delena getting more of these explosive follow-ups. 100 Thieves do start things off on the attack, which is important to note. But now looking at what you're able to get away with here, TTK gets to hover over that Doctor Strange, and looking at what Sentinels is going to roll out with. I'm also thinking, Terra, we've seen so many times the Bucky reset potential if we do end up seeing a Loki coming out from Sentinels.
Yeah, and Vinny, wasn't completely a difference maker on that last map, and I know what that man can do in the hands of Vanguard. And so what I think most likely is he's going to come back to form here. Always seems to here, especially on the first choke point where Groot is just massive for the team. But looking at what they have now, altogether, the heroes they just played, rocking that on this map is going to look a lot better. Way more space to function, to move around. We got a quick peek there at AMER on the Invisible Woman, and playing that role to success. They had to try to lock that in and keep their team going. But yeah, this is going to be a close one, Vic. But 100 Thieves, they are so comfortable here in Asgard.
Yeah, I'm so happy you bring that up too, because there's a lot of open sight lines there through the lanes as well, so you get to allow Terra to shine up in the sky. You have a lot of area to just get out of line of sight of the opposing team here, and with the way that Sentinels just playing a little bit back, Crimzo being on that Captain America, it's all about stalling out on the point, which could get dicey if you're trying to fixate your prioritization on building up space.
Who needs the old, the old strategy of going the aggression for triple Vanguard, triple strategist? They are going to, in fact, roll the lineup, but they're going to back up because of that. Terra is going to hunt for his prey. Now, Rocky does allow her to come right back into the fold, and Venom is just struggling for life. Out of here, too. It is 100 Thieves finding their prey fast, Vic. My gosh, what an opening.
Yeah, you literally have both Crimzo and Techie just jumping around on the point to stall as long as possible, but that leaves out your strategist slightly vulnerable there, as Iramori had used up that BRB from Avery being on that rocket. 100 Thieves, though, have put down a good amount of that damage to try to clear out that next corner, but even better for Sentinels to reposition, backing away to recontest.
Crimson doing a good job. I mean, he did get eliminated there, but he kept that point exactly where it was, allowing everyone to get back to point here. They don't want to stagger too much now. Techie doing a good job. Haven't seen a lot of Techie on Venom, so cool to see that put together. But Aramori going, the couple falling one by one. Nectar now gonna go down on Magneto, and this is all 100 Thieves as Crimzo has to set the portal for the last fight to not make this an absolute, as you would put it, mollywop on point one.
One of my favorite words, but even bigger to see the readjustments, a counter from Vinny going over to the thing the moment he sees the Captain America and Techie being on that Venom. And as the recontest comes out, 100 Thieves have so much in the bank as Renko with the Jeff ultimate gets a take in thing. They try to isolate Renko, they try to take him out even with the Phoenix ultimate, but you can't catch what you can't hit as he sends down Vinny.
Barely survives that at that. Great job. He did have to ultimately sacrifice himself, but that's what the luxury is of having three strategists. Terra, though, absolute al caliente, getting 1, 2 with the follow-up of Delena, making 3 with the quick spark ignite into second point.
Okay, I see you, Cozy, practicing the Spanish out here, and you know what? 100 Thieves, A for effort. But with the double fires that we're seeing between Delena and Terra, they're putting the word ignite into ignite thus far, making that comeback here as Sentinels also coming out with some adjustments.
I gotta see in Spanish, to be honest. But anyway, we got TTK ready with the Agamotto, ready to set up this team for success. Supernova, damage up, boosted up. Again, as you said, it's getting hot in here. Torch is gonna take off his clothes, shirts off, game on. Nectar going, shooting. Good mag bubble, keeping them alive, but not enough as they're gonna be protected there by Millennia and the Great Mantis time to...
Oh man, now backing away here too. TTK does have the Eye of Agamotto that could go big here with the way that 100 Thieves are also playing split up at the same time. Sentinels now with Nectar flying around like a bug around Terra, who's just trying to swat him. Vinny brings everyone together, though, the follow-up too, as Delena finds Nectar, finds Techie. It's going to be a shish kebab as 100 Thieves have literally not been stopped thus far on this cart.
looking exactly where we left him. This is going to be the difference, though. Can Sentinels contest this point? We know 100 Thieves is going to do so on their side. They don't have a portal to do it. Groot Wall is going to come up. No, they can't. It's going to be 0.3. Unless someone can get to this point. It's Techie trying to get there as Cap. 3.37 does make it in. Huge stall there. They need that as Avery's going to activate ahead of time. But Delina deletes Techie. Techie coming back into the fight. Ashanti's power's out. But it's going to be instead Terra showing off as Avery brings it back.
That's why they wanted to protect the Adam Warlock here. They brought everyone back, but a beautiful ultimate save to counter the Jeff ult, shutting down Renko, shutting down any Jeff shenanigans here too. Survivability on board with Harvey having that invisible boundary. It's another wipe despite Sentinels utilizing the res.
I mean, it's a telepathic takeover right now. Delina is just on his A game right now. He was Ultron last match. This Jean Grey fitting a lot better to his pure aim god playstyle that we know him from, right? Was that Hella player? Now Jean, it's going to go back to Hella next season, but right now it's all Phoenix.
Enjoy it while you can. I'll enjoy watching the fall down though, but we get to see 100 Thieves capitalize off of it for now. Supernova ready to go, but dealing so much of that damage off the fire on the floor alone, as Aramori also has that invisible boundary. You may want to hold it for the Supernova.
Supernova out, damage boost up, just so much consistent pressure here, but great job there getting the invisible boundary up. Nectar needs to land this perfectly now as Avery getting ever so close once again to the resurrection. 3 minutes left. If they allow Thieves to get this point cap with even 2, victory is going to be near impossible. Terra continuing to do what he does best. Avery out of this thing. Nectar, no connection. This is looking doomed for Sentinels.
Agamotto only lands on Nectar, and the follow-up comes out right after landing it here. Tries to send out that Meteor M, but at the moment, 100 Thieves, despite seeing all these ultimates sent down with Renko getting the God of Mischief, putting down the invisible boundary, they're still finding these trades here. They're still finding more of the numbers in favor for 100 Thieves.
Aramori at least getting some good pick there on Terra. Crimson going down, does get the ult out, it looked like, but there's no follow-up with it. Not even sure that ult went for the cam that we did get there. Avery does Born again, 1.67 though. They've got to stay on point. Everyone coming back to it. Resets happening. Delina pulling up, going up, getting that high ground advantage and finding the resurrection. Marvel Zombie shut down. He found the way as Terra gets Crimson out, but the invisible boundary's up to keep the sustain.
At least they don't have to deal with the Queen of Death herself here in this equation. TTK has the gun, rather the ultimate, to send out 2. Gets out 2 with the Agamotto, and the follow-up between Terra coming back is the chef's kiss to just completely speedrun that attack.
Sentinels just looked all out of sorts there, and 100 Thieves just, again, this is their map. We've seen it over and over. Like, I love what Nectar's trying to do from the backline picks, but we had the invisible boundary on point, right? And then great rotation there and awareness from Delina and Terra to find him, ice him, and flame on, game on, win that round pretty firmly.
I already want to see the damage output, because this is what happens when you allow 100 Thieves to have Mantis, and the damage output is just too much to deal with here for 100 Thieves.
I mean, yeah, that's the show. You got rid of Venom, but okay. You have Terra, the skill level that he shows. But even that, he's going to now have the damage boost to follow. That's some scary stuff up in the sky. As you're going to have to see a perfect, absolute perfect play if we're not going to get a 1-1. But with these two teams, it always goes the distance.
I'm looking at the stats alone. Oh my goodness. Are you kidding? 100 Thieves with Terra having 16k already. Looking on the other side, right? The struggle bus when it comes to the way that Nectar and Avery were just trying to find their own individual picks. Aramori saving that invisible boundary just to counteract that of the Supernova sometimes, but could work out way better in favor for 100 Thieves just to force out an important ultimate to survive.
Again, I've said it before. I love when 100 Thieves gets pissed off, because they just play so locked in when angry. You almost want that effort out of them each and every matchup, but they've got it now. And yeah, here we go. The triple Vanguard up and ready. Terra on the Strange. He does rotate when needed, even though he's scary on the Duelist. I mean, you know, I don't think it gets much worse than the hold that Sentinels had on the triple Vanguard up front, so they can look to get a lot done early. And on the other side, Avery damage boosting, but we're going to have Nectar really put on a show.
And get to come right back around with that rocket BRB. Avery taking so much of that damage, though, thanks to that Groot Vinny putting in the work with these Groot walls and the follow-up, too, just to have it help. Sentinels now having to back away just for right now, but Crimson trying to replicate that being on the Groot.
Absolutely here now as They continue to throw down the walls. Vinny just plays this hero to such perfection. Crimso does have the imprisonment, though, to match. Quick ult there, and look to see if they go aggressive with it. It's going to be Rocket out. It's going to be TTK with the magic stun. And look at what the value, but great ult there from Aramori. But, I mean, in the spawn, the disrespect.
The fact that Terra just jumped right over their heads and uses the Eye of Agamotto to find 3 right afterwards, but then the Risa Spain in their face as Sentinels are looking to contest here with the Eternal Bond. Techie moves all the way up, finds Terra in this too. The invisible boundary now from the other side as they try to isolate the Eternal Bond from the other side of Renko. Meteor M now comes all the way up before slamming down, dealing just enough of that damage to control some of that space.
Yeah, and even though Terra was the first to go, as Doctor Strange, you're going to have to measure, right? Do I walk back or not? He's going to go with the flight option and play Angela.
No.
Nectar doing exactly what's asked of him. And now with the switch off onto Angela, no portal back. You're going to obviously have TTK swap into that position here, most likely. Terra finally getting back, just to get eliminated there. Nectar continuing this train up. Still has the ult, Vicky, but it's going to have to use it right here.
I had to go on the speed run taxi real quick just to get right back together with the rest of his team, but they'll be able to recontest here with the Doctor Strange portal as they try to get set up. But look at the counter portal that we're currently seeing.
It was a little late. I think it's a little late there, unfortunately. Yeah, that was not... I liked it. I liked the thought there, but it happened as the team made it through already now. And keep in mind, that could come back to haunt them if they don't have a way to get back quickly, although close to spawn. Terra once again up in the skies. It's Vinny, though, throwing down the imprisonment. Does he get the follow-up? No, he's forced to rotate back. The nice push off there from Aramori, and the response from Crimso with the ult himself.
Oh, but another Waters to meet him, though, at the same time, just to try to block him off. Great survivability coming out from the line of Sentinels of Aramori having that invisible boundary. Now the Supernova comes out from Terra, and the recontest with the Rocket. BRB allows Vinny to come right back around. Terra now finding Crimso, and Avery falls incredibly low, but with Renko having the Eternal Bond, they try to keep themselves in, but it's slightly too late as Avery gets isolated off the right side. Ooh.
And the tree goes down. What an Hagamoto there. TTK getting Renko out of this thing as well. And my goodness, Charmander going on Bulbasaur. We've seen it as a, Tails all this time there. Fire beats down Crimso the grass. And now they reset Avery. It's going to get close to Omega Hurricane. They might be able to force Millennia to ult early, and then Nectar can clean up the scraps.
Good isolation, though, because it was Renko who was in the middle of trying to utilize that Eternal Bond at the very end there, too. So now they don't have the Eternal Bond. They're going to have to rely on that invisible boundary instead from Aramori. And now Nectar and Techie could follow up. Avery forcing out. An ultimate here from Millennia would go crazy to allow Nectar to open things up for the rest of this team. Now that it's used up, they won't really have anything to protect themselves, and only finding Delena in the Eye of Agamotto. Vinny brings everybody else together just to try to get a follow-up. And now with Nectar and Renko going down, Sentinels, they did have that survivability, but they couldn't pull the trigger fast enough with Millennia getting that pullback.
I don't know if I loved having the Agamotto into the boundary. I don't know if that was on my bingo card, but either way, look at Terra. Look at Terra just hunting his prey. He's like, come on, come out here. Oh, nice little Nectar ball to take him down early. Okay, we saw a little cockiness come back to haunt him here. Now TTK's got to back out. Terra's going to look for a quick elimination, but Nectar right on it now. Nectar also has that Kraken impact. That could have at least paid the price a tad for this team, as now we have Sentinels forced to put the invisible boundary up early.
Sibling on sibling violence right there with a pullback, and the bottom shut him down to ground him. Now Eye of Agamotto's only find Nectar here, but that could have been huge because Nectar had tried to pull the trigger on that Bucky ultimate overtime, taking away with Terra having Supernova now.
He glides through the air, TTK, so perfectly. It's insane. TTK putting this on his back with TTK now getting Crimso out, making Techie. TTK and the Terra won't be stopped as 100 Thieves make it 1-1.
I don't know how TTK always does it, but this is the TTK playground, and he loves this map for a reason here, and you could see it on display.
Dude, he's got an ability I don't get as strange. I mean, the way he's able to glide with that Agamotto in the sky is so insane, and way to... I won't say bail Terra out because of what he does for the team there, but the early pick is certainly, I mean, Nectar had the reset, and so that was going to be all. That was going to be it there, and TTK was able to locate the threat and get it out of there. Terra, as always, man, 16 eliminations, 30K, insanity. 100 Thieves make this thing interesting.
Yes, it's crazy. And can you imagine, though, if the counter portal play could have come out just a little faster, and what that could have done in just stalling them out to allow them to get so close to that first checkpoint as well? As you could see the stats there, too, Terra going crazy.
Yeah, and not to mention Delina, again, I've told you just the way that he's been able to rise up and play the role that he does best here. And just when he's able to just play his aim god, he does it like no one else. And now they've given Torch to Thieves twice. I think they've done a great job in their banning Sentinels, right? But we even saw Torch go off there for Terra in the first bit. Yes, Terra can play anything, and maybe they realized that. But either way, I think going into this next map, you're just giving them too much if you give Terra up in the sky. There's so much to focus on.
Yeah, and the Mantis too, right? The Mantis plus Torch was so much damage output too. That's not including what Delena did on Phoenix at some points. Yes, when it comes to trying to break through these triple Vanguard, triple strategists, sometimes when you see a lot of teams roll out on the attack, it's so that way you get the Omega Hurricane really fast when you're on the Storm to force out these ultimates. But then we kind of had the ring around the rosy with 100 Thieves still having Delena on the Rocket, getting that BRB, and Terra being able to come right back into the fight, being on that Torch and having that mobility.
And constantly farming ore, as the kids say. Yeah, I mean, listen, and Vinny, as I pointed out before, he just, first of all, 100 Thieves just plays that map so well. I mean, start to finish. But you can just tell the Groot and the impact that he had there was able to, find that difference in the mirror matchup against Crimzo. And it really came down to how they play the triple Vanguard role, and then slowly switching into Terra to what he does best. Quick Angela appearance, but then right back to Johnny Storm putting on a show. Now, Terra, we come to expect it. By now, 40 KO. That's what you want to see. 30k damage to boot, Vic. This is exactly what we signed up for.
Yeah, 16 final hits there too, alongside like Delana, who had 13. You talk about playing Ring Around the Rosie and getting these follow-ups too. Aside from that, TTK feeling right back at home on this map. Although it's off the table for right now, and we've seen how Sentinels has been able to recontest. It's just there on Yeager still. I feel like that is the 100 Thieves game.
I mean, I'm telling you, it's always like this between these two teams. Different players, but the orgs always go neck and neck. The players, the rosters, so fun to see them line up. And now the choice is Sentinels. They can look at the maps, what they favor, what they like, and certainly there's going to be a matchup that they think they can find here. Now we're going to go to the pick and the bans. We're going to hop into match number 3 shortly. Of course, you guys don't want to go anywhere. We got a heater right up on deck after this quick break. Hello and welcome back, guys. 1-1 against these two iconic orgs. And listen, we've talked about picking bans. We talked about Terra the Terrifying. Vicky, if they ban Torch, this man will find someone else to play. All I know is in Season 4.5, I can't wait to see him play Daredevil. I'm sure that'll be in his roster.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. He's literally a professional Ditto out here, right, at this point. So, yeah, you could try to focus on that. I'm thinking the priority is going to be get the Mantis out of here, because if you saw what they did on their attack, there's a reason why there was just way too much damage output to deal with.
Yeah, but then it starts to stack, right? You have Emma, okay? Well, Adam Warlock, Mantis, Torch now. There's just only so many you can ban against a team like this. And listen, I'm even seeing people say maybe Terra went up there up to spawn and type a little message to him. Hey, listen, the rival, it runs deep between these two teams and orgs. You love it. You love to see it at the highest level at that. It's 100 Thieves, 1-1, Vic, as we head to Wakanda. And fun fact, 100 Thieves, Vicky, is 0-2 on this map.
Ooh, okay, doing some homework. Whereas Sentinels, they've had a lot more success on this map and in general with Convergence. I believe 100 Thieves is like 0-2 on Convergence as well. I'm just going to say something right now, though, here, Cozy. How crazy would it be if Sentinels ban out the Doctor Strange against CDK on a map like this?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, there's the Mantis ban. They're not going to make that mistake again. Can take off that damage boost. You can definitely at least tame the flames a tad. But yeah, that is a good shout. I think Strange shut down on this map would be huge for them. Maybe give them the Emma. It's a risky play, but we'll see if it comes into light here as the next ban unfolds.
See the protect on the Jeff again. Once again, Sentinels leaning into the Jeff to really help them out here as the Ultron protect comes out. Also, as we've been seeing Delena pop off here, but denying that Ultron away from Sentinels too.
Absolutely, yes. We're looking towards the next ban. It's going to go back to Adam. Again, you have to have your certain bans locked in. Emma was at this spot last time. I think they're going to allow the Torch in. I think it was the Mantis that was the problem. I think you highlighted that. I would expect this to be Emma, if not one of the Vanguards, possibly the Strange.
And they're hovering over here too. But denying the Adam Warlock again too from 100 Thieves, where 100 Thieves didn't have the opportunity to play it last time too, right? 100 Thieves also had banned out that Ultron from Sentinels earlier on as they're replicating it again, as it's the no Jeff, no Luna here from both sides.
Yeah, the Jeff ban, Millennia has been going crazy, especially on this map too. Jeff can get so much value and kind of sneak out some wins there. Luna being saved on the side of 100 Thieves. That last ban for Sentinels is a big one. This is one that we've talked about time and time again, where they select to go with. They're going to shut down what Harvey's been doing. And now, I mean, look at what's available. They've got Luna and Ultron. They're going to have to stick with that.
Oh my goodness. I mean, Invisible Woman, literally all strategists just banned out here outright. Good call from Sentinels to just try to put that pressure onto 100 Thieves, but at least with the Ultron coming out, they can still allow the follow-ups and the damage output, as well as the spacing that the Extermination provides. And then the protect on the Star-Lord is interesting here from Sentinels, because last game, they protected the Adam Warlock, they protected the Jeff, but the Star-Lord protect is something that we're starting to see a lot more often. I even feel like the game before that, they didn't even go for this too.
No, I love this because obviously with the Ultron protect and the Human Torch not banned, that's what they're going to roll out, right?
Yeah.
They know what they're going to try to run at this point. So instead, they're going to, the best answer to that as of late has been Star-Lord. It's going to be on, obviously, Nectar. A lot of, pressure here to make sure and ensure that he can take care of the skies for his team. We saw Stinkers even do that on the last matchup, right? Nectar showcasing the Lord, showcasing what he can do, and that's going to be a big win con for the team.
And that's big too, because in that first map, I believe it was 100 Thieves that banned the Star-Lord as one of their specific bans against Sentinels. Now, even though Sentinels didn't run it that second game, they have a lot more space going into Hall of Jalia, as our last game here of the series tied 1-1 apiece against these two titans of a team.
Yeah, right now, Chad is mainly in favor of 400 Thieves. It is close, though. I would say close to a 60-40 split, somewhere in there. Maybe 70-30. They do have 100 Thieves backed up to get this win, as, hey, Wakanda went good the last time for them now, or didn't go well for their last time for them, but they believe as we head away from Warrior Falls and onto a map that just showcases so much, because this first point, there's so many ways to go about it, Vic. We've seen strategies where the team splits, right? But with 100 Thieves, maybe they take the portal high ground approach. A lot of ways to kind of jump on this first opportunity.
Oh, Vinny's out of Venom jail here too. So Vinny gets to go right back. Talk about damage output and die potential for follow-ups here, depending on how the communication flows for 100 Thieves. But starting out of the gates already with Terra still sticking to this Torch, no Torch ban, while Crimzo starts making a poor play to get right behind them on the point.
Yeah, so it's going to be the Strange up top. As always, Nectar, now this is the job. This is his assignment. They know what he needs to do, as you're going to have the Jeff from afar and Rico be able to heal him up and help him out now, trying to go for that first elimination. But Terra the Terrifying continues to rain it down, dives down and gets 2.
Wow, that was beautiful too. They were also trying to help out the backline that was also feeling a lot of pressure. Millennium does stay alive. They lose out on Harvey, but even better with the numbers. That Terra is terrifying when he's in the skies as they clean up Sentinels, and it's going to be another reset.
I mean, just so insane there. I mean, hey, but they chose this. They chose the comfortability. They know what they wanted to do here, and it was going to be Nectar trying to stop that. And things got a little bit spread out there, I would say, for that top portal play, but they're going to be able to reset, reload, go down Main Street, as you can just see where the cursor is locked in on.
It's hard to try to split up a team that's already playing so grouped together in one of the initial chokes that they were expecting here as well. So not splitting their attention while Vinny swings back around to try to help out the strategist. Gets grabbed though, as Techie being on the Emma and having Emma available to Tech. We've seen it with the follow-ups from Avery to get that finishing blow. Nectar though is still having them in their sights and still harassing this backline. This allows Delena to allow the extermination to help them out build up space, but also needs help himself.
Once again, welcome to Terra's TED Talk, how to cook a whole lobby. I mean, this guy continues to do what needs to be done for this team as they just back into the flames. Look at that cursor, perfectly placed as they're backing. This man's mechanics are off the charts.
Honestly, Terra just gives me Gordon Ramsay vibes, just the way his passion is for the game, but he is cooking so you can let him out in the kitchen. And Sentinels will at least be rolling out with 3 ultimates, but then looking at 100 Thieves, they're about to have everybody online, minus Delena, who had used that extermination for that last fight.
I mean, yeah, it's the Elim feed is more like a cookbook with this guy. You got Nectar now going legendary in the skies, but look at that perfect slam down right into protection of Millennia there. Supernova out. You've got ice, you have fire. The 2 oppositions, though, come together to find themselves a common ground of getting some good Elims, but now it's Terra getting Avery. Avery bringing back Nectar, and 100 Thieves is forced to retreat a tad.
Just for a little bit to give him some of that space after losing on Millennium, but Harvey's here with the Eternal Bond. This sets them up to recontest. Vinny, though, coming in with the Feast of the Abyss, trying to get a follow-up here with Aramori having that invisible boundary. Looking behind, this for Sentinels to respect that space, even with the Eternal Bond right in front of their eyes.
I mean, really just doing what they do best. They have to really push in and make use of the ults that they decided to use. But no, it's Millennium now taking out Avery. And with 1 minute and 15 seconds left, Sentinels, they did the homework. 0-2, 100 Thieves on this map. It's looking like a different story right now. They've got to come together in this last 60 seconds if they want to make a dent into this progress.
I mean, just imagine what the drawing board looks like for 100 Thieves after having very 2 close series that they were expecting to just mollywop here. And, you know, now looking at the way that they have found their strength, they want to be able to boost their win condition up for maps that they've been struggling on. And now Terra backing away is about to have that Supernova online with the damage output he's put down. Together with that and the Sonic Seduction that TTK will also have.
Just good positioning and awareness here. TTK is going to force everyone his way with the Seduction of Mother. And look at just the follow-up of Millennia and Terra just climbing over and over and pushing this team back. I mean, there is no answer right now, Vicky.
It's just crazy because you're cycling through 2 of the flying ultimates. You have Delena following up with the Silent Seduction, and then you have Terra as well with the Supernova. Got last chance scenario here, less than 15 seconds for Sentinels to recontest here, and they don't have a portal.
Last spark in the tank, but the only fire right now remains with Terra. He's got the Supernova that can certainly pressure them out of this one hole they have to push through. Rinko needs to get the Jeff swallow of his life. If the Baby Shark's going to pull it off, Crimson going up with the dunk. Can he get the slam, Vic?
As Millennial, though, dodging and weaving, we really got them movement out here. Well, Nectar also has that ultimate, but here comes a Piece of the Abyss from Vinny. Needs some help with the follow-up here, too, as Harvey's got the Eternal Bond to keep him alive. This is going to be an elongated fight with Millennia, also about to have that fate of both worlds, and that's going to be needed here with Nectar looking to find Delena, the threat in the sky.
Avery trying to be able to stay alive through it, gets the res off, and Nectar stays alive through it, gets eliminated there, but bring right back to life now as 100 Thieves is forced to push back. The point is ticking up. Those Sentinels have nothing on the clock. If they want to win in advance, it starts here or ends today. TTK now seducting the whole team. Another jet ball up for Rinko. 2-in-1 fight. Swallows, comes up empty yet again, Vicky.
But forces out the diamond forward to avoid getting swallowed up by the Jeff ultimate. Here comes Millennia with those rotation of the Strategist ultimates. And now you have the Supernova Invisible Boundary to meet that together. But the damage output is too much as Sentinels cannot stay alive. AMER cannot hold up with the Invisible Boundary. And it's a full pushback as 100 Thieves once again doing their homework.
I mean, my gosh, an entire bonfire happening before our eyes. One disconnect is how game one ended, and it's going to be 100 Thieves from there on out. It's speechless. I mean, Sentinels, they picked the map. They played the risk, allowing Human Torch to go through to them, right? But we saw when Dreamland went against Envy, what did they do? You can't give Speedery Human Torch, right? They've got to give the same respect to Terra. And it just wasn't, it's clearly that they thought they could win it without it.
Honestly, it goes back to your point where I feel like they understand that the flexibility is there, but when you also allow someone to play the same hero too for like the last, it's been like 3 games already at this point with the way that he's been playing the Torch, he also has not only the foundation already, look at this, 23-0, 19-0 for TTK, only 1 death for the rest of the members of 100 Thieves. He's comfortable here obviously on the Torch, and he's able to play it the entire way through. He's gonna just feast off of it.
Yeah, it's too much pressure to put on Nectar too. I mean, as the Star-Lord at first and try to be like the total answer to that, Delina and Terra, as you just said, being able to, I mean, we saw what they did there time and time again, not only on this map, but what they've done season over season. So it was a tough call and a tough answer. We're not saying it's over yet because we saw what they did on Dom. They were able to hold strong. But if I saw them hold this point, I mean, I thought I've seen it all here in Ignite and in Rivals Esports, but that would blow me away.
Shut down the portal play approach here too, so everything on the table as Sentinels roll out with the Hulk and Nemesis composition as Vinny trying to get into position with the portal play themselves.
All right, here comes Vinny jumping on the high ground. He loved the approach, going to allow Terra to find his ground as Avery's now job is to call fire against fire now. Who's going to come out on top? Oh my, trade! They hit each other in midair!
Call it cinematic, Marvel cinematic here as they were focused on one another. They knew the priority. Vinny TTK getting hit with a slide stun here though. Nectar going unchecked for now, harassing these backlines as the Squid. It's a nail in the coffin now while Delana's trying to look at Nectar being on the Nemesis.
I can't believe that. Oh my gosh, TTK though, and Millennia now getting TTK.
Oh no.
Getting another one. This could be it. Vinny is there. AMER has to get this team back. Tick, tick, tick. Down goes Sentinels. If they can't touch, they won't touch. It's 100 Thieves continuing to dominate this team on the big stage.
Can we talk about TTK having the Emma, by the way? The risk and reward there, 100 Thieves. They hold back Sentinels and they take the series despite a rather tragic ending to that first game, but the comeback and keeping their mentals in check allow them to get the dub. And TTK, maybe instead of top tier kid, a time to KO because he was out there.
Yeah, 100 Thieves, they've seen it, right? Okay, maybe we had the easier path. No, listen, they show up every time needed to. Well, 22-0 TTK. Are you kidding me, man? I just, what do you even make of that? I mean, it's just absolute insanity coming from 100 Thieves on that. And again, not the map they picked. Certainly picked bands they were comfortable with, but 100 Thieves doing what they do best.
Update that score. They're no longer 0-2 on Convergence. Now you can make it 1-2, but they won when it mattered the most. Not only for seeding, but again, this was the series that everyone had their eyes on when looking at 100 Thieves to see where they stand against the top of the pack.
Yeah, and listen, I mean, first of all, a great job picking them Vic and the predictions are right. You know, when it came to what I thought, it's just, my gosh, way to show up. I never doubt Terra, right? I mean, seriously, just what they can do. But it's the whole team, right? Obviously, when you have a star player, easy to shout out, but you could just sing the praises, from top to bottom here. And they looked more locked in. Typically, I would say talent-wise, 100 Thieves just so incredibly talented. But when it comes to, strategy, sometimes they get the edge there to Sentinels. But it was all 100 Thieves from there on out after point 1. And way to not let something like a last-second disconnect. Clearly, that's what we're going to ask on our interview. But that, messed with the team morale.
Yeah, and that's really important, right? When you feel like you are in a team that is boomed mentally, you could see the dominoes just fall apart. But in this case, 100 Thieves being the professionals that they are, they held it together. And also, we have to talk about some of the micro plays too, right? Jeff being able to not eat up Millennia while Millennia was about to have ultimate at the very end there also was pretty clutch. As we take a look at our MVP, Terra, the terrifying out here. 26 KOs, only going down once in that last map.
It keeps production's job easy, right? You know it's going to be Terra practically every time, so just fire up the graphic so we can check out that insane hair once again. Terra, the terrifying ND 26 with 1 death. 26-0, I would say that's pretty good for the old limb feed, if you will. But yeah, listen, we've seen this team do it time and time again. Now going back months of what this team has put together, and it's showcasing that if you stick together with the roster that you had, one of the few teams to do it, Envy kind of there too, it's going to show up. In fact, we saw both teams that stuck with their stage 1 continue on that success.
Yeah, there you go. It's the consistency. And again, it's not having to also rework mentally the foundation of the team and what you need to work on together. You already have that synergy there too. And so you've put that trust and you already know how you play with the other teammates. And it really comes out into fruition. And also having to rework around what you have to change up for certain maps, especially if you feel like it's been a losing record for your rest of your team.
Absolutely. I think Millennia has done all the interviews for them. I mean, I'm telling you, even at LAN, I got to track these guys down. They're not crazy about being in front of the cam. I hope that, maybe we'll get a different look out if it's not. And if it is Millennia, then cool. We'll ask them about, what happened there at the beginning and how that team bounced back. But either way, 100 Thieves will be advancing forward. And now Sentinels is going to have, handle their job. If we take a look at the bracket here and how this is going to shake things out as we move forward into what will be our last match after this interview. There you go. We have DarkZero against Sentinels. Guys, it has happened. We are here. We've got Amazing Karova going against their old team.
I was waiting for this, not praying on another team's downfall, but just this matchup specifically is going to be an insane banger. And this also opened things up with the 100 Thieves feeling pretty comfy sitting in the grand finals.
No, absolutely. I mean, that is what you wanted to see at this level and stage. So fun that they meet each other to at least get the better seed, right? I mean, if this was for the elimination, that would have been even more wild, but cool to see, when roster mania happens, this is the result. And guys, we get the back-to-back, the MVP, like I said, the TED Talk of how to cook a lobby featuring Terra. We bring in Terra. What's up, buddy? Good to see you again, man.
Hello. I'm chilling.
Well, chill as always, whether it's in person, man, or back online here. I mean, obviously, I got to open up, and they gave you a torch. I saw you go in there in the spawn. I mean, just fun to watch you play, bud. But when you have something happen there on the domination at the end, Millennia, it looks like disconnect, whatever it was. I mean, how does this team, I know you guys are so calm, cool, and collected, but how do you go from something like that happening to then just, cleaning shop from there on forward?
I mean, it's just, you can't let things get to your head or anything. You gotta just keep going forward. You have a job to finish and all that. So whatever happens. You leave it in the past and you move on forward.
Oh, yep.
It's a good mentality to have, and I hope a lot of viewers at home take that into consideration within their own ranked ladder grinds here. But man, you obviously from the torch has just been crazy, but we know that you're incredibly flexible. I just have to ask, even if they wanted to specifically ban the torch for game number 3, were you concerned at all?
No, I don't think any of us were concerned after the second map. I think the first map we just made mistakes. We shouldn't have even lost. It should have just been a 1-3. A 1-2 game. We had a DC, but I've been used to just a bunch of people banning out all my DPS, so I'm not concerned about whatever DPS they ban out because I know I'll just perform.
Well, they got to show their respect, and we saw them not ban the torch at the last end, and they thought maybe the Mantis ban was going to solve it. No, man. Obviously, by now, I react so much, man, to different duelists playing this game, but when I watch you, it's I can only yell so much, because, A, you're going to kill my voice, and B, I know what to expect with you as a player, buddy. So excited to see you guys continue to earn the top seed, to go into stage. Can you tell me, I've asked this with Millennia, but what is difference from the team that, finished there at Ignite in China to now, even though it's mainly the same roster?
I think it's more the fact that the meta's changed completely. That now it's just triple support meta, and two of the supports mostly played are just kind of DPS heroes. So it works better to throw in just kind of a DPS player and all that into one of those roles. That's why we I feel like we're the most dominant, except for Navi on Adam Ultron, because we have 2 DPS players. So
okay. Nice. Yeah, there's only so much you can do, and so much you can ban against y'all's team. That's what makes you great.
All right, last question for me. I'm very curious. Now that you guys have sent Sentinels down to that lower bracket, who do you think is going to win between DarkZero and New Sentinels 2?
I think it's going to be... I think it'll be close. They both have completely different play styles. DarkZero has their own special little play style of just hard rush and all that, which is very unique. They have they just have like a very unique playstyle, but it can be easily countered. And then we haven't scrimmed the Sen that much because they haven't been in our because they were in our bracket. So I don't really know what Sen played that much. So I mean, I feel like it will be close, but it just depends on who shows up on game day. That's how every game depends on.
I'll close with this. We're on Yggdrasil's path. You were moving forward there at the end of the cap, throwing down. Were you typing something to the team? Were you just,
No, the call was all of us to play. The call was all of us to play forward, and then I mean, just no one was there. No help, I suppose.
Didn't matter. Same result. Well, man, hope to see you in Georgia. Excited to see you guys continue this reign, and always fun to watch you play, man. Been watching you for a long time, and just cool to see you continue doing what you're doing.
Thank you.
All right, appreciate you. Give your love to the boys. 100 Thieves, Terra with us. And imagine, okay, Vicky, imagine you're going down, you're watching the Elim feed. It's 5 Terra Elims in a row, and it's coming from a man who's probably he's just like this. He's just chilling out, just getting those. I mean, insane.
I would think here, sometimes if your forehead touches your screen, that's when you're really locked in. But Mans looks like it's just another day at work out here. Just making sure Vicky gets one pred right out here.
Yeah, no, seriously. When it comes to talent, excited to see what that man continues to do for the esport. Very good for it at that 100 Thieves, showcasing why they're still the org to beat, as long as they have that guy for sure as well. My friends, you can play Rivals anywhere. Now, even more so, PS4. Can it handle all of Terra and what he does? Yes, it can. You can play it there right now, and Daredevil Season 4.5 will be around the corner next week, and you can play so on PS4.
I'd love it. Being able to have that opportunity, if you're still on the PS4, is always nice to see, to test out some new characters here. And if you saw Terra lighting up the feed like a bonfire, you too could try to play your hand at playing Human Torch there on the PS4.
So we knew it would live up to the hype, guys, but we end. What a day. I'm telling you, it's gone fast, but it's gone as somewhat expected here between all these matchups. But we have one final one, Vicky, and it's a good one at that. FlyQuest Rad. These two teams have been non-stop. We have a lot to talk about them, but first we're going to take a quick break. Don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be back.
Crush! Priceless! Feel presence! me, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming.
Hello and welcome back, my friends. We go to our last match of today, and my god, it's a good one. FlyQuest 2-0, Rad 2-0. One team won the group stage seeding last time in FlyQuest. Rad, on the other hand, who is Solaris, just what a run they've been on, Vicky, and such a fun team to watch.
Yeah, this is another series that I've been looking forward to today because FlyQuest just looked like on another level, but Rad 2 to test out that against FlyQuest, it's going to be, I feel like, a challenge here because we're also talking about the veteranship that's on FlyQuest.
Yeah, this was the hardest matchup for me to pick because I've always picked Rad, Solaris every match. I've picked them even going back last time, but then, like, against FlyQuest, it's just so tough. And so, you know what? This is my prove it game, and if they do so, okay, definitely, a different song and dance. But FlyQuest, I mean, this team was already so good, easily I would say the heartbreak, of the team that should have advanced, never did. And it's because the talent they have. And this is my first time casting them again here as we go into our stage 2 of this grand final. But bringing in a talent like Vision is surely, I mean, we'll get to their roster in a moment, but can't wait to talk more about it. But that's going to make a big difference for what this team has done. But Rad, we know this team. You guys have seen this team now a couple of days. We saw them in stage 1, Vicky. Roster's loaded.
Yeah. You talk about Vision too, just adding flexibility and depth to their duelist pool too, seeing how that's going to line up here as we take a look at Rad first, though. Pizza Demon, man. Bedtime Story, another name that you and I always talk about, as well as Gale and Guru with some crazy plays that we've seen before in the past.
Guru just doing it all there from Angela to Emma, you name it, he plays it. Gale is just, I tell you, Gale has been so fun to watch his mechanics and how he's played. And they do it all on stream. They do it when it matters most. That team up and duo of him and Bedtime Story, they put people to sleep quite literally, man.
He's reading him a story here. Let's see if that's going to be able to work out together because we have seen that Hulk and No More composition really shine through with Bedtime Story, getting crazy whale follow-ups as well in the middle of the strategist ultimates that we've been seeing.
Yeah, as we take a look at the team's highlights and what they've done to get to this point here, I mean, Guru bringing out the Angela to such success time after time. But we look at what is, then again, Pizza Demon, the Demon. Look at this 5 stack, and he couldn't get them off the map. The barrier was up. He finds another spot, and the team follows up with him. It's that kind of coordination that we've seen time and time again. Do you remember this battle, Vicky, where the coordination and the comms were just perfect?
Whenever I saw Pizza Demon and he was on the Jeff, it's just smiling, but it's silent and deadly too at the same time with those Jeff ultimates that came in clutch so many times. Also, I believe it was the first time you and I were able to see Angela up on the MRI stage technically here when it comes to finding out where Angela really stays in the composition with these triple vanguards too.
Absolutely. Gilbert Noodle was such a clutch group most of the time, and just having that with Bedtime Story and having the role that he plays, I feel like everybody knows the exact job that they need to do, and Gale able to bring that to just about any hero. They definitely have what it takes, talent-wise, experience-wise. They're right there. This is the proven team as we continue to watch them. Either way, very happy with where they've been. It's been a joy to get to know a lot of their roster, and I just love them as a team. But on the other side, it's FlyQuest, and FlyQuest is a team we've talked about for a long time, and now we can talk about it more as we look at their roster. The best player from Shroud X, in my opinion, by a landslide, was Vision. Big fan of this guy, and they bring him and combine him with energy. Are you kidding me?
That's scary. I mean, you have 2 of the strongest duelists out here, and they're all on one team together. Very aggressive team. And I also feel like, for some reason, this team just thrives under insane pressure, and with how elongated the fights have been for these resets, that's where they shine in their element.
I mean, there's now with Vision coming in. I mean, look across the board. Vess and what he was able to do to carry this team with the Vanguard role. Spark Chief is a demon. A demon. Remember, we interviewed him back in June. His mom busting in the rooms. Just so cool to see the love and the passion there. Energy and Vision back-to-back on Duelist. And then, quite possibly, the strongest strategist duo in the entire tournament. Just so cool to see this team click on all cylinders. They had a lost slip from them, obviously, to get them to the main stage in China. but they look for their vengeance and run back toward.
And take a look also in the future, just Cooper's freezes are so on point as well. And if they let the Venom slide through, Spark is going to have a ball game. Together with Energy also having that flexibility, this is another team when we talk about making sure you have a good enough of a hero pool to be able to flex on there. It really could come in clutch.
Yeah, I mean, hey, Vest was the guy always whenever it came to answering the call for the Meteor M. And then on the opposition side, Spark Chief, Venom's crazy. His Hulk, he might be the best Hulk in this tournament. If you're a Gamma fan, get ready because it's going to line up. And guess who Vision played all the time on Shroud X? Namor. So you have one of the best Hulks, one of the best Namors. It's a recipe for disaster.
I think we're going to have the Gamma Squid coming out to play here, Cozy. I can't wait to see how this is going to fare against both of these teams, too, especially with that flexibility that we've seen from Rad, where they kind of come out with some compositions that other teams may not be expecting.
So it's a little bit of a dark horse, a little bit of a David versus Goliath story here. Goliath being what is the strong organ, I would say the favorites of the tournament right there with Envy of FlyQuest, right? And the dominance that they've had. But hey, only one team right now is 2-0, 2-0, and it's Rad. Don't call him David yet, guys, as what a great performance from them. And especially because we've seen now, as time has moved on, how the teams they've faced have gone about. They came back and beat Envy in what was such an insane run. It was one of the best games I've watched this tournament. So I'm excited to see them now against a very good Rad team.
Same. I've said it in the last broadcast. I have to say it again. If you guys missed out on this series, please go back and watch it because it was actually the most closest, most insane high-level gaplay that we've probably seen in Marvel Rivals esports in general, and it was all here within the MRI. Coming back from that, though, you know that FlyQuest feel pretty good. They were able to take care of a team like Envy, send them down to that lower bracket, still win, making the adjustments that they had, but it was so close even down to the wire for that last map.
Yeah, as we head into hour 4 here, guys, looking at what these teams are going to bring, I would expect no Adam Warlocks is my guess. You know, we have Gale flex into that. Zealous plays a disgusting Warlock as well. Vision can flex to it. Look for flexibility. I think these teams can play anybody and answer the call. So the pick ban phase is going to be important, but less so than we've seen in other matchups, in my opinion.
Let's get this going here. Game number 1 for our final series of the day. It's been non-stop action, very close fights here, and I feel like that's just been the theme that we've been highlighting within the MRI here as the first set of bans come out. No Emma, no Jeff after what we just witnessed from the other side of FlyQuest.
We said it last time, this team's always streaming when they play. Not this time. They're locked in. They're ready to go here. And if you look, you know, I would say they're probably going to try to target Spark Chief and some of their bans. But hey, just as I spoke, that first save belonged to Adam. And I think that's the play. I think that's so smart here because you know they're going to want to play it. I'm wondering if this ban is going to go towards Adam and just try to get that advantage on the resurrection. So many, you know, look at that. I had a feeling that that was the direction they were going to go for.
Good call right there, Cozy. And domination, too. We said this in the last series, but it's important to reiterate that having Adam be able to reset on a map like domination for that game mode just is so strong. You deny the opportunity now away from FlyQuest after they protect the Magneto and now taking out the Ultron from Rad Esports lineup.
Yeah, I'm wondering if this is going to be a Hulk ban unless they, I don't know, maybe go for the save here because looking at what they have available, maybe Emma could also be a route that they go, but typically they do like to roll with the Hulk. We'll see what way they like to choose because with going Venom out, it kind of limits what they want to go from here. They're thinking about it a lot. It's going to be the Mantis save, all right? And man, that's definitely going to help the firepower here for sure with this team.
If they can't get it done with the Ultron to the skies, at least they're able to help them out here. See if they're going to be the ones to rock that with the damage boost. And now looking on the other side with Rad not being able to have that Mantis. Wonder what that last protect is going to be.
And it kind of forces them to ban Ultron too. So just a little bit of play on knowing what they are definitely going to ban there with the Emma save. Guru's going to get his Emma. I'm sure we'll see some Angela there from time to time. Gilbert obviously can flex over if need be. Last ban, though, what way do they want to go about this? You know, they've done most of what they're happy with thus far. Potentially, they go and shut down one of, I was going to say, Star-Lord. You know, Bedtime Story and Gale can play him to such a high level.
Pick your hero.
Bedtime Story and Pizza Demon, too, because we've seen Pizza Demon had popped off on that Jeff Pryor on Domination, too. So, looking at what we have, wondering if Guru really is going to roll out with Angela. Can't tease me there, but something that is going to be even more important is that Adam Warlock that Rad will now be able to play.
And Vision played a crazy Jeff against Envy, and it's this tale we've seen time and time again, right? It's the Jeff versus the Adam Warlock, and it just is repeating itself in what is a counter to try to shut down that resurrection. Hell's Heaven is the map we've seen. We've for sure seen Rad on this map before. We'll see if FlyQuest can get it done as well.
This is the map that we saw once again. Bedtime Story just go crazy here as well as Pizza Demon being on that Jeff, but it's going to be the start for game number 1 between these two teams that have been terrorizing that upper bracket to find out which of these teams will be sitting happily in that grand finals.
Yeah, I think we get an early preview here on two teams that should make it to Georgia, or at least are favored to for the next LAN in the grand finals. But first, we find out our seeding here at Hydra Base as these teams lock in. Get ready, energy on Star-Lord, as we can see early with the Mantis boost from Cooper. Zealous on the Invisible Woman. We got the triple strategist ready to go, and it's going to be the Strange Portal from Gilbert.
I was hoping there was going to be a follow-up counter porter right there, perhaps there too, before Spark is going to be able to just swap off, be able to get right back into the action, and it's going to be able to go over to that Captain America. So a little stall out here with the mission area unlocking in the next 5 seconds. So just patient play coming out first from FlyQuest.
No, and this Angel thing has worked against some of the other teams, but they haven't gone against a team like FlyQuest, who may not be, you know, tricked or going to suffer against Angela. But we'll see. Time has proven us different now as Bedtime Story is going to rotate to the back with his team. Sparkcheap and Vest are going to find themselves a bit CC now as they push in. Bedtime Story is doing exactly where we left off, on fire here in Ignite.
Also, it allows the rest of FlyQuest to try boosting up into those ultimates here. Forky Dog nearing that invisible boundary, but Guru slams down here to get a good amount of damage here, with Vision already having that Jeff ultimate online.
Vision now just farming up that ult, ready to go. Zealous can follow. Great patience here. Now, with a quick... Okay, we've got the good upkeep of the team. The Agamotto goes out, and it's Gilbert Noodle finding success here, but no one falling yet. The Jeff ult goes. Does he find himself some...
Oh, they try to isolate him with the Phoenix counter immediately afterwards, but it's not going to help them out. We're going to take a quick trip with the Uber driver that is Vision, sending the Vanguards off to the side.
And the point's not even taken yet. We've had a full ult rotation and not one person to cap. This is what you've come here for, folks, in match number 4. Legendary from the skies. And Gale bringing them back now as Vest gets himself the quick pick there to shut down that.
Talk about the counter here to bring everybody back alive. By the way, they still haven't flipped the point. There is still a member of Rad still stalling out on this point, but FlyQuest are annihilating Rad in the front lines here, and it's just a matter of time before the point at least eventually flips. Now, let's divert their attention to that point.
We had the entire ult rotation from both teams, and it was just a stun lock. What a way to fight it out here for their spot in the grand finals. Vision with a pick there to get things rolling. 61%, 63 for him, and Zealous Cooper not far behind, looking on the side of Rad. They have plenty charging up. Pizza Demon will be the closest to it with Forky.
Nice little side-by-side right here, too, while they try to break through this aggression from FlyQuest. Keep your eyes on Spark, though, as he's going to try to terrorize that backline, being on the Captain America. His Bedtime Story slowly approaching that Phoenix Ultimate 2. Forky Dog with the invisible boundary, and Vision already getting that Jeff Ultimate online for this next round of Ultimate rotation.
Yeah, good rotation there from Bedtime Stories. Vest has the ult ready to go, so he can counter if he needs to. Now Gilbert moving in slowly, trying to find that pick early. Good awareness from him and good sustainability. 75, and they're forced to get something rolling for the team and ult up.
I love the way he was diverting his attention there, too. They keep him up alive now with Pizza Demon helping the rest of Rad to move up, but that's one shot his ultimate used up here as Energy pops a legendary and sneaks the KO onto Bedtime Story. No Phoenix ultimate reset here, and it also forces a Forky Dog with the invisible boundary, but here comes Vez with a LeBron slam down on that Meteor M, and Gale, the survivor, is going to be able to use that resurrection to bring them up, but here comes a Jeff to isolate the Adam Warlock, and they combat that with the Phoenix. So are you kidding me?
Perfect play here. FlyQuest absolutely barely hanging on at times and then firmly doing it to mix up both as Cooper now. The rotation's happening. They've got the ults ready. Zealous and him can keep the sustain far past 99%. Gilbert Noodle only one up to bat here. They're going to have to win an insane fight in the neutral. Right now, FlyQuest looking dominant.
It's just watching beautiful, colorful chess out here. Counter ultimate into counter ultimate between these two teams. Gilbert has that group HUD though, and FlyQuest have a lot to help survive right through that onslaught of damage. They're nearing 99% overtime, while Red have not been able to flip this point once.
I mean, just, yeah, linking up like the Infinity Stones out here. Power, purpose, perfection now with Gilbert Noodle moving in. He's got the imprisonment, looks for his prey. Good rotations yet again, staying alive. Oh, energy! Legend, nothing! As he shut down to 0% quickly, Gilbert Noodle continues to show patience now with Bedtime Story up, looking for the prey, crashing down as the Phoenix. Vicky?
Oh, talk about the timing though. It's Jeff gonna be able to activate to avoid taking that damage. Takes the Invisible Woman, which is even stronger here, taking Forky Dog all the way to the side, isolating him, just trying to call out the Invisible Woman in general here as Invisible Bounder from the other side from FlyQuest. Keep them alive, but it's an elongated fight with Guru having the sound of seduction.
Guru now rotating to Emma. I think this was the play if they want to continue to be in this thing now. Trying to push back the opposition is energy here as Dr. Strange with the choke, the hold, the Respect Mother into the kick. Diamond push back now, and right now it's looking like Greg can potentially take this thing back, but not so fast as energy invests as they move in.
Yes, Mother. Sorry, Mother. I won't do it again. I promise. But FlyQuest, they want this right now as they've been holding their feet on this point. The way they're split up. The pullback, though, as Spark Chief cannot get back. Pizza Demon dealing the finishing blow. And Gale still has not been called out. Yeah, I believe he still has that passive available, and he still has that resurrection online.
No one can step off the one sliver left. Undefeatable coming from Cooper. Here comes the Agamotto energy. Goes down as swiftly as he puts out the ult. Now Bedtime Story Guru get the pick. Respect Mother. She knows best as they do get the gap here momentarily. And there we go. Wow, what a fight between these teams.
And they still were able to rotate through those ultimates, understanding the win condition here. They're at 99-0, and this means that they have to be incredibly smart with the way that they try to cycle through this to deal with this of FlyQuest.
Ice in the veins. Ice in the veins. We have a good set of three here between these two teams. Now Guru with the seduction. Gale still has that resurrection up and ready to go. Look for the combo there. Okay, we've got plenty of combos set up here for the Marvel Masterpiece that these teams have been putting on now. Pizza Demon ready for the show.
Oh no, he tried to actually heal up that one player over to the side by the health pack here. Is able to reset though with Guru having that on a seduction. Gale still in the backline, still having that karmic revival. As you can see, FlyQuest with Spark Chief leading the way with that freedom charge. Gives everybody that sustainability, but builds up that space before slamming down the Meteor M and misses out on the Adam Warlock point blank.
Out of Gale, the plot armor. Insanity now ensues as everyone stayed alive there. Spark Chief continues the aggression. Vision gets the pick there on Bedtime Stories while getting his team ready to roll. Gale is going to get the resurrection now. Legendary from Energy. They're just fighting back to back. It's FlyQuest looking like the main quest.
Oh, Vision had sent everybody down, and despite people coming back around FlyQuest, they immediately take over the point just as quickly as they had been able to plant their feet on that point first.
That felt like 3 matches, Vicky. What the heck? That was insane, the trading, the perfection. You know, I kind of said it when we opened up. I wasn't sure if Angela was going to be the play against a team like FlyQuest. Not saying it's going to be gone and out with, but I think Emma is a much safer option here. And there you go. Gilbert Noodle going to rotate to Hulk. Nope, we're back to Angela. Just kidding.
No way. Let's see if this is actually what they stay with, though, for that first fight, though. Only because Gilbert Noodle also was on point when it came to bringing everybody together with those Groot ults, too. But with the Hulk and the more composition, it could do a lot better in trying to deal with Vision, trying to get into their backline, as well as energy floating around on that Star-Lord.
Oh, good call out there. Vest continuing to do what he does and shines for his team. It's 2 absolute titans. One, though, has to fall out of this Olympic level effort as the teams move in. And right now, the aggression from FlyQuest has been crazy at the helm of Spark Chief, looking to portal them in, swap out like last time as he backs out into the point and gets to his comfort pick. Now looking on the other side, they do have Namor. We'll see if this changes the script for them.
Definitely going to have a lot more of that damage output. You have that verticality where you can get on that high ground here, diverting their attention. But FlyQuest take that fight up to them, it looks like, here, as the Squids do the job. And Cooper having that ultimate, though, just allows FlyQuest to have that slight advantage getting right back onto the point. But that could be combated easily with Forky Dog having that invisible boundary.
All right, here, Cooper with the ult to keep his team in this thing. Again, I expect this point to last for an eternity. Forky Dog as well can match. We'll see first one to laugh. Energy Damage up, looking for the first limits. Gilbert Noodle, though, taking down Cooper, who did have the ult. Give advantage to Rad. Now, Forky Dog could push in with aggression with the team, but Energy won't go down lightly. Guru pushing in with the one-wing angel and quickly finds defeat.
Cue the music real quick while the Jeff ultimate comes out. The whale drops down. A whale versus a shark while Vision is still alive. Also kept alive thanks to that invisible boundary as he sends him down. Oh no, he tried to turn around. That was unfortunate, but Vision will be able to come right back around as Rad are down 2.
Insanity. Vision wants that one back. You know, didn't have to fall off, but you know what? Just gonna get a quick reset. Guru now resetting himself here as his team loses Gilbert Noodle 8% and climbing. Oh my gosh. Look at this. This is just pure cinema.
It feels like a horror movie though, right? It's like, what is Guru doing over to this left side here before Guru's like, oh, never mind, psych, and then it goes right back to the rest of the team here. And Guru does have that ultimate to bring everybody together, as well as Gale, as long as Gale could stay alive, maybe being on the high ground, as Energy also could get that damage boost with the Mantis coming right back.
Yeah, here comes the old Heaven Falls there as there's nothing from it. Forced to push back again because Spark Chief is just all up in this team here. He does get the kidnap, trying to throw him off, but guess what? He can fly, but not before he dies there. Now Bedtime Story looking, Blessings of the Deep up, trying to push the pressure on, but 41 and climbing for this team, Vic.
They were jumping Energy, and that's what the Legendary now out from this fight at the moment here. While trying to keep everybody alive is going to be Cooper here with the Soul Resurgence, dealing a good amount of that damage before backing away. They understand that Rad had the number advantage, and with the Legendary coming right back around from Energy, they are not letting Rad take this over. Remember, they're still stalling out here.
I mean, just absolutely explosions of color on the screen as it's FlyQuest coming out and blue to save. But Guru now getting a pick on Vision off the map. Goes the Shark. Gale with the reses to bring this team right back into it. If they're going to win at all this thing, this is the fight to do it.
A Shark Shish Kebab tastes a little rubbery here, but that's something Guru will walk away with the invisible boundary up from both of these teams. Spark Chief can keep everybody alive, though, with the Freedom Charge once his Meteor M slam down as the slam down save from Guru and the shield. He sends Vez off the map. Once again, Guru's situational awareness and the timing has just been on another level with Angela here.
Guru says, tell me how that lava is down there. What a throw off as he continues to get these eliminations off the edge. Bedtime Story gets energy out of this, and now Rad is able to get the point back. Not quite 99, but 97, Vic.
Man, I'm not over this. The protection, though, on the Meteor M. Get down, Mr. President. He came in with the shield at the perfect time.
The full jump in front of the bullet. That was all. That was sure death coming from the team. Vision now does have the ult ready with the Legendary, and FlyQuest likes what they have to take this point right back. We'll see if the damage boost can come. Pizza team are going to have to keep this team alive. Guru faced with pressure. Has the Snowflake, though, keeping them in this. Good rotations from this team, but the point, it's going back to FlyQuest. Someone's got to hop on.
Unfortunately, you have to go right back from the high ground back down below, but they were able to survive utilizing that Invisible Woman shield around that Legendary and getting out of the line of sight. Cooper here together with the Soul Resurgence and Pizza Demon having a dance off with the fate of both worlds. Rad Esports trying to reposition to not use everything in the bank here as Bedtime Story still has that whale as well as Gilbert for that reset.
He's got to nail this Giganto here. He's looking to throw it. Vision's going to go out now. And oh no, look who could be caught. Okay, he's going to turn his eyes away there from the Namor. Gilbert Noodle getting burned down there from the Monster Hulk. Here comes the whale. Gets the connection, but no flusher finish.
Forky Dog, though, gets the pull off of Spark Chief, sending him off the map. Environmentals everywhere. It forces the Meteor M. Are you kidding me? Anything to stay alive, and he still gets impact out of the Meteor M2 even when his hand is forced.
Out of a Marvel movie, Kevin Feige could have scripted better now as Energy continues to spin to win, gets rid of Gale. There's going to be nothing coming from the Golden God in terms of resurrection. Nice finish and focus on what is the win con of finding that res, but the portal comes out, Vic. The job's not finished, but Cooper makes it tough as Forky goes down.
They knew the assignment here, and while you desperately try to portal right back around, Rad Esports don't have the number capability as the body block also comes out too. Energy's not big enough from the other side of the portal though, and now here comes Guru on the Angela with no sustainability. Forky Dog goes out next, and FlyQuest take over map number 1.
Energy Cooper, the full Guardians of the Galaxy, getting it done, making it their main quest for FlyQuest to move on to that grand final in the seeding for a second time. They did so in the mid-season. They're looking to do it again. Right now, it's 1-0 Rad. And I'll be honest, Vic, I think this is going to be a great match between these two teams. The talent is razor thin.
Yeah, just Energy having all the damage boosts that he needs to pop off as well. They knew the assignment. They knew they'd have to back away, wait on Energy. Energy also forcing a lot of the attention off of not only his team, but forces the Rad in general just to drop down and recontest on the point, splitting them up from the high ground that they wanted to be on.
And they handled the Atom to perfection. Just Energy knowing the job, the assignment, and the hunt that he had to do mid-season. We saw him do it on Psylocke. This time it's Star-Lord. Man can do it all in that dynamic duo between the two. But we can't forget about Vest, who continued to land the slam dunks, rise from the depths of lava that Guru put so many teams down to. This was just such an A-class effort from the entire team.
He had enough. He had enough. Even the safety measure that they try to put into place for the Atom, it's just this is a team that knows what this team needs to rely on for the win condition. You take that off the table here. Energy having some help too on the high ground at the very end for that last fight, preventing Gale from even being able to use that Karmic Revival.
No, great shot out there. In general, it came down to just small staggers. Like, there wasn't one huge wow, that was the moment. Gale definitely wants to have that one back as far as being able to res the team for success. But even at that, look at this. He comes back, passive found, doesn't matter. Energy continues to get it done. And that is just a battle between two absolute demons here when it comes to pro play. Energy taking our MVP 33 for Des. That's what you want to see from him.
Being on that Star-Lord 15 final hits, as well as a little swap up there with the graphic because he was on that Star-Lord 33 and 4 only 2. With those 15 final hits, are you 32,000 damage in comparison? If you look on the other side, Bedtime Story, that highlight duelist that we keep talking about, had 32,000 output damage.
It's crazy. I mean, these two teams matched blow for blow, but on top, it was a FlyQuest able to get it done in domination. Again, Rad won 2-0-2-0 their last two matches, so they are facing unprecedented times here, at least at this part of the tournament. I mean, that just lived up to what I thought it would. I gotta tell you, just so fun, the chaos between them. Guru saying, hey, Angela didn't work the first time. It's gonna work the second, and, he made it work with those push-offs.
Yeah, I mean, when you're playing on that phase of the map, right, you have so many opportunities to get the environmental KOs, and that's what he did. He popped off there, too, on the Angela, and so he made it work, but against a team like FlyQuest, you're going to need a lot more.
Yeah, this team knows how to lock back in. FlyQuest is ready as well. Guys, we have such a good one. Could go to Game 3. We'll have to find out. Don't go anywhere. We're going to take a quick break.
Smoke screen! I'm hunkering down. Judge! Jury! Executioner!
What is going on, guys, and welcome back from what could be our last break as these two teams meet. And Vicky, it has lived up to the hype. A lot of Rad fans out there, a lot of Fly believers, and when it comes to it, listen, the pick bans went great. What makes Fly great is their strategists can adjust very easily. They got rid of Adam Warlock, but Vision adapting the Jeff to such success, they've got to get rid of Mantis. They've got to get rid of the Jeff here. Something, and or the Star-Lord. There's a lot of threats they got to focus on.
Yeah, and you only got so many bans, right? And, you know, if you look at the other side, FlyQuest had banned the Star-Lord against Rad Esports, understanding, right? Like, what they could have. And not only that, too, the Mantis, the Jeff, everything that allowed them to completely take over that first game. Literally flying high here with that dub in that first game alone. You have to imagine Rad having a little bit of fire under themselves. Forky Dog had some standout moments, too, we saw with the Invisible Woman, but then Guru with that Angela had tried to make some playmaking abilities. I'm not expecting that as we're going on to game number 2, or maybe we do if we get that triple Vanguard strategist lineup too.
Yeah, you know, last time they kind of put the attention towards Adam, Venom, Emma, and Ultron, but you can only focus on taking away so much of their strength. So are you comfortable with what you had? You think you could have won that maybe? And you try to test that again? Domination sometimes doesn't always tell the full story of the team's game plan here. But again, Rad in uncharted territories, but now both of them, as they're going to be going to Araco, which is what neither team has faced up in this Ignite series so far. So we have no stats to look at in terms of how they've performed on the map.
Yeah, literally a map that neither of these teams have played on, and both these teams finding success on that game mode, right? 2-1 each. So, sorry, 2-0 each. So it's the fact that they have both success and there's now both going to this map for the first time. A map that we haven't seen today too, by the way. So I like a nice different setting here for our final series.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And looking at what these teams could bring, first of all, if you're Envy, who plays the loser of this, you're like, well, I don't want to play either of them, probably, because they're both pretty hot at the moment from what they're bringing to it. But yeah, I think Bedtime Story versus Energy is going to be a big thing to highlight here. I also believe that the Atom could sneak through Vicky. Zelos then typically plays that role. Vision did, though, as well. So does Vision continue to, ride the helm of Jeff? If Jeff is banned, how do they rotate? FlyQuest, if I'm Rad, I'm going to challenge them in a different way and not allow the same stuff to go through.
Honestly, too, and you know that at least in that first point, when you have that pushover area, once you get to the first choke of Araco, Jeff could shine through. But then if you have the Rocket Raccoon, too, if you're starting off on the defense, you at least get that BRB to bring back a Vanguard back if you do want to hold that choke the way that we see most of these teams hold. So that could be the trade-off there, depending on if that ban is going to go through on the Jeff.
Yeah, absolutely. And keep in mind, guys, this is the last we'll see of some of this meta as we continue to go into what is going to be patch 4.5. If you guys don't know, launching next week. A lot of changes to it and a lot of addressing the triple strategist, right? Venom, I don't even know if we'll see Venom again after that patch goes live, after what the anti-healing is going to be from him. But either way, it should be fun. Mix things up a little bit. I love that Jean Grey had their fun, and then Hella was off the bench. Now Hella's right back in it with her buffs as well, and so I expect that to shine. Maybe Blade makes an appearance eventually. Eventually. And Hella too. I was like, Hella buffs, interesting. That's very interesting. She's a terror within my respective games. We see the reset potential that Hella has, as well as space control too. So that's gonna be something else to look forward to. Although, let Venom out. Let him out. I want to see him play out, but I don't think that's gonna really slide by after those changes. But we have to focus now on what's in front of us after making the adjustments that we just saw for game number 1 here as we move on to the potential last game of the series. The teams are set. We are ready to go, guys. This could be it to wrap up an electric day 6. If you've been with us the whole time, appreciate you. If you're just now coming in, you're here for a good one. Sit down, relax, and enjoy as we get to the ban phase on Araco. And it's Emma Frost. This is a key ban on this map. I like the decision.
Gilbert Noodle was a problem at the end too, right? We saw Gilbert Noodle try to roll out with the Emma Frost at some points. You could try to get for some of more of these environmental picks, but with the triple Vanguard, it's really nice and more secure to not feel like you're about to get choke slammed with a double ammo.
Yeah, as we look at the first save going to him, and they're going to go with Gale back on Adam. I think clearly they energy hunted down Gale and found the key to success there, and that was tough. So, you know what? With that save, maybe they go right back into the ban there then on Adam, and they just try to get the Adam advantage. Could be the Jeff. or going a different route. Venom was what was there last time, so potentially there's difference. Right now, this is the same thing, though, outside of the Emma.
Yeah, the protecting the Magneto next, too, just to try to deal with the strategist ultimates maybe here, especially if they roll out with the Jeff. That's something you could try to save an ultimate for, especially if you let the Phoenix slide through. As we get to see the next ban going forward, it's going to be the Ultron. I do like this, considering Ultron also really helps out with that triple strategist lineup, as well as on this map, there's so many vertical spaces you could hold.
They banned Ultron last time, so same ban for them. Maybe they're just trying to get a little bit more information here. Okay, the Jet, that needed to happen, right?
Yeah.
So now you're forcing them to rotate. This is what I expected. I think they want the Atom. Don't know if they save the Atom here, if I'm being honest, but I know they're plenty comfortable with it. If you're on the side of FlyQuest, okay, they do. They save the Atom. So Jeff is out. They rotate Zealous.
Maybe Venom here, too. They're thinking about what we could expect, considering... Okay, I was going to say the Mantis of going by would be crazy, because imagine the Mantis and the Venom would just go absolutely insane. But Mantis is that priority. I like that final ban here as a final safe pick goes out for Rad, and it's going to be the Jeff themselves.
Ooh, honestly, okay. I like what Rad did here. I think they've done a good job with what they've put together. Trying to get, the Jeff for themselves, ban it from the opposition, also get the Atom for themselves. Unfortunately, not banning it that time. And we've seen what they've been able to do. Again, Pizza Demon has been quite literally the demon soldier there that is Jeff. And again, though, Star-Lord is off the table.
But it's on the table for FlyQuest at the very least. You don't have that damage boost here, and if you look at both sides, no Emma, no Mantis here, Ultron, Star-Lord being that next band. We saw that again last time as well. But the protection being on the Emma Frost prioritized last time here, not here instead. It's the strategists that Rad want to protect instead.
Yeah, as they lock in, and we're going to have what we saw them do previous in the tournament. Gale, just such a great storm. And Bedtime Story putting out the Khonshu. Gilbert Noodle did the tree ults to try to get everyone lined up. And you need to do so when you face what is going to be a very tough triple Vanguard effort here from FlyQuest. We know what they like to play. Vest is in. Their options are there and available on the table, as the only ban, I believe, was to the Emma to shut them down.
Let's get this going here. Araco, our possible last map, or is this going to be a turnaround? It was a gamble up in the air, considering both of these teams haven't played not only on this map, but have found success again on this game mode here. So as we get started, there's going to be some track history to at least rely on for the future, depending on which of these teams come out on top.
Absolutely, as we head in, ready to go. And looking at this early approach, as the teams are already out of the gates here, Energy is going to be on that first hit and difference. Guru trying to get people displaced right off the rip here now. Bedtime Story is going to try to farm up the ult fast. 34, 45, and climbing like milliseconds up on it. Guru, nice shield protection as he's trying to find some displacement.
Guru sticking to this Angela even on the attack too is great when it comes to displacing that triple Vanguard lineup. You split even more attention up, and you have to worry about that of Cooper already building up that Loki ultimate so quickly. Same thing with Bedtime Story, matching that, has the Khonshu ready to go as he wants to send it up to break out this choke, playing a little split up as Cooper's gonna be able to get that God of Mischief online first.
Oh yeah, he loves to have those Loki clones to balance off and get that rolling for him. The Born Again is up again now, as that's going to keep the team. What a good copy, by the way, from Cooper there to give their team the aggression and just the stall roll defense that they're able to do here. Groot going down, trying to get the Khonshu rolling, and they do get a little something, but not much.
Yeah, because you got the Resurrect just bringing them back around too. Those two members and the Eye of Agamotto from the sky as the Omega Hurricane and the Shark get the feast like Thanksgiving came early. Make way for Gale, but the Born Again now as Vision tries to get everybody back together.
I like that. I like doing the Born Again there because it's just going to keep this team foot on the pedal here, right? Because, my gosh,
nice.
What a great way to bring them all right back yet again. There's the quick heal up. Teams are low. Forky Dog gets the pick. That's what they want now. Bedtime Story's going to follow up. Heaven falls. Guru makes Energy fall, and it's Rad now pushing down the point.
Everybody eats now. Everyone grouped up together at the hands of Guru, and everyone knows who's played Angela. It can be a little tricky to deal with an invisible woman with the push and pull, but the recontest now coming in from Vez off the Doctor Strange portal.
And Angel's ult, just so sick. Love hearing that one. Heaven falling here. It's now going to be a damage boosted. Bedtime Story doesn't need the Star-Lord. It's all going to be Jake here. Or, it goes by many names, Mark, right? As he got the Khonshu ready to roll with them. The God by his side. We got invisible boundary up. Here's the combo and the flush.
Ooh, everybody grouping up together, nothing to help them out, and that was despite Cooper building up that ultimate a second time so quickly. Rad winning another team fight.
Again, I love the big ban phase that Rad had here, and it's coming to show to light as Pizza Demon is ready. Once again, the Jeff NATO is on lock. Vision climbing up to that ult. Cooper again forced to go to Luna now. Can't stay on the Loki with that Moon Knight. Spark Chief can dive. They can try to thrive, but right now it's all bedtime story in Rad.
Oh, here comes Spark though as the invisible boundary comes out and the Sharknado is back to clear the space and the damage output. Cooper falls victim. Zelo's still alive. The invisible boundary could come in clutch as it is called in the legendary to even buy even more space here.
Vision though gonna get that res off of the team. Bedtime story gets Spark Chief out. Right back though is the symbiote coming back to life here as Guru is gonna try to fall down, bring out the axis, slice and dice to find his prey. He does locate 101 but doesn't get it out. Bedtime story though, and Gilbert have been getting it done.
He just keeps finding more heads here, but then you flip the script. Vision gets a self-resurrect and continuously keep FlyQuest up in the driver's seat with this aggression as they hold back Rad Esports.
I was curious how they're going to handle this because Zealous used to play Adam. Bringing in Vision, though, was such a great way to utilize his strengths as both a aim-dominant duelist, but also the strategist here. Energy climbing. Spark Chief close behind. Pizza Demon's got the ult to go right off the edge, but it's Gilbert getting energy out of this thing early.
That slight stun there, too, at the same time. Gilbert on point and just shutting down an overextension as the Jeff ultimate comes out from Pizza Demon. Nice raccoon, I guess, this way, as Rocket would not be happy, but the nice comeback as Spark Chief activates the Feast of the Abyss, and he feasts off on what is left from Rad. Gale gets a resurrect onto himself with the passive, but it may not be enough. Not enough bodies here to contest on the point, and overtime ticking away. Rad are nowhere in sight.
Oh my gosh. It felt like Rad, I mean, they were dominating Vicky, but it didn't matter. Every time they get a wipe, guess what? Vision bringing the boys right back, and they get the job done. Insane, because Rad could not have played that better on offense outside of the one key pick
And
in Adam.
that's so crazy with the way that also we saw Bedtime Story just consistently shutting down the chokes with the hand of Khonshu. It just wasn't enough. The way that FlyQuest hold their position specifically needs to be studied. Whether you have a split position up on the high ground, your strategist playing down below, then you have an off angle, they still were able to prevent that point from getting any sort of progress with the way that they were also able to stall. The Venom too helping them.
Yeah, I was about to say, this is what we pointed out before. There's just not a weak link on this FlyQuest roster. And I mean, pointing it out right there. Spark Chief, yes, it was just a rocket. Boom. Comes back, peels for the team, gets another to follow up with it. And that's what we said, right? We're like, okay, are they going to ban the Venom? Because they did that last time. No, they have to. You can only ban so much. The Atom snuck through, and they were ready for it. It's the flexibility of the strategist of FlyQuest for me.
I thought we were supposed to be on the same side, Frank.
That's what it means when it comes to Marvel Rivals as a game. It's the game of counter picks here and playing to your strengths. As we get to see what Rad's going to roll out with here on the defense. Was wondering, yeah, I guess we are going to maybe stick here to that Angela as I see the silhouette.
A FlyQuest there, showing the, you gotta love the mascot there, the green, the leaves of Groot now. Spark Chief looking up, trying to find his prey, and they really don't have to go far here to secure their spot in the grand final. Spark Chief now pushing forward and getting the walls out early, creating a lot of pressure, but it's going to be energy with the pull down there. Nice job and good separation. Looking towards it now, we do have Guru, who's going to be back on Angela. You've seen it once, you've seen it again here now as he continues to push forward.
But look at the space that Spark Chief is building up on this high ground with these Groot walls too, with energy finding Gilbert Noodle, a nice little sneak through, and Vision on the Punisher together with the Bucky. Talk about the damage output now that as FlyQuest roll out through that next choke.
I've seen Vision go 1v6 against teams on this hero. I mean, you got the old comp, the old team up might be gone from the game, but Bucky and Punisher are backing down for business with the bullets to do it. Guru with the shield deflect. Good job shutting down that cooldown now, as we're going to have the Axis potentially fly, but Guru right now unable to get what he wants out of there. The Mag Bubble for the push-off, but he does get the limb.
Where's my Uber driver? Take me, put me down, nothing to save him, not even with the invisible and pushing, but the invisible boundary now from Zelos, trying to enable energy to get more of these resets. Forky Dog keeps the team alive with their invisible boundary to prevent that from happening.
They got to try to win this without Gale popping the res. That would be huge for the team because they have 2 minutes to go and counting. Spark Chief looking for that Prism, trying to get behind that Magneto barrier, waiting for the cooldowns. Patience is key here. Gilbert Noodle with the feast and nothing to trade from it. Spark Chief, here we go.
Ooh, but brings everybody together in that next choke, dealing good amount of damage, but the survivability is too much here as Rad stay alive now, and Gilbert trying to get away before Bedtime Story has the Meteor M, tries to slam it down right in Vision's face, but not only does it get shut down, he gets taken out. Born Again rings out as Gale brings him back together, and they can play a lot more aggressively, but they have to recontest to prevent more space being brought.
Insane survivability from Vision there, not falling to the Magneto ult that usually counters it well. Gale with good. Guru, though, who's the one that falls to Zelos now as the resurrection happens on the side yet again. And here we go. Once again, it's Energy popping Gilbert. It's Energy. It's Vision. The deadly duo we've highlighted. But Pizza Demon brings them back, just like we just saw from the last fight of these two teams, Vic.
Well, we're here too to follow up. The God of Mischief from Pizza Demon had just gone hard, but with Cooper getting the copy onto the invisible boundary, may not have that same impact here, but Energy looking back also have that Kraken impact to reset here, and it's just scrappy battles with FlyQuest having the ultimate economy in their favor.
Oh my gosh, Kraken down, making an impact indeed. He used the reset yet again. He's going to face them right to the grand finals as FlyQuest once again finding themselves in the seeding round.
Unfazed, Cozy. That's what I saw from FlyQuest. The way that they're always able to retake fights, even after they lose, even with just 1-2 members, is impeccable.
Yeah, I mean, I can say this confidently. I'm telling you, the best acquisition in the offseason was Vision coming to this team that was already stacked, and they just look dominant. And I got to say, Rad looks great. Rad looked very good there, but FlyQuest, again, they were the favorites coming in here right there with Envy. They took down Envy, now taking down another top team in Rad. I mean, just what a performance all around, but it does come from just the flexibility and strength of this roster.
Also, it's very nice to see how Cooper was able to play Loki despite the nerfs and having that healing output, being able to get those copies right on time. Even the earlier copy before that last fight into the Adam Warlock to get the resurrection to allow the team to still hold down on the defense here. While Rad, we saw amazing performances as they were clearing out this first initial point when they were getting progress, but it was just lights out with the way that FlyQuest was holding different positioning.
I mean, the highlight reel almost looks better for Rad. I mean, Bedtime Story and Gilbert have that down, but it just didn't matter. Just like when they went against Envy, FlyQuest has what it takes. Clutch in the veins here. Energy getting it done and showing what he can do on any duelist within the game. So fun to watch these two teams go at it. Cooper-tastic coming away with what seems like his 100th MVP.
Always seeing Cooper's name up here for all the right reasons, right? 14 KOs, despite that, to be able to follow up here, going down only 4 times. I mean, you even saw at the very end, when you have just the Kraken impact there, the final judgment in your face, you have no strategist ultimates, it's going to be lights out.
Absolutely, as we find ourselves now looking in the stage being set for what is going to be a heck of the next couple of days for this seeding round. And then it comes down to eliminations where heartbreaks will happen. But first, let's get this stage set. And listen, last time FlyQuest won it all, got that first round seed. It didn't happen for them, but this is a different roster, a different team, different mentality, Vicky, and you'd love to see it.
That also means that FlyQuest will be sitting happily in that grand finals, and Envy will have to go through another series if they want to get some revenge.
Absolutely. Here we got ourselves just so fun to get the interview going here in just a moment and seeing what this team, who is used to the winning position a lot of the time here, at least in the early stages. Can't wait to ask them what the difference of this year or this time versus last time was in this tournament, Vicky. But what a way to end on a fun note.
Yeah, I really want to dive into their comms too. Their situational awareness and being able to call out how to counter rotate and then re-engage is impeccable. That's actually very hard to do when it comes to timing in this game. I feel like when it also comes to playing against really good players that are also very good at not only ult tracking but calling out what the win conditions are on the board.
Yeah, no, honestly, it's a great point because a lot of the time it did feel like they kind of always knew what to expect and what to counter with the ults. And sometimes it was only a couple that they needed to counter, you know, a whole fledge of ults there from the opposition. And so it felt like they were always prepared for what was to come. And yeah, just like we got the breakdown a little bit on Nemesis and who's their shot caller and game and fight planner, curious now with this kind of newer team of FlyQuest, who does the role there? As we look at the bracket, the stage is set for our final days. Vicky, Rad versus Envy there is going to be a good one.
Yeah, you do not want to miss that one. That lower bracket finals is going to be incredible, especially after what we just seen from Rad. One of the only teams that have no issue in experimenting on the different lineups that they provided, looking at that Angela, trying to make it work. But against a team like Envy, it's going to be difficult if they want to find themselves trying to get that run back versus FlyQuest 2.
Yeah, and I like that they're sticking with what they have. I mean, Guru, we talked to him, and they know what they can do with Angela. Heck, she's only getting better the next patch, so, you might as well perfect what you've practiced now thus far. And it's worked for them, right? They were 4-0 going into today's matchup. You can't take that loss as just some devastating blow and your whole strategy out the window. Still worked very well. And we welcome in someone I've not had the pleasure of talking to. I talk to him all of the time offline. Great to invite him in. I'm pumped to hear it. Vision, what's going on, man?
Not much, one that was easy.
Hey, you got the whole team together, and I was going to ask about you going into this. So cool to see everybody here for the interview. You guys, you've been here last time. You were here during the seeding round when you guys made it to this far, but you bring on Vision onto this team. What is the difference from the team from June to right now? And it starts with this guy.
I mean, I think we're just stronger out now. I definitely see myself as an improvement to the roster, and I think we're like probably the best now, I'm not going to lie. That's about it, honestly.
Love the confidence, my guy. Love the confidence.
Man, I love seeing the support you guys have as a unit right now. You got the mascots in the back. You guys are flying high, literally living it up to the name. You guys are here in the grand finals. Hey, let's go. I honestly, I just want to ask you a question right now. With the way that you guys had that series versus Envy, I didn't get to talk to you guys. I mean, tell us, that was incredibly close. One of the best matches we've seen. Like, literally one of the best. Coming out of that series specifically, you guys already stating you're feeling so confident. Are you feeling like you guys are ready in case you guys have to fight Envy once again? Do you feel like you're going to be beating them, even cleaner than what it looked like before?
I mean, I don't want to say much, but I think it'll be a very good game regardless. Envy and us are definitely the top two teams in A. I think we've learned more of our mistakes from that game. It really helped us improve as a team. So I think if we do play them again, it will probably be a little bit easier.
I've got a question for you. Last time Sentinels, 100 Thieves, they did the boot camp. Looks like the boys are all together right now. So obviously big props to the entire room back there. Are you guys planning to stay there as that boot camp going into what is, obviously the main stage here as we go to the group stage, elimination stage? Or is it here just for the seeding? Talk to me about this because I didn't know you guys were together.
We're here for the whole event. The second the playoffs are over, we're out, but we're here for the whole thing. We're together. We're doing good. We all like each other. We got good vibes, It's good. We're here for the whole thing.
That makes sense.
Heck yeah, man. Hey, listen, we didn't get to see that last time, so I'd love to see it.
I do have one last question for you guys, because something that really impressed me for your entire team is the way that even when certain members were picked off, your re-engagement and positioning was always on point in taking the fight, so that way you don't give them any room to breathe. Can you talk a little bit about how the communication flows for your team?
I mean, the communication's good. Everybody talks. No one's quiet. We all know what to do whenever anything happens. We're always prepared. So if one person goes down, we know exactly what we need to do with our 5 people. There's a process for everything. It's just like perfect. Everybody talks is always
absolutely. Good. You love to see it. I mean, you guys are a veteran group. I mean, you were right there going to China Vision, and then this whole team. I mean, we know what they can deliver. So you guys have the tools. You have everything you need. We're so excited to not only see you guys perform at the level we know you're capable of, but just great to bring you guys on in here. Enjoy the win. Get that reset for the grand finals, and to get that top seed that I know you guys want.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Alrighty, guys. Vision, great talking to you finally, my man. And again, just, right after the Envy game, I was talking with him, just like, it was so cool to see the excitement from what I know that they can put together there. Huge acquisition from them on FlyQuest, and we saw it come to light here, Vic.
Yeah, I had no idea they were together, by the way. Like, that's a team up already on its own. Like, the fact that they're all boot camping together just highlights how much this team means business. I already knew that before, but I don't think people recognize how strong it is to have the entire team together in one room, especially when you're playing out these type of online shows.
last time the two teams together won both the seeds, right? And so they both made it that far, and it helped them. It helped them for sure going into what was China, now Georgia. That's a team I expect to see there. But hey, seeding round's one thing. We'll see him on the main stage, certainly. But let's go and talk about it. If you're just now coming into today, what was a lightning-packed day of so many teams here going on about 5 hours. From start to finish, we saw things from upsets to absolute people handling business as always right away, Vicky. I mean, there was just cinema from start to finish. And again, we still have a couple great matchups to go.
Yeah. Best of threes, being today has been a double-edged sword for some of these teams. But slowly, we're going to be going into territory where we're going to have a lot more games being played out for our teams, more banned opportunities to see which of these strengths these teams need to lean on more, and maybe certain compositions that they'll be forced to play that they're not comfortable with too.
Well, Vicky, I've got to say, last time, it didn't go so well for you prediction-wise. This time, on top with that 100 Thieves call. Love to see there the big difference between it. We were dang near perfect there on the calls, but it's Vicky with the 4-0 coming from the 0-4. What a comeback, Vicky.
I was about to say, I was so behind, guys. Like, you have no idea. The entire time I'm talking to Cozy, we post our predictions at the same time to make sure nobody is peeking at the other paper, but we make the comeback. But Cozy, you're still leading it by 1 point. There has to be another comeback opportunity. We got to see how these matches play out.
I'm in shambles. Every time I pick Sentinels, I swear, it's a guy. From now on, don't take it personal, Sentinels. I'm not picking you because it's a bad thing. It's a bad thing even if I do, but either way, tomorrow's schedule, you guys are seeing it right here. Look at these two lower final. I mean, these could be grand finals with how good these teams are, right? One of them making it to it, or two of them, with Rad versus Envy. Best of 5 now. A lot of time now, Vicky, to kind of turn things around, right the ship, just in case they want to fix up some strategy.
Man, I feel like time has been flying by. I was talking about playing more games. It literally starts tomorrow. We get to see the best of 5 start out tomorrow. And with these masterclass teams, I cannot wait to see which of these teams will fall down.
Just going to be absolute fun and cinema together. Guys, I want to say thank you for joining us, all the teams, all the players, everybody involved here. If you lost your predictions, I'm sorry. There's more action coming at you right again tomorrow for what has been an incredible start and birth of Marvel Esports. And now we got season 4.5. Daredevil right around the corner, Vicky.
I can't wait. I can't wait to try my hand on Daredevil. And to also, I got to play Venom. I'm back on my Venom shenanigans. Got to keep your eye on that one.
Just for him to be banned next season. But hey, go ahead, do you. Guys, have a good one. Have a great one. Good luck out there in the competitive ladder. And we'll see you tomorrow. And happy rivaling.
same